One, two, one, two. Hope everyone can hear me. Just before we start the show, don't really know how to say this. Can everyone hear me just before I make this announcement? Big up everyone in the chat room. I'm really sorry, guys, to break some really sad news to you. With a very heavy heart, I have to inform you that one of our member of our little community, our family, a really avid member of Rise Above who's been here since the start, sadly passed away. I got some news yesterday from his fiancée Charlotte that he sadly passed away in a freak accident the day before. So we're going to dedicate the show to Woke Realist, aka Ash. I just want to say that Charlotte, his fiancée, has reached out to us and wants to say thank you to everyone here for being his friend, for providing a community where he could be himself. She wants you all to know that he was in good spirits when he went out, riding in the fresh air, in the sunshine, wearing his favourite t-shirt, the same one that I'm wearing now, that he bought off me the week before when I chatted to him. He's going to be sorely missed. And that's all I want to say. Tonight, I know how much he was looking forward to this episode, so tonight we're not going to have like a moment of silence or anything like that. We're going to dedicate episode 33 to Woke Realist, aka Ash. R.I.P. brother. Rise in peace. Rise above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Yes, we're live. It's episode 33. How's everyone doing? After a solemn start, the show must go on. That's what Ash would have wanted. Episode 33 is here. Omar Beats. Let's start in true style. Run the track.
1, 2, 3. 3. Yo, in linear terms, my 33rd degree in the third words that give you 33rd degree burns. First, I write 33 lines to a verse about how I created the earth out of 33 quotes. 33 of my peers never thought it would work. For 33 days, I started my relentless research, and I figured if Chicken could do 22 twos as an MC, then I could do 33 threes. Suddenly it occurred at 3:30 on March 3rd. It came to me like God's word. I started to load my 33 caliber Mossberg. Went to the top of the Empire State on 33rd. 33 gunshots was heard. 33 pedestrians lay wounded and dead on the curb. 33 squad cars rushed to the scene as soon as they heard some madman had gone berserk. I demanded 33 million, or I was gonna kill 33 of the women and children in the building. I gave them 33 minutes to respond. Then I proceeded to arm a backpack nuclear bomb. I set the timer for 3 hours and 3 minutes long. Told them not to try nothing funny or I'd kill them all. They still never responded till I saw 33 of the SWAT team jump out of 3 helicopters. I told them for the third and final time, if they cross the line again, I take 33 lives. 3 of the hostages started crying. 3 of them started wilding and convinced 3 more that started uprising. 3 of them stood to their feet and started freestyling. I didn't know what to do, so I started rhyming. I tried to kick 300 bars, but I got picked off by a sniper from 33 yards. The bullet hit me, but it got lodged and ricocheted off 3 organs, 3 inches away from my heart. My name went down in history as the illest MC. Rewinded and counted 33 threes.
Oh. 33. 33.
Whoa, what a start from Omar Beats.
Gosh.
Lord. Welcome everyone. Episode 33 is here. It's landed.
Happy 33rd episode, Lance.
Happy 33rd episode, Andy PG. Thank you very much for that awesome introduction tune, Omar Beats. Who's that? Cannabis with, what's it called? 333s.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's called.
Awesome tune.
33 threes.
33 threes, right. Because I believe he actually says 33 times in the tune as well.
I haven't counted, so I should.
Yeah, you know it. Come on, you know he does.
Of course he does.
Yeah, I'm sure he does a lot of things in there.
Of course he does. So yeah, a solemn start to the show. And like I said, we're dedicating this one to Work Realist. I know he was looking forward to this show more than anyone, and it's going to be a corker. So let's get down to business. This is our 33rd show here on Rise Above, and big up everybody tuned in. Everyone on Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, Twitch. Well, is that all of them?
Jesus.
We try and expand every week because
I'm loving this graphic, by the way, that Magic's is put
Magic's
together.
is at dawn. Where is Magic's? Is he coming?
I don't know.
He did say it was coming.
I hope so.
Yeah, look at the top of it, ladies. Microphone and fucking.
We're going to be talking about that later. Don't ruin it, okay? Because we're going to be talking about a lot of different things tonight. But before we get down into the main nitty gritty of this 33rd episode, standard business. I don't even know where I got this. Yeah, this episode is where we go all the way in, balls deep. Everything has been building up to this, in my opinion. But before we go there, big shout to fans buying t-shirts. Buddy here with his bunny. I think it's actually Nigel. Yeah, Buddy and the bunny. Yeah, on the top of a mountain, rising above, enjoying the organic biosphere, getting away from the forces of the parasite. That's what it's all about. This is how we rise above. Okay, so big up everyone that's sending me photos, emailing me. It means a lot. We've created a table here to share ideas, but we also created a community, haven't we, Andy PG?
Yeah, we love it. We love hearing from all the viewers as well. We love seeing all the pictures, especially when they're, turns out millions of them in London.
Well, funny you should say that, yeah? Because
oh, look at this.
Kiara, big up her on Instagram. She's my friend on Instagram, and she goes to every protest with a sign saying "fuck the Soviet Union."
Nice.
And that's what we like. She actually sent me a load of different photos. Big shout to Kiara. So after last week's show, in case you didn't notice, we went in with a whole weekend of Rise Above Live. I tell you what, let's stop being so rude and get Word Nerd in as well. Word Nerd, welcome.
Good evening, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Good evening,
yeah,
Word Nerd.
sounding great. Obviously, I needed you getting Word Nerd because you were part of the street team last week that went to the capital for us, yeah?
Right, yeah. Some interesting reports there.
Fully.
Yeah, and it looked like a great weekend. So we're going to have a look through Magic's photos here, right? So we've got Barry Hood and Carmen, who lives just down the road, two Rise Above fans and avid Truth Warriors. Who's this lady in the white T-shirt?
Oh, that was me. I took that one. I just found her dancing around, so I persuaded her to put a Rise Above shirt on in exchange for some free merch.
Awesome.
So
Yeah.
she was just dancing like a little legend on the side of the road on her own.
So I think we gave out 3 T-shirts because I've almost sold out, so I only have 3 to give away this week at the big weekend in London. But we
I
saw
presume so, because Magic's wouldn't give me one.
Yeah, well, they had to go out to the right people. So yeah, the Rise Above family were representing hard, mate. And yeah, here's you and Carmen again. But
Who is that on the left?
on the
lads?
left, that's Kim, who's a Rise Above fan. She speaks to me all the time on Facebook chat. Who is that stood next to her? Can
Who is that?
Can
Who
anybody
is this?
identify this person? Who is this man in the black Rise Above T-shirt here with the silver fox designer stubble? Who is this man?
Looks like some kind of wizard to me.
It looks like someone that's got some sort of mimetic magic. This
It
guy.
does.
This is Virus Man 2020.
No,
people.
it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So
Sam Carno in the chat. Virus Man lives. Yes, he does.
Virus Man is alive and well. Let us know if the levels are all right, guys. The Quizmaster Pro is just saying everything.
Virus Man 2020 in the house. In
Virus
the chat.
Right, Virus
He
Man
is,
2020.
yes, yes.
Welcome back, the mimetic wizard back
Big
in the
up,
day.
soldier.
See, Magix has had to take the reins from Virus Man, and he's done. Let's be fair, he's done superbly.
He's done a great job.
Big shoes to fill. Big shoes to fill when Virus Man just disappears off the map. We were so worried about you.
We were. We thought he'd be thrown in the gulag.
Well, the first thing we know is Instagram is disappeared. That's not a good sign when he is literally the baddest man on Instagram with the virus memes last year. And then the next thing we know,
radio silence.
radio silence, all signals dead. He's not in the comment section. He's not in the live chat. I couldn't get hold of him on email. He had some personal issues. So I think he had some family stuff, like we all do. But the good news is he's back. Virus Man, welcome back, bro.
Rising above.
We need to get him. We need to get him on the
Yeah,
next
we do.
call. In. I want to hear his voice. I want to hear the voice of the man that makes the memes.
Magic's and Word Nerd. Did you see him? Did you meet him, Word Nerd?
Yeah, I bumped into him. Yeah, we got a big hug
nice.
off him.
Did it start off by like, who's that in the Rise Above T-shirt? You approach them, they say Rise Above to you, you say it back, and like, what's your name? He's like, I'm Virus Man. You're like, whoa!
No, he stormed up and said, word nerd. And as he was cuddling me, he was like, I'm Virus Man.
Oh, mate,
Did he whi-
that
did
is
he-
like an
Did
epic
Did he whisper
moment.
it in your ear?
Hi, Word Nerd, I've been watching you.
I was like, I thought they got to you, mate. We were starting to worry.
Mate, I love your
Regret
Rise
to
Above
meme, step too
road
far.
sign there. It's quality. So yeah, we've got people repping with Rise Above flags. We've got multiple people on the streets with Rise Above t-shirts. There's Millie Bite Size as well.
Big up Millie Bite Size.
So who's this
We
character?
got the whole crew that was in London.
We, me and Millie bumped into this guy, and we were convinced that this was a young Inner Guardians.
a Master Lee from another dimension.
Right.
Wow.
What's this guy's name? I hope he's watching, because now we're just showing a picture of him in topless on Rise Above.
Oh, brother, I can't remember.
Young,
his
young
name.
Master Lee, young
He
in the
didn't allow us
Guardians.
to take a picture. And when we
Actually,
told him
you
he
did a
was
video
Master
call.
Lee,
You did a video call, and he was
He
you're like,
said,
oh yeah, you're young, yeah, and he got on. He's like, what? Who am I?
Young IG.
Oh dear.
yeah,
well,
we're on
maybe
to
he's
you,
watching. He wants to find out, you know. So if he is, hey,
Oh yeah, apparently we've got loads of new viewers. Oh yeah, I haven't even said First Mate Pete's in the studio. What?
Yeah, big up First Mate Pete, back from the gulag.
First
Aye,
Mate
aye,
Pete.
Pete.
First Mate Pete is going to be.
there he is.
There he is in real life. He's there. Oh, are you speaking into the microphone, Pete? I am. No, you got to flick the switch on it. Yeah, now I'm speaking to it.
Hello.
Yeah.
Above.
Rise Above. Yeah, so First Mate Pete's in the studio. Don't forget, we are going to be having the full expose of India coming up shortly before we even go into 33. So much to get through tonight. Holy goddamn shit.
Gosh.
Right, so
Gosh.
wicked photos from Magix here. The Rise Above logo was all over the Capitol, like up on this video screen here. That was not easy for us to accomplish that. We had to pull a few strings to make that happen, I can tell you. Yeah, when I put these photos on Facebook, it actually came up with the Wuhan hoax organisation, like COVID sticker, like just the photos because of this lady's, this man's sign. So yeah, more action on the streets. Rise Above sticker team were out in force. Excellent. Some really good shots from Magic.
Busy, man. There's loads of people.
Yeah, and there's so many haters on Facebook. It's like,
Are there?
yeah, there's so many haters. Oh, no, there's only a few thousand people there.
Oh, come off it. Look
They've
at
even
it.
said on mainstream media it was over 1 million people.
Yeah, no, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some gripes about the numbers, but I'll get into that when later on when we talk about it.
There's some really good
Well, mate,
footage from
this
drones.
is actually the protest section. So if you want to talk about it, this is the section to talk about because later on we're going to the bottom. We're going to the bottom of the 33 rabbit hole.
Right. The thing for me is, like, these protests are historic just by their nature anyway. There's definitely hundreds of thousands of people out, but I'm not convinced it's 1 million. I haven't actually seen any evidence of that, and I want people to keep sending me the drone footage. But even with the drone footage with the wide shots, I think we're dealing with hundreds of thousands and a march that was split. So you could have anywhere up to 250, anywhere up to 3 and 4, even higher. But I don't think it's 1 million, and I don't think it's certainly not 2 or 3. So I'm not sure where those numbers are coming from.
What? So what you
but
say? I mean, okay. What's your reference point though? Have you've been?
Well,
what's the
I
biggest
was
protest
on-
you've been to? What, 500,000 or?
The biggest protest I've been to is 500,000, and that's a huge amount. That's for comparison. If you look at Metallica, 500,000, you can see footage of them at one of the big festivals out in Europe. It's a staggering number of people. But I have been on the ground at every large protest that we've had in the last 10 years. It was part of my job to count numbers. So I'm putting my reputation on it. But I'd love to be wrong. But I think, yeah, exactly what someone's saying there. Starch Patch.
Starch Pachak. Well, he's saying still 2 to 300k is pretty awesome.
It would be a historic. I mean, the student movement had the unions, the teachers, the firemen, the nurses, mainstream media on board.
Maybe it's
and years to build.
333,000.
This has had
I think
15 months.
Legal's got the official number here.
Yeah, it's 333.
Wait a minute. Where is it? Oh, the comments are coming too quick. Yeah, Legal said it was exactly 333,000.
Of course.
Standard. Oh, we've
No,
got some excellent
that
33s
would
coming up
seem
later.
about
Wait.
right. But important to mention as well, guys, we're under unprecedented tactics here that I haven't seen before. We, myself and Miss Bite Size, were posting over 25 live videos. Only 3 of them made it through Instagram. And of that, it wasn't actually backing them up either. So they just got straight up deleted. And a lot of people were having communication problems on the ground. We couldn't call Magix couldn't call us. So I think they've used scramblers on people to stop a lot of the information getting out because we were not actually able to live stream. So that
I need to
verifies
pull
what we were
something up
told
there. Right.
before we went.
For anyone that was watching our coverage of it on our Rise Above Live weekend, after I got back from the Coviet prison when I saw First Mate Pete, I got straight back to the studio and I called you guys and I tried to call everyone. I got through to Magix on the phone, but I was planning to have Magix on the camera showing what's happening, and he said no one can get a signal. And basically, I had 30 seconds before we were going live, and I've got a lot of criticism. Well, I had some criticism for this. This is why I'm bringing it up. I had 30 seconds to go live, so what I did was I went on YouTube and I saw who had the best stream that was not glitching, and it was basically a choice of Resistance GB or Subject Access. Now, for anyone that's been following us, or more importantly, watching John Overkill and the Shill Hunters, yeah,
John Overshill.
those two people are apparently questionable. Some of these auditors are questionable, right? And someone in the comment section, I can't remember who it was, it's like, what's going on? 1 minute you're bigging up John Overkill, thinking about getting him on, and then you're bigging up Subject Access and Resistance GB. And I used their footage, so I had to say this footage is from X and X. You know, I was showing neutral footage. I was making sure there wasn't any shillery going on in it, because I'm still sort of sitting on the fence with some of his accusations. I just wanted to address that. I'm not necessarily backing Resistance GB or Subject Access, but I have to say they were the two people that had the consistently good footage from the day.
The same thing with Oracle, yeah.
Maybe we should ask a question: why? Why can they get the good feed if they're apparently
That's
just using
exactly
the phone?
what I was thinking. Yeah.
If everyone else is having issues, if I've got my street team there and they've got their 5G mobile internet, what's different about Subject Access's 5G internet or his his upload?
Maybe they were going through Wi-Fi. Maybe they had a Wi-Fi link somewhere.
That's possible.
The thing to bear in mind, a lot of these groups have popped up very quickly in the last year and a half, and we are in absolutely unprecedented times at the moment.
And who's that little worm Nacho as
I
well?
mean, if I was in
Oh,
charge,
I
what
bet
I
he
would be
was there.
suggesting is, because it looks also, one thing to mention whilst we're on the protest, it does look like this march was split. Now that's it's a very old tactic that they use often when you have a lot of people marching. They do it with the student movements. So for people who don't know, it simply means they've infiltrated at one point along the march, and then they've diverted the march into two. So you have two massive crowds of, let's say, 200,000 each, and it doesn't look as big. So if anyone is interested, the one way you can remedy that, which was done with the student movement, is they started the march further down the river, and then you march down the river towards Parliament. So there's two advantages to that. One, you've got a long sausage of people, so you can have someone on the other side of the river and on the bridges to take pictures of people and get the whole sense of the crowd. And more importantly, if you're doing a straight march down the river with this sea of people, you're marching straight on Parliament, and then it's much harder for the march to be split.
No.
And then we could actually calculate how many people are
That
there
sounds
as well.
good. On the subject of this shilling business, right? Magix has spotted a few people.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. That's why I went. That's why I went. Oh yeah. I was like, oh yeah.
Do you recognise this guy, Word Nerd?
So this is the dude who
This guy is
John
called,
I've
Overshill
seen him on
calls,
one of the videos.
Grey
yeah,
Bleeder.
you must have seen him because he's at every single
Yeah,
anti-lockdown
yeah.
protest of all time.
That's
He's actually
quality. I didn't know Magic's had got that shot.
right
That's
here.
brilliant.
He's actually looking quite slim. He was morbidly obese at the start of COVID 1984, like massive. He must have lost 15 stone because he goes to 3 protests a week. John Overkill's been covering it. So this is one of the guys, and the other guy, there's Resistance GB.
Oh, yeah.
He's going through the crowd while people are filming him, shouting him out as being a Tory
He's
MP.
got that selfie again. See the selfie stick.
Yeah, but look, he's only got a camera. Sorry, a phone, right? This dude, I've got better equipment than this dude, and and you know, what he's literally got a selfie stick with a phone on it and a few external mics. He has not got professional equipment. I don't see why he is able to stream. So for whoever that was that made that comment, I used their footage as much as an example to say my street team could not get the connection. We couldn't get the footage, but that dude and Subject Access, they streamed for 8 hours with no problem. So make of that what you will. But I just wanted to address that. But good work for Magix for catching these guys.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, this is one of the T-shirt winners. This gentleman here.
Looks like Brian Cox.
Right, what the scientist?
Yeah. Professor Brian Cox.
Hopefully he scanned the QR code on the back of the T-shirt, and hopefully he's watching now. This is a good shot from Magix. A nice little bit of colour work there. Well, the Babylon forces here.
Yeah, I saw this.
Babylon.
Oh right, so yeah, some of these are from Saturday, and I think we're on to now the shots from Sunday. So this is like more of the party thing, which people have mixed opinions, shall I say, about how valid this one was on Sunday. I mean, I'll say one thing: if you've never been to any of the anti-lockdown protests and this thing on Sunday was the first thing you went to, then you're a douche.
Yeah.
Standard, right?
Well,
if this was your first act of defiance, and I'm not, hey, I'm not calling
16
you out,
months later, yeah, you're a douche.
I'm just being honest here. This is the way that I feel.
You're a pussy. Put your mask back on.
Gosh. I personally think that you should only qualify to go to this party on the Sunday if you've put some work in fighting against the Soviet Union. If you've put no work in and you've sat home wearing
I'd
a mask.
say the majority of these people went there to have a party.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is I think you only deserve to go there and party if you've put the work in.
Yeah,
Not
no, I
if you've
agree,
sat
yeah.
at home for 16 months, mate. No.
I agree with you.
Soviet money.
You know, my worry, guys, is that there's it's an important part of it, but it always. I mean, I know that the movement's always infiltrated, but there's a sense here that I think they're trying to let us have our moment. They're going to say the protest was bigger than it was. They're going to let us have a rave outside Downing Street, and all that footage goes out. Oh yeah, 1 million, 2 million people marched, and then Hancock, conveniently just gets chucked out on the same day. I think they're trying to let us think we've had our moment, so that the moment doesn't actually come for them. So don't get too complacent with it. Although it was a bloody good weekend.
Hancock, he got thrown under the bus. Really? He got thrown
Jump
under the
before
bus.
he's pushed. Yeah.
Oh, he got what? He resigned for breaking social distancing rules. Wow. After what he's actually done, you call that being thrown under the bus? That's a get out of jail free card.
Yeah, 100%. It's his exit strategy.
We'll see.
Boris will be next.
We'll see if these horizontalists get away with it. They probably will. So here we've got a bit of a confrontational shot with the line of are these real police officers? Who knows? Are they TSG? Are they G4S? Who knows? But this guy, what's he doing? Standing in the middle of the police with a can of Stella, ready to go. Got to wonder about some of these people. That
I actually asked him, "Are you a real police officer?" And he didn't answer. And he said, "What do you think?"
No.
No.
Well, I'm asking you the question.
Exactly. That's what I said. So yeah, there is that.
He's probably an agitator. That was probably his role there.
Oh, there's my grumpy mug.
So get the Tories out, you slags. Nice sign, love, but I think you're sort of missing the point there, personally. Right, so this is some great work.
Yeah.
Got to call Magic out on this. This guy here is obviously thinking, yeah, I'm ready to rise above. He has climbed on top of the bus stop. He's loving the vibrations from the sound system. He's thinking, yeah, fuck the Soviet Union, rise above. However,
Unlucky.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
I mean, I bet that fucking hurt.
luckily, it looks like part of his costume has hooked on the bus stop. Hopefully, it's going to partially suspend him and break the fall. Because you don't want to fall off the top of a bus stop. You die, mate.
I reckon that fucking hurt, mate.
Yeah, hey, it definitely hurt. I'm just talking about like long-lasting injury. That's a long way to fall. Yeah, but big up for Magix for capturing that. So this is some of the. I recognise that dude. I know him from somewhere. I think that's Bushkin out of.
Yep.
What are they called? Fucking Mighty Mo, Bushkin, Pay As You Go.
Pay As You Go.
Yeah, Pay As You Go crew. God, forget my old school garage.
And you got just go back, Lance, and behind him to the right is that Luck or Neat?
What, this guy
Yeah,
here?
yeah.
Nah,
No.
DJ MC Neat always wears a baseball cap without fail.
Right.
Never see him without a baseball cap and sunglasses. This gentleman has a bald head with maybe the sunglasses. But yeah, the Sunday looked quite live. So anyone into grime, that's Jammer, grime legend, Lord of the Mics master. He's holding like rap battles in the street. Yeah, great shots for Magix. Big up Magix.
Really good shots.
Really good.
He did amazing. 96 gig of footage, I think he came back with.
Whoa.
No doubt.
96 gigs of revenge.
Wow. Some serious work put in.
Yeah, I would have loved to have gone, but I've got to say, like, if I went, the only point of me going to this is if I get on the mic on the megaphone to do some damage, and if I do that, the SWAT team's getting called, so there's just no point.
Swabian drones are called.
If I got on the mic at this place, I'd have caused an eruption, and it would have got you probably locked up for a very long time. So
Kept you off the street for 7 months, haven't they, Lance?
Yeah, but when the Soviet Union gives you lemons, don't just make lemonade. Make a bespoke artisan lemonade stand and start flooding the market with
Set
artisan
the table,
lemonade.
rise above.
That's what Rise Above Live is. This is my bespoke artisan lemonade stand. Welcome. Sit at the table. We also have rabbit.
Yes, we do. We
serve rabbit as well.
We
in case
serve
you-
rabbit.
Rabbit of rabbit.
Yeah, but you can wash it down with some of my anti-Soviet lemonade. No problem. Whole rabbit only. Gosh. Yeah, so big up Magix. Right, what time? 8 o'clock. Oh, look at this. This makes me just, I want to get back on the mic, but yeah, it'd be great.
Quite
to
right,
get
person in the
again.
comments. There were several marches on the same day. That's the last thing I'll say on the protest. That some of the more traditional, shall we say, protest groups and organisations who have been very silent on the lockdown decided to call a demo on exactly the same day. So there is some interesting tactics going on.
Well, we've always said, yeah, there are going to be a lot of people that join the winning team at the 11th hour.
And it looks like there is a few.
Whether we like it or not, we do need to welcome them because we need more people on the winning team.
I've got to
That's
welcome
how
everyone.
you win. So,
That's it.
yeah. Okay, Rise Above. we'll do a little bit of Coviotism, and then we're going to have some news from First Mate Pete. First Mate Pete's going to spill the beans about what happened in India. Inner Guardians is coming at 9. I've also got my Freemason. We'll fit it in, yeah?
Yeah, we'll get
We'll fit it in. It's
Get it
Rise
all in
Above,
there.
bitches.
We've got a lot going on tonight.
Yeah, we've got a
guys.
lot going on tonight, so I won't play the Covey intro. Let's have a little look. Right, I don't know if I've even got much from this week. I came across this one. 2 cheeks of the same dirty arse. Who have we got? Chancellor Potato Head, Xi Jinping. Lord Schwab looks fantastic as a Nazi, doesn't he?
Oh, I mean, well, he is.
Perfect.
He is.
Yeah,
He is.
sorry, he is a Nazi.
I mean,
I forgot.
There's no as a Nazi.
This one, this speaks for itself. Science of the Lambs. Yet, whoever this memeologist is, come on with Virus Man. Let's collaborate. We need you on side. Yet, right? Science of the Lambs. I don't like the whole sheep thing, but it works. Okay, so when it's been over 1 year of flattening the curve, and you're still calling, and they're still calling you a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still get called that on a daily basis. Oh dear, this is good as well.
Oh, this was brilliant. This was
Powerful,
from Matt.
powerful.
This was from Matt and the Rise Above team.
Big up, Matt.
Big up yourself. So yeah, this was brilliant. I shared this with my social media. So media fear porn with the CNN pissing over the fence, and you've got your low-level thinkers just mouth open, lapping it up, dancing around in the inverted commas rain.
Make it rain, bitches.
Make it rain on me.
Make it rain. Oh dear, what are we like? So, no, that view's rubbish. This one. No, we need a big one. Any more memes? Well, no surprises here. I suppose it fits with the theme tonight. This is episode 33, and don't worry, guys, it's not a normal show tonight. We are going to be going deep in a minute. So yeah, the Freemasons with their cross compass. And what's this? Is that a heart or is it a crater? A crater Jew? What is this one here? I don't know. Working with the NHS, supporting our key workers. Yeah, big up the Freemasons. Thanks for your support, guys. Yeah, let's look at some numbers. Did you watch your child's sports day this year? I'm just wondering. They had 60,000 people at Wembley, 2,500 people at the UEFA VIPs visiting without quarantine, 21,000 people per day at Wimbledon, 140,000 at Silverstone Grand Prix, 12,000 per day at Royal Ascot. And yet some businesses still have to remain closed. Preaching to the crowd here. Now this one, I probably can't even read this one out. But things are transpiring now that we were talking months ago. Yeah, heavily code this one, PJ.
Why most people who now suffer severely with COVID in the UK have been fully speared.
Full spearing.
Full spearing.
But don't think of this as a bad sign. It's exactly what was expected from an effective but imperfect spear.
Absolutely.
So this spear, right, it's effective but it's imperfect. So we expect that most of the people it's supposed to save will actually die of the illness that the spear is supposed to save you from. But that's what we expected, so it's okay. Clown world. Whoa. I mean, sometimes I put these together, and I know we're working on like a 4-week delta. We crack a joke on Rise Above. 4 weeks later, it transpires roughly.
Yeah.
The delta's closing, mate.
Yes,
Soon we'll come to the point of no return where the realisation of these jokes, just we'll say something and it just instantly happens. BBC journalist Andrew Marr has caught a nasty bout of COVID 1924 despite being fully speared. Government advisors say this is normal. Similar cases are cropping up all around the world. What? What?
This is normal. The experts say, listen, you have to trust the science, lads.
This means it's working. And
Yeah.
it's a coincidence.
You have to trust the science.
This coincidence means it's working.
Trust Matt Hancock.
It's actually coincidence how good it's working. It's working so well that I just can't count how many coincidences there are at the moment. Right. You showed me this. This is from 3 weeks ago. I've been meaning to show this. Now, we always go on about the Greta Reset and Lord Sausage Fingers, right? And the other week, I showed a picture of these, like a picture of sausages directly from like Lord Sausage Fingers, but as a joke, it was a joke meme. But who would have ever thought that? I mean, this is a packet of steak.
Yeah, I bought an organic steak from Waitrose, and
Prince Charles knocks out meat.
the Prince of Wales Charitable Fund. Well, no. What I'm saying is,
Should've got some sausages, bro.
I think what's going on here is the Prince of Sausage Fingers. His charitable fund, cough cough, they oversee the fact that it's organic.
Oh right, that's got Lord
They're
Sausage
like-
Fingers seal of
yeah,
approval. This is the
they-
most organic sausage meat.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I think that's what's going on.
You seen this?
Canon put AI cameras in its Chinese offices that only let smiling workers inside. Are you serious?
Yeah, you have to be happy before you go to work.
Oh my god.
But then they have a net to stop you jumping out the window and committing suicide 5 minutes later. Fucking peasants. I think we talked about emergency alerts.
I actually went back through my phone, right? And in 2020, on March 24th, I got a text message from the Soviet Union saying, like, to stay in.
What?
Yeah.
What? The Soviet Union sent you a message
Yeah,
last
a
year saying
direct-
stay in
yeah,
your
yeah,
house?
Yeah, stay in your... On the 24th... Obviously, we got locked down on the 23rd. So I think they sent out on the global... Or on the national... Yeah, here we go, look. 24th of the 3rd, UK Gov alert.
New rules enforced now. You must stay at home. Stay at home. Protect the NHS.
I think I actually
save lives.
I think I actually went to the New Forest on that. Though.
Stay at home. Protect the Soviet Union. Ruin your life.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Breathe dirty air.
Breathe filth, peasants. It's just so insulting. So insulting. Yeah, look at this. This was, again, from 3 weeks ago, but we've had all those call-in shows where I didn't even show any memes. The call-in shows were so mental. Lab-grown meat. Is it safe for your pet? Although promoted as environmentally friendly and a healthy alternative to conventional pet food, lab-grown meat is an entirely fabricated product that will not help your pet reach optimal health. You can't even feed that shit to a dog, mate. Don't even feed your lab 3D printed Bill Gates burger to your dog.
You know what they'll be? It will just be eat the fucking bugs and shut them out.
Eat bugs and
Eat
shut
bugs
your
and
mouth,
shut
you
the fuck
bigot.
up.
Yeah, here's another one, like virus-sized transistors from 2011. These are all my old memes from the last couple of weeks. Yeah, here's like a fully converted Swabian citizen. Where's that one I was looking for?
I feel we're skipping ahead.
No, we
somewhat.
are. This one, look. Eat the bugs and live in a shipping container.
Oh, right, yeah.
Bigot. Shipping containers see new life as an affordable box, 500 apartments in Salt Lake City. So this is
That's John Levi's.
oh, was that where Levy's from?
Well, that's where he was born. That's like I think the nearest sort of city to where he is currently residing in the off-grid location that he is. But yeah, Salt Lake City. He's always talking about Salt Lake City. So is that a new? Is that like a test for the smart city structures?
Well,
thing?
yeah, maybe in the smart cities, it's not. You might
just-
have the smart internet, but you actually live in a shipping container.
Well, there's the other thing as well, isn't there? That don't forget that all of the people, all of the big companies that had huge office blocks, which now all their peasantry is working from home. What's going to happen to the office blocks? They're just going to turn into peasantry homes, aren't they?
yeah,
And there's going to be no high street left because everyone's shopping online. All of it, everything's just going to be.
and that's how they're going to stop people going to the shops to actually like squabble over food when this happens. How much have we heard secondhand through the grapevine about the coming food shortages? So this is again from this month or from last month, June. World faces worst food crisis in 50 years, warns the UN.
I'd just like to refer everyone
Cheers
back.
for the heads up, UN.
I'd just like to refer everyone back to the meme we said earlier about the CNN media fear porn pissing over the fence.
Yeah.
So,
Fresh-
from the Guardian here, guys.
Fresh food is being left to rot undelivered as supermarket shelves and restaurant plates sit empty due to nationwide HGV driver shortage. Fruit and veg boss says. Are you trying to tell me there's not enough unemployed people that couldn't get a HGV licence and drive a truck? This is an absolute piss take. How long does it take to get a HGV licence when you've got a regular driving licence? What, 4-week course? Maximum?
Is this just a tactic to try and get everyone to do what they did in 2020 with
trying
and
to
hoard toilet roll?
I think it's just trying to convince everyone. What do we talk about? The projection of the horizontalists, the occultists, or whatever, or whoever's doing it. They project what they want to happen into our minds, so we make it happen for them.
Yeah, we manifest it for them.
That's what I think we're seeing here.
That's
Right.
right.
What else have we got here? Yeah, look at this. McDonald's replaces drive-through human workers with Siri-like AI. So when you pull up at the drive-through and that stupid, rubbish, inept voice comes out of the little grilled dash thing.
Can I take your order,
Can I take your order? It's now not even going to be a spotty human. It'll be AI. It'll probably be better.
You normally get some greasy teenager, don't you?
Yes, squeezing the maxills out of their face. There, right there. Do you know what? I reckon we should have 10 minutes of tunes, and then when we come back, we'll have the fucking India report from First Mate Pete.
Straight up.
Yeah, let's
straight
do
from
it.
the gulag.
Omar Beats, are you ready to spin some tracks? Yeah, man. Yeah, let's have 5-10 minutes, and when we come back, we are going to have an exclusive chat with our India correspondent, First Mate Pete. He sat right behind me now. He has been in India for 7 months. He's been in Soviet prison. We've got some exclusive footage from inside. You've probably seen the report I did last week. That'll be coming up any minute now. Omar Beats, run the track.
These things, they come and go. I'm here. Where are you?
Classified techniques, decade of the dark arts. See through the smoke screens, understand the systems. Use your instinct, react to break free. Time's running out, this is the sound of the resistance. Underhand tactics, intent on deception. Keep your mind sharp, know how to see the lies. Situation critical, this is a call to arms. Trust your sixth sense, learn to read between the lines. See through the smoke screens to understand the systems. Use your instincts, react to break free. Time's running out, this is the sound of the resistance. Underhand tactics, intent on deception. Keep your mind sharp, know how to see the lies. Situation critical, this is a call to arms. Trust your sixth sense, learn to read between the lines. Classified technique.
like a boss. Like a boss. Go. Looking like you ain't got a clue though. If he dies, we ride, it's on you, bro. Ain't playing around, this game ain't sumo. Trust in us, we the real dudes. And don't sugarcoat what the pill do. Penthouse top floor with the ill view. What you don't know, cause he might kill you. Now what it costs, the big money in a Bangkok. Shock, leave them looking like Blanca. Money talks, son, we don't banter. I said money talks, we don't banter. Off that, what they channeling. Flatline, know that they panicking. Stone face cold like a mannequin. Beats like a bomb, better bring more paneling.
Last one on my beats. this, yeah? Any excuse for one more? Come on, come on. See you, Homer Beats. Ricky's going to Beefer. I literally need to do Pete's interview. Like half an hour until when the Guardians comes on. Homer Beats, help me out here. Right. See Homer Beats every single week. Just one more, Dave. Just one more. We've all done it. Just one more, Dave. Last one, 10 tunes ago. Big love, Ricardo. See you later.
You guys left the room.
Yeah, well. Right, okay. Let's get down.
Me and First Mate Pete decided that was a tune fine.
Right. We've got First Mate Pete in the studio for a very good reason. Anyone that's been watching Rise Above recently knows First Mate Pete has been in India, right? He has been getting us the scoop, sending us bits and pieces. So I'm actually going to play a video, a little montage I've made of Pete's travels, and we're going to have that playing in the background, right? I might need to...
So this was Goa as well? Is that right?
No, right. Okay, Pete. So you need to speak really close to the microphone, mate, like you're kissing a lady. Yeah. So tell us about your travels through India. How long were you over there for? How far did you travel? Where did you see? Let's start with that.
Okay. Yeah. So I was
Closer.
Just under 7 months. I spent in India, and obviously I started in Goa, and then I've done a lot of flights backwards and forwards. It was like 9 internal flights, travelling for work, and then I decided to get the bike to go on a bit of touring, and got up. So I spent 2 months touring on motorbike. I travelled up through Pune, Mumbai, spent a lot of time in Udaipur, up to Jaipur, Delhi, and I spent 2 weeks in the mountains, which is what you can see now playing. So I think this is actually Kasol. But yeah, beautiful place, amazing place. You're very free.
So the point we're trying to make is, Pete, is some naysayers of the show will say, oh, you've just got a mate that's gone to India to a load of tourist areas partying. He hasn't seen India. What ground has he got to say whether COVID really happened in India or not? Just tell him how many different states you went to.
So there's 9 different states in total as I travelled through. So I've gone through
You saw India, right? You saw rural India.
Yeah, I've seen rural India. I've been through cities of India. I've driven through the desert part of India, in the mountains.
Airports,
a lot of airports.
So how many different modes of transport did you use to traverse the subcontinent of India, Pete?
So this time only, I was mainly flight, rickshaws and motorbike.
Yeah.
And obviously a few cars here and there.
So
last time I did 1 month travelling, I did all local modes of Indian bus. It's very cheap, but it's very hairy. It's extremely dangerous.
So over 7 months,
Yeah.
9 states, 9 provinces, areas, whatever, renting motorbikes, going through the mountains, flying to travel more, to cover more ground.
Yeah, that's correct.
You visited islands, you visited rural places, built up cities.
Yeah.
And we're watching your GoPro footage right here. And as we go through, we're not just going to see you riding the motorbike. We're also going to see you on tuk-tuks, going through towns.
That's correct.
The picture I'm trying to paint here for our viewers and for any of our doubters, anyone that's watching that's on the fence, that really thinks that everything that we were told in India, I mean, what were we told? Let's be real, Andy PG.
We were told that people were dying on the streets. There was, there wasn't enough.
People fighting over oxygen canisters.
Yeah. That people were overflowing crematoriums and stuff like that, and like there was just not enough, like too many bodies for them to deal with.
Yeah. They were burning bodies in the street because they simply couldn't deal with the amount of people dying. Now, anyone that knows anything about India,
all the hospitals were overrun.
Yeah. Well, hospitals are overrun anyway in India. They have terrible lack of hospitals, or like
they have 10 people to 1 toilet. One Western toilet in India, there are 10 people to it. So there's how many people is it? 1.4 billion, 1.3 in India?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 1.4, 1.3 billion.
Okay, so here's your next one. This is you walking through the streets. Let me just enlarge this, right, Pete? Just explain what we're seeing here.
So this is in going through Delhi. This one. This
Is
is.
a big place, Delhi, massive place.
So I think this is Chandi Chowk Market.
When was this?
So this would have been back in the end of March.
This year. This year, right?
This year, yeah, this year. So this is the end of March. This is a Sunday as well, so you got to bear in mind that it's not actually meant to be open. It's not a market day. This is just.
This is a quiet day.
This is a quiet day, and obviously, as you can see, there's like, it's physically impossible to socially distance in India.
Well, no. Look at the size of the streets.
So this is quite a wide street as well, considering most. As you can see, it's extremely hot. Delhi is not very nice. I didn't spend too much time in Delhi as mask wearing become mandatory, and
Yeah, we're seeing most people here wearing masks, but not everyone.
no, not everyone. So this is before the
I'd say about 50%.
yeah, this is before
This is
the,
outside, though. Remember?
This is outside. This is before the dreaded the second wave where
Oh,
everyone
right. So this is just before.
just before they kick it all in.
This is when everyone was using that I won't say the name of it, that drug that was curing the COVID. This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
before
that's
everyone started getting mass speared,
Irene,
right?
we'll call
Yeah,
it
yeah.
Irene.
Irene.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, this is
Ivor.
just before the mass spearing is coming in. And as you see, like before, like traveling through India, like I've not had to wear a mask much at all. I've only had one fine for not wearing a mask. That was £5 to the police officer.
We did have one comment from your photos that I posted where you were wearing a mask, and someone said, "Wait a minute, he's a Rise Above correspondent." I think it was Matt Duran.
Yeah.
He said, "Why is he wearing a face muzzle?" I said,
yeah,
"Well,
the nappy face nappy.
face nappy. Well, he's in India, which is obviously a bit more strict than it is here.
Yeah.
You broke your leg, right, Pete?
Fractured my knee.
Fractured your knee, and let's be real, you're still limping now.
Yeah, still limping. Quite walking.
So I'm. It was basically no mask, no treatment in the
That's
hospital.
it. They
yeah.
would not let you in at all. Even though my face was half ripped off, I had road rash, so I had to have a mask half on, and half holding it off the thing. Otherwise, it was stuck to all the blood. Like once I'm in there, once I see them and they see that they get you to take it off a bit and then tell you to put it back on, you have to hold it. But you can't get into hospital without it, unfortunately. So
Now, you told me some stories when you got like pulled over there, and they were like testing people.
and that was what I was. This was just when all the news kicked in over here of all the this sort of the double videos, the photos of the situation in India that had happened 2 years ago, but they're using the same.
Yeah,
photos.
yeah, we covered that on Rise Above. They
We
were
did,
using
yeah.
old footage. So are you happy to say on camera, right, that that footage as represented, because we've seen you here, you've been in Delhi. What other big cities have you been in?
So Udaipur, Jaipur, through Mumbai.
Mumbai being one of the biggest, dirtiest,
Yeah.
massive megatron cities with your slums, with your skyscrapers.
Yeah,
It's got everything there.
You have everything there. You've got it all. It is a very rich city, but obviously you've got a lot of poverty there as well, like
Yeah.
you have with everything.
So you saw basically none of what we were seeing.
No, I've not seen any of that. Like, and obviously, once it kicked in, I went out and checked all the hospitals out in Goa, and they're not busy. There's not people dying outside. I found a few people which asleep on the streets in the afternoon, which look like they're dead, but they're definitely not dead.
They're
they
just
just had a few drinks, few fennies, and then have a little afternoon siesta on the street, like you do. But definitely not dead.
What city is this? Is this still Delhi?
This is Delhi. So this is
More of Delhi. So you're in a car here.
Yes, this is the car. This is coming into the market. So obviously you can see what you got to do. Even if you're in a transport or on a rickshaw, you're not. You're squeezed next to another car. You can't socially distance.
That guy needs to get a bigger shirt. The guy just walked past there.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, this is a hustling, bustling city in a developing / developed country, because it is developing and develops at the same time.
Yeah.
India, it's kind of a mix, a bit like China, really. You have abject poverty, but you also have the height of advancement as well.
That's it. It is there. It's coming. It's coming. The smart cities, like everywhere now, they've got this massive drive for smart cities. So throughout the whole of India, travelling, rather than doing one bit of roadworks or putting some lines in, they're doing the whole of India in one go. So they have literally millions upon millions of workers. Every single road is being dug up and worked on, and the amount of dust you have in the air from all this roadworks and that, and like they don't shut the roads off when you're driving. You drive through the roadworks.
I guess you probably sometimes maybe wanted to wear a mask because of the dust, the pollution.
Yeah, well, a lot of people before this come in, everyone wore masks for the dust anyway. So this is quite a normal thing, which you have in India.
Okay.
Which is the same in a lot of Asian countries.
Yeah, China.
As well,
Yeah, that's it. It's great.
Thailand,
dusty,
Vietnam.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
They wear
well, in Thailand, when as everyone knows, I've spent a lot of time in Southeast Asia, particularly Thailand and Laos.
Yeah.
For the last 3 or 4 years, they've had a problem with this this particular particulate. And hey, I don't know if this is real or not, but this is what all the Thai people told me. And this particulate is tiny. It can get into your lungs, and it comes from burning a certain some fuel they're using to burn these brush fires, right?
Okay.
And everyone in Bangkok basically has to wear the N95 mask because it is the only mask that will actually stop this particular particulate. The difference is in Thailand, they tell you the microns of the particulate and the microns of the mask you're wearing, yeah?
Yeah.
So you can actually
So it
do the
actually
maths.
makes sense.
Yeah, it actually makes sense. You can do the maths and you can do the science yourself because they're saying it was like a B51 particulate and it was very carcinogenic. And they're saying this goes straight through your cloth mask. And they actually made a law that if anyone was caught on the street selling a N95 mask for more than 30 baht, which is like, what, 75 pence?
Yeah.
That was imprisonable for 5 years.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. No, I don't. Hey, I actually like the way things work in Thailand. I like it there. The government,
like it
the
how it
government
works
doesn't
in
support you
India.
at all. You have to do shit for yourself. If you don't, you're fucked. You have to work hard, and that's it. That's my way of life. I like that.
It's very good. In India, it's very much the same. The government don't help you at all. It's
Yeah,
down
but
to
you
the
have
people.
you have a strong family network to look after you if you're infirm or disabled or old.
That's it. Everyone looks after everyone in India, no matter where you are. I've not met a bad person in India.
Is this Delhi as well, Pete?
Let's have a look at this one. This is Udaipur.
This is Udaipur.
This is Udaipur city.
It looks a little bit cleaner.
Yeah. This is part of it. So.
And when was this taken?
So this would have been this would be coming in the end of March, start of April. So this is just after they started with all the propaganda on the news.
This is when you showed us a video before they had the Soviet like Lada driving around going, be careful, go inside.
Yeah, so this is the same city. So you can see this. So this is some of the streets. Obviously, you can see the.
Yeah.
So they have raw sewage running down the sides of like some of these things. So,
They haven't got time to worry about Soviet.
yeah, that's it. So
They've
you've
got like dysentery, like
Yes.
malaria.
You've got
um,
everything there like that. They're trying to rush to put the smart cities in to put the sewage, the water, the electric, the Wi-Fi.
Oh, right. So
and
what
then get
you're
everyone connected.
So what you're saying is you think that maybe, like in this country where COVID 1984 was used as a smokescreen to bring in, say, the digital ID and 5G.
Yeah.
In their country, in India, it's being used to bring in the
Actual infrastructure.
Actually, infrastructure it didn't have before. Like, but it's going to be like smart grid.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so they're going smart, and it looks like that India could be the first one to be deliveries by drones through Swiggy.
Nah, China's already got it, mate.
They've already got it.
Yeah,
so
this
they've
year,
got it all done.
In 4 cities, it's done.
So they're just about to. They got all the rights that's done, so that's happening. And obviously, once everything's shut down, you've still got your main players open, like McDonald's, KFC, and trying to turn.
Didn't you
everyone
say
dis-
the KFC in India is super duper spicy? Like it blows your face off,
you
mate.
got even like the non-spicy items literally blow your face off. You've got sweat running down you.
Sounds good. I love spicy food. Oh, what's this video over here? Is this like police?
So this is when the curfew coming in.
Oh, right, okay.
So this is the police go around like that with tannoys, telling everyone to shut their businesses, go home, be afraid of the virus, don't be afraid of the vaccine.
Shh. Right, Pete, you've sworn twice there. It's the illness and the spearing, all right?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, we're not giving any medical misinformation and certainly no medical advice
no.
here. Pete is simply reporting on his travels throughout India. So yeah, here you're back on the motorbike. We're about 3/4 of the way through this, and after this, part of the reason we've got you on, and anyone that's been following this station knows that when you got back, you were kept in the internment camp, and we'll be coming up to that soon.
The Gulag.
The Gulag.
The Gulag.
Holiday prison.
So, can you give us any examples of you saw of actual pandemic or people's pandemic or sickness throughout your travels?
I wouldn't even be saying the P word, mate.
Oh shit! Yeah, okay. When you spoke to Indian people, what did they say to you? What was their impression of what was going on?
Well, obviously from the start and everything, no one believes it, no one's into it, and they see a lot of real problems for themselves. Like you've got the poverty and people with no jobs, children with no parents, like small children, and
Street children.
It's unreal. The poverty, it's quite hard. You have to sort of almost turn a blind eye to it because you'll be broken if you take too much into it. But there's not. You see those sort of problems, but you can't see the problems from the code.
And you can't give them money because then you're investing into like the begging network.
No, that's it. Obviously, like I would always give people food if anyone's there.
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
it. I give people food. I buy people food. Like that's it. That's not.
So like when I went
it's
to
a bad way.
Cambodia and there's all the kids begging and stuff, and then there's like the ladies collecting the trash, which are one level above them, and then you've got like the Khmer Rouge amputees that are walking around with their old green hat asking for money. They're running the whole scam. So you realise if you give money to the little kid, you're actually promoting them being on the beach.
That's it. Yeah,
You're stopping them from going to school if you give them money. So it's very paradoxical.
That's it. Yeah, it's a job for them at the end of the day. It's always their family. Like that's it. Quite a lot of the the business and the work.
Is this a shopping centre you're filming here?
Yeah, that's one more. That was a mall.
So open throughout, or
yeah, that was open. They closed it down right towards the end when we come in with this new propaganda. They shut that one down. So they shut down all the malls and the major malls, all the small businesses, all the markets.
how long were they shut for? Because they weren't really shut. You showed videos of you. You sent them to me going around the back of shops, going like to a back door in a shop to buy your beer or buy your cigarettes or your food or whatever.
So obviously, a good thing about India is they're not going to take it and they're not getting any handouts. So they're either leaving their shutter slightly open, leave a light on, and then you know that they're open, and then you can go and see them, and then like they'll always tell you they're always open. So you can find all these places, different resorts, restaurants, beach shacks.
So here's you on the beach doing a little time lapse just to show that you did do some touristy nice stuff as well.
Yeah, this is in Goa Beach, this is Vagator Beach.
Question, Pete. Question. When you say about the shops, like they leave a light on and say they're all open and just whatever. Who's policing this?
What's that? Well, no, obviously the police go around and make sure all the shops are shut or look shut.
What on foot knocking on each door individually, or they just drive down the road?
On that previous videos, you see the police car driving down the road with the lights. They drive around with a car full of people or bikes if they can't get the cars down there, and then they just tell everyone to shut down. They've got to be shut, and so you've got to make your shop look shut. But obviously, if you have a light on or something like that, then they've done their rounds. They go round and it's sort of done.
Right.
Yeah. Then if you because
that's what the police are like in developing countries, though. A lot of the time, it's for show.
Yeah, that's it. They've gone around. They've done their rounds.
And then they go home and get drunk. They'll sit around and get drunk and gamble and stuff.
Yeah,
on duty in their uniforms. I've seen it in Thailand. It's crazy.
Yeah, they do it. They do it. Most of the time in India, they're stopping the people, taking the money off. Then they're going for lunch with the money they've made.
What was it? You told me a story about some dude you bribed with a bottle of whiskey.
So he took my license. I didn't have my Indian license on me when he stopped me.
You're on the motorbike, yeah?
I was on a motorbike. I had a big box of beer ready for because they were shutting all the shops. He was trying to say this beer's for me. I was like, no, it's
Pete
not.
Panic buys beer.
Yeah, I panicked, but that's
no
all
toilet
I
roll.
brought. Nothing, just beer.
Priorities first, mate.
So
Pete. Priorities.
As soon as the police officer seen me, the first thing he said is, "This is for me." I was like, "It's not." He asked for the license. As soon as I give him my English license, he's like, "You don't have motorbike. You need Indian." He's like, "I'm keeping this. You can go and buy me whiskey then." I was like, "What?" He's like, "I want whiskey." He's like, "Yeah, go get me whiskey." So I had to go off, buy a bottle of whiskey, come back, and give it to the police officer to get my license back. But then in doing that, I showed him my Indian license, my business visa, my right to be there, my right to travel through anything, and he's given me his personal number. And so then I have his personal number, and then he asks if I need any problems.
You need anything?
Anything, anyhow, then just call
Can
him.
I see your menu?
Yeah.
So you're a special menu policeman.
Yeah, that's it.
We got there.
So even though it's a problem, it inconvenienced me. I had to go and buy him a bottle of whiskey for like maybe £5 or £6.
Mate, doesn't surprise me in the least. I met a policeman in Cambodia. He would walk along the beach, twizzling his Glock 17, and he'd go up to like Western tourist farangs. I saw some kiddie. He was smoking a roll up, yeah, and the policeman went up to him and just started grabbing him. He was like, "What's this?" He's like, "Tobacco." He's like, the policeman didn't care. He kicked him up the arse all the way to the cash point, and the kid he couldn't get any money out, so he just slapped him around the face and told him to go away. And I laughed. I was like, "That's hilarious." I speak a little bit of broken Khmer, and he's like, he knew I was emceeing at the club, and he's like, "My brother, you have any problems? Anybody, $50." I was like, "What? What do you mean?" He's like, "You have a problem with someone, they need to go away. You talk to me, $50."
Nice.
Literally, the policeman offered to knock anyone off of me, bump someone off for $50, mate.
Wow.
£37.50.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is the price of a life.
And then I looked around at this place that I was emceeing out on this beach shack, and I was like, "What the fuck am I doing here?" It's like, this is not my best gig. But yeah, it's like you wouldn't people unless you've been to these countries in Asia, in Southeast Asia, in Northern Asia, and you've dealt with the police, you wouldn't believe what it's like out there.
Until you've experienced it.
Totally
you don't
different kettle of
know.
fish.
It's like it's a different way of life.
Yeah, man.
Sky Valley 76. It's too early for that.
No, Andy PG rants will be coming later on. Do you know what Andy PG? I'm just going to say I won't
Is
name
that what I'm known
won't
for?
name anyone. You actually get quite a bit of fan mail that comes directed to me sometimes from,
Do I,
from the
actually?
ladies. Yeah,
Oh.
one or two. Has Andy PG got a girlfriend? I have had that email.
Yes, I have. Yes.
Yes, he's moved in with his missus actually. Right.
Well, we've been living together for ages, but
Oh right, but you just got
we
the
just
big
bought a
gaff,
house,
the
yeah.
big gaff. Right.
Sorry,
Pete,
ladies.
Sorry, ladies, only PG's taken. And you don't want to muck around with my missus either. Right. Whoa. Okay, right. So, next up, Pete, we've shown your travels. We've shown the length and breadth of India that you've gone round. Now we need to talk about what happened when you tried to come back to the United Kingdom of Orangistan, back to this part of the Soviet Union, right?
Yeah, this is what I want to
Soviet
hear.
concentration camp.
So the Soviet concentration camp. Now, anyone that's following the station, you can see my expose, me and the captain. I'm pointing over there. He's upstairs. We drove up there last Saturday after the show, and we took Pete a care package. I'm not going to.
I watched that video. Obviously, Pete, I know you're on crutches because your leg and stuff, but I mean, how easily could you just jumped over the fence?
Yeah, I could have still jumped over the
Drove
fence. Yeah, but I wouldn't have been able to give you the full rise above.
Yeah, no, I know, but like
anyone,
anyone, how easy is that for anyone? This is it's just so ridiculous.
Should we show a little bit of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Okay. Word nerd, I'm gonna have to mute you because that's what causes the echo. You are muted, no problem. Okay.
I thought we don't have echo.
No. If I unmute word nerd when I'm sharing the screen, that's
Right,
what creates
yeah,
the echo.
yeah,
I know
gotcha,
now, so it's all good.
Gotcha.
So let me just. Right. 1 sec. I'll just unshare this screen, and then I'll share it again. So yeah, this is last Saturday. We went up to Heathrow to the Soviet prison, and we took a care package to First Mate Pete. And this is what happened. I'll skip the first bit while we're in the car.
How's it going, mate? I'm filming at the moment. Right, we're about 40 minutes away. I'll follow all the instructions you've given me, and I'll try and go around the back. Captain Bufton's driving. Yeah, so we'll try and get through, and we'll have a chat to you through the fence. So I've got a fresh Rise Above T-shirt for you. Should I give that with the care package, or can I chuck that over?
Straight upstairs, and then they made me undo.
You get the idea.
Right, Pete. Everywhere,
Soviet
COVID wardens
camp.
everywhere. We're like scanning the perimeter of this prison just to say First Mate Pete. Free First Mate Pete. Pete's life matters. That's the prison. That is the Soviet prison. We're right there. That's the gate of the Soviet prison.
It's a proper mission. It was awesome. Right, this is me delivering the care package.
This is me filming it. From
Yeah, Pete was filming this out of the window. Absolutely epic because they Captain Bufton. Unfortunately, I left it on time lapse, and they told us to stop filming. So that film he's got there is rubbish. Pete captured this, then they took it up into his room, right? And then we had
got
to go on
to a
mission.
barrier, and we were just rushed by filming. Before we knew it, there were 6 or 7 of them. And they said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "We're from Rise Above." We gave them a sticker. We said, "Scan the QR code." So we've just got a new location to get round the back of the Soviet prison from First Mate Pete. He has received the care package. He said he's got his new Rise Above T-shirt on, and he's just given us the location. We're apparently 4 minutes away, yeah. But I tell you what, guys, we got to there, and we basically got rushed by Soviets. I accidentally hit slow motion on the camera. Buffer was recording things from down low. You would have just heard the audio of me chirping them and saying we're from this NGO called Rise Above. Like, where you come from? What are you doing? It was crazy. All we were doing is bringing food for our friends and a T-shirt. He said, "Oh, nothing electrical, no machines inside there." I was like, "No,
Just like to say there
machines.
wasn't a legal to
Draw for the mash." No, I didn't bring a machine with me. Okay, right. So First Mate Pete is wearing a red T-shirt.
Right, let me skip it forward.
Hospital.
So look, these are the conditions.
Here it comes. Can everyone see? Let me just zoom in.
This is the yard.
There he is, First Mate Pete.
This is such a cool mission, I swear.
You're on video. Hey.
So yeah,
Not very nice at all.
No, coming back to this.
right. So Pete, this is. I'm not going to play the interview. Anyone can go and look at it.
Yeah.
Right. So inside the prison, tell us what it was like. Tell us how long were you there? How much did it cost? How did all this happen, mate?
So obviously, firstly, it is £1,750 for the privilege, includes
10 days.
for 10 days. Yeah, you get a free extension if you test positive. So it's still only £1,750. Out of that money, the hotel is only getting £400, and that's for the room, to pay for all their staff and the food. Apparently, they only make £15 per person. So somehow they've got £1,350 to pay for the security for each person, and there's 1,200 people in that hotel.
And this is what you filmed inside, right?
Yes, this is inside. This is me making a party there, so you got to make the best of any
Pete
situation.
caused a squat party inside the Soviet.
Yeah, so we set up the hammock.
Where are these people from?
So they got the guy from the hammock he's just come from South Africa. There's a few guys here come from Kerala. Some guy come from Delhi, Goa.
This is rising above you.
Yeah, right. So here you're boiling eggs in a kettle, yeah?
Yeah. You're not allowed electrical items, so I have to cook my boiled eggs.
Why aren't you allowed electrical items?
I don't know.
That's why they asked, have you brought any machines
Yeah,
for
like
First
what?
Mate Pete?
What's-
Got
Yeah.
a
So this
16
is your
ball
pumpkin
machine.
soup you get.
Oh my god. It looks like a refugee camp.
Yeah, so we turned it into a little bit of a squat
You
party.
turned it into a squat party.
Yes, and
you set a fire, Pete.
yeah, we was getting cold. We wanted to get some attention. I was trying to get kicked out.
Right. I can't stop this video, so we'll just let it play, right?
Yeah,
but in a
that's
minute, we're going to see one of your mates. What was he called?
Ace.
Ace. And he actually does a report about the breakfast. He watched the breakfast come, and then you see it get served up. Yeah, so that comes in a minute.
Yeah.
But this is mental. So £1,700 for 10 days.
1750.
And people. All right. So here we get to the food. Right. Here we go.
Go.
17, still on day one, yeah? Breakfast in the morning. Breakfast is served from 6:30 till 9:30, or 6:30 till 9. Do you want to see where the breakfast is? Because I already showed you where my croissants, everyone's croissants were at like 5 o'clock. So, we had croissants there. Sorry about the blur, this is an old iPhone. It's not croissants anymore, it's ready-made meals. That is hot meal and cold meal. So when you get the hot breakfast and the continental as well, that is everywhere. There's one table, there's another table, there's another table, there's another table.
How long you sat there
there's another
for?
table.
Yeah.
There's security walking around.
As you can see,
Just
it's
with
still,
all
like,
this
dark in there
open
as well,
food.
so it's still early.
Now, I've been up and down. I've watched security
This is
with
the
no
reception
masks
where the
on,
people come in, the
coughing
new people
all
come in.
over this place.
Oh, so he's saying they're coughing
So,
over it. They're not wearing
when
masks.
you wonder how your breakfast is prepared, shit was prepared the day before. Enjoy your breakfast.
And here's the breakfast that First Mate Pete got 5 or 6 hours later.
Yeah. So it doesn't look too bad on the thing, but you can see the sweat on the top of the box there.
Oh, there, look.
Yeah. So you can see it's just completely sweated where it's been reheated. See?
Chicken sandwich.
Yeah, that. This is the bread. Look how soft the bread is with the bronze.
Oh my god, it's been sat there for like half a day.
I think we've
Yeah.
ever had runny bread.
The mayonnaise is like melted into the bread.
No, the mayonnaise
Runny
was
bread.
mayonnaise was harder than the bread.
It's fucking disgusting.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it smells disgusting.
You're always playing hard trance in the background, Pete. Constant squat party, mate. Squat party, Pete.
It's like a universal music everyone can accept.
Right, so yeah, that's the food. This is the. What's this? You getting tested?
Yeah, this is day 8 test. So you have this guy come round, make you sign the form to say that you've done the test. Fill them out. What I did on my day 8 test is I actually stick it up my box into the. I put a Rise Above sticker on it to send it into the testing centre.
Oh, you just put Rise Above sticker with the QR code on your test results, yeah?
On the box, yeah.
Oh.
So this,
Yeah, nice.
So this guy, he actually questions it, like, "What's this? Where does this come from?" He's like, "That's not there." I was like, "You have to scan it."
Yeah, scan the QR code. All will be explained.
Yeah. I still have to spend 2 more days after.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I can't just get so
You can go before your 10 days.
okay, yes. So when I got my negative test, it'll be tomorrow
What?
9 day.
Tomorrow 9 day.
Yeah,
Day
every
after
day.
tomorrow midnight you can go.
So if I get my negative test, I have to spend one more day more in there
One more day. Yeah.
Yeah.
without being tested. Yeah.
Yes.
What?
So you're saying so that I get my test on day 8, and then I spend 2 more.
Today is your day 8.
Yeah.
Tomorrow
Day 9.
definitely
And I get my
nine.
negative test day 9.
Yeah.
And then I spend 24 hours more
More to go.
without being tested.
Yes.
Okay. And I can't go before.
Wow.
No.
Pete, I'm
Oh,
glad
that
you did
makes
good
all
work,
sense.
Pete. Good work.
Retarded.
This is
Crap.
even he's like, yeah.
Okay, what's your name?
Zahid.
Sahib. Oh, nice.
Thanks,
Thank
Sahib.
you.
Rise above.
Oh, Pete,
Well done, mate.
good work, Pete. Where's the? Oh, this is like in the lobby.
So this is we got one complaint. That was one we was getting complaints.
Right,
from.
so this is after, right, I can't pause it, but we did the interview and there was 2 guards in the whole prison yard, yeah?
Yeah.
And this is after we left, and
this is the day after.
so you're saying they bumped up the security when Rise Above came to visit, yeah?
Yes, they bumped up the security. Plus, I had a few of my Rise Above stickers taken down. Plus, quite a lot of the staff all knew my name and was laughing, and I caught 3 of the Somalian staff watching the video.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I caught him. I didn't get him on camera.
Pete, you're a ledge, mate. You had the Somalian guards there watching the Koviet prison camp
Yeah,
video.
it was obviously gone round all the staff.
Dope.
Yeah.
Pete,
And then,
dope. I'll big up to any prison guards that are watching right now.
Yeah, massive. And there's a lot of there's a lot of
We're
girl
not blaming
stuff.
you guys, you're just doing your job.
At the end of the day, they're doing their job and they're earning amazing money.
And they can't stop you from leaving, can you?
No, they're really nice and kind. They do as much as they can.
But we need to address that in a minute, Pete, because we've got lots of comments. Why didn't you just walk out?
Yeah.
Why did you not just climb over the fence? Because you easily could. Wow, is that guy a giant? 20 foot tall. Right, I'm going to play this because there is a cool bit at the end.
Well, so you can walk out, and I did escape once, but obviously then I have to. Then you guys wouldn't get the full Rise Above report of me going there.
But what would have happened if you did just walk out? I mean, obviously you're going to get a knock on the door, right?
Well, once you go in there, you sign a contract that you'll do the tests and you'll quarantine, you'll do it. And after I signed it, I realised that I shouldn't have signed it.
But what was the threat if you didn't sign the contract to go in there?
It just says you may be fined. You may
May
be
be fined.
So and obviously everyone trying to leave, the security run after you and make you feel intimidated, but they can't actually touch you. So I've not seen any.
Yeah, look, that's where we were on the other side of the fence, just to the left here. Now
I can see
they've
the
got
skip
guards.
bit.
Yeah, you see they've got guards there all the time now. There was no guards there before.
Yes, they set up the extra guard there. Plus this guy in the suit's going around taking videos in the corners, and the security.
Well, anyone that wants to see the full expose on this, it's on the station. It's called Rise Above Goes to the Koviet Prison with First Mate Pete.
Yeah.
And you'll see as we drive out. Oh, this is great. This is you
This is
driving
me
out, yeah?
leaving. This is why I stayed 10 days for.
Listen up, everyone.
Goodbye. Thank you, Marat.
Freedom.
Listen.
Rise above.
Yes. Absolutely epic. First Mate Pete.
Yeah.
That was sick, mate. That was really cool. So yeah.
I say I had done it, and I did actually manage to escape one point because I had issues with my legs. So I managed to get out of the out of the prison. You had to see a paramedic. So I spent 2 hours with a paramedic there, and then they said that I should get checked for blood clots. Then they have to call an ambulance to take you to the hospital. Yeah. Then you're discharged, and then I had to wait 4 hours in the corner of A&E when they put screens in front of me. I actually sent you some of these pictures on Messenger, Lance.
Yeah, we'll have
just
them up.
recently, but so they put screens in front of me for like 3 hours, nearly 4 hours, in the corner of the room, so I didn't affect other people because I'm from a red list country. Then they put me on a high COVID ward, where everyone has to be tested. You have to have 3 doctors come and listen to your lungs and test you.
Pete, you sent me about 1,000 videos again. What are these ones?
Yeah, so this is these ones. This is the hospital, so you can see.
Right, one sec.
I know that was the that was what. So basically, so they went and see me. They checked my leg. They said I didn't have a blood clot. Confirmed.
Clot. So very yard like blood clot.
Blood clot. And 3 doctors confirmed I definitely don't have COVID. Then they discharged me, and the letter the hotel gave me to call.
So this is when you broke out and you went to the offie.
Yeah, well, basically they give me a number to call, and the number was my number.
You're such a legend. First
So
Mate
I
Pete,
sat outside
honestly.
smoking, and I was hungry, so I went to Tesco's. I bought beers. I bought myself a meal deal.
Well, as
some
everyone
snacks.
can see, like when we came up to see you and we dropped you the care package,
no
and I
idea
will tell
then.
you that care package only contained food and a t-shirt. I would
It did-
never
it did
smuggle
have-
contraband into a Koviet prison.
Yeah, there
But you
was
came
beer.
up to the fence, and the first thing you did was pull like a big can of like Stella out of your pocket and
Sam
like, rip
again,
out a J. And it's like, oh, can I smoke this on camera? I was like, mate, this is Rise Above.
Be rude if you didn't.
Like, yeah, I'd be actually quite offended if you didn't.
So yeah, so I did actually break out. So this is me in Tesco's basically doing my shopping.
Whilst you're supposed to be in
Whilst I was-
isolation coming
Yeah,
from India.
This is
the
this
most
is the
high-risk country.
This is the red ward. So they got a high COVID ward. When I asked them, they've changed it now. Now it's just people from red list countries that come in. Any injury, it doesn't matter what it is, you get put on the COVID
Oh,
ward.
right, we're back here again.
The runny bread.
The runny bread.
It's like a dip.
So obviously you can see that's it. I was really happy that I went in and
wait
out.
a minute, we got video.
There we go. Yeah, that beer.
Is that Red Stripe?
No, Budweiser.
Oh, right, okay.
Budweiser. So there you go. Shopping whilst meant to be in quarantine.
Oh, right, is it?
This is inside the Koviet ward, the red ward. This is just
Looks busy.
Yeah. Well, they've
Looks
only
overrun.
Got, they've
There's
only got
dead
8
people
rooms
on the floor.
They've got everyone's got to have a separate room. Delta Pete in the house.
Gosh.
Delta Pete.
Delta Pete. Delta plus Pete. Delta plus. Jesus Christ, Pete.
PDP.
So yeah, so I did have a little outing. That was a great day 7. I was happy about it.
And
this is the screens. They put me in the A&E.
Oh, is that to stop the COVID getting out?
Yeah, that's to stop the Delta get out.
Delta Plus. That's a Delta Plus screen, yeah? Jesus Christ.
And I actually went out for a cigarette while I was there because I see a door around the corner. And I said,
You went out for a fag?
Yeah, well, because I sat there for 3 hours and I said,
Oh
can
my
I go for a
goodness.
cigarette? He said, well, I can't. You're not allowed out, but I can't physically stop you.
I can't physically stop you from
So
doing
I was like,
anything.
thanks, mate. Cheers.
Right, I've got to ask a question, Pete. Right, thank you for like giving this amazing scoop, and obviously, you know, it cost you a lot of money. It took 10 days of your time. Did you actually feel like at any point that it was compulsory for you to be there, or did you feel like you were acquiescing at the fear of a threat of a fine?
I think it's the fear and the threat. They play it all on the threat. So once you come through Terminal 3, all your bags are not on the conveyor belt; they're in a pile. Then everyone, for every different red list country coming in, I think there's 7 different countries coming in at that point. They all mingle together. So you come from a red list country, you all mix together and stand in the same queue. Then you get mixed on a bus with all your different people from different countries. Then your bus goes and does 8 separate stops. Or 5 stops, different.
It's like a super spreader tour.
The super spreader tour, like that, and you have security on your bus the whole time. You've got heavy security there, and then
Wow.
then you're not allowed off the bus. They take your passport to go log you in. You're not allowed off the bus until. And then
Mate, the only reason you survive is because you're naturally such a chilled, laid-back person. Like, if I was in there,
Yeah,
like,
mate,
well,
I would
mate,
not be in there.
Right. Even Pete said, like, after we left, basically, the media buzz and aftermath when the Rise Above team left, you said it caused like a mini revolution
we
inside
did.
the
There's a lot
concentration
more
camp.
things happening after that. There's a lot more defiance.
What, other people trying to escape?
There was a person trying to escape. There's people getting packages through the fence.
Drones flying in. Do you know what it was? Do you know what it was? Right. No one actually clocked us when we did that interview.
No,
but do you know what? We
we
left,
incognito.
and you called me and you said, "Oh, Lance, you forgot to give me the stickers." So then, Captain Buffton is the most not incognito person ever. Because like, we'll just pull over here. Pete, walk up here. So in full view of all of those guys, I went up to the fence and gave you a bundle of bright, like white and red stickers.
Yeah.
And obviously, let's be real about this. If you are a COVID compliant person, you are in quarantine because you were a deadly pathogenic threat, right?
Yeah.
And I've literally just got
How
strapped to
dare
you at
you.
the fence and I've touched you, giving you the stickers. And that's why anyone that watches the video, when we tried to drive out, there was 7 of us like swarming in, and Buff just hit the gas and he just like, bye. Yeah.
Laters.
Yeah, laters.
Gosh.
Right, Pete, thank you so much. That was the main little like journey into oh yeah, Word Nerd, you're unmuted now so you can chat. Word Nerd, how would you fancy being in the Soviet gulag, mate?
I think I'd have been a fairly quick escapee.
Yeah, you've been over that fence in about 5 minutes, mate. You've got particular dietary recommendations. Look at that dirty food. That food was disgusting.
And how is that not under any other circumstance? Extortion. You make people
£170
feel
a
they
day.
can't leave when they can leave, and they're perfectly free to leave.
Mate,
That's
you'd have a
intimidation.
rise. Any of us would have a rise above evacuation team
So,
there
yeah,
immediately.
fucking helicopter land in the
within the
yard.
hour.
Yeah, we'd have been scaling the fences. I mean, the first question most people don't ask is, "Am I actually free to go?" Because everyone's assuming the narrative, you know. So people are going to
Well,
feel.
I think you
especially
are free
British
to go.
people,
You're there by
"I can't
consent.
Just don't sign that paper.
Yeah, if I didn't sign the paper, I would have got next time. If it happens again and I'm stuck here, and if I'm travelling, it probably will be happening again because it doesn't seem like it's going away. They're making too much money. The next time,
Well, they're certainly making a lot of money because at the end of the day, right, like, think about how many hotels, Travelodge, Holiday Inn have got empty. What do they normally charge for those rooms? £95, £105?
Yeah.
Well, right now, you're paying £170.
But
You know that's bumped up twice, and there's some government grant as well. Imagine how much the investment companies that own those big hotel chains are raking in from this. They have to fill their boots. Imagine how much money they've lost.
Well, in Heathrow, I think there's 15 hotels in the area. One's the Marriott, which is saved for airline pilots and staff.
Mm.
And at every other hotel, so there's like 13 or 14 hotels, is all a Soviet prison now.
And you know who's in on this contract, don't you? Guess who?
Serco.
Serco, of course.
Yes.
My favourite company. Yeah, we'll be. Oh yeah, you know my old Serco speech. I've got a funny little 33 anecdote about that later on. I showed you earlier. I'll drop out with everyone soon. Right, it's 9. It's actually 9:10. I was told that Master Lee was going to appear out of the ether at 9 o'clock. You know, like he does. Like
9:33. He said he's
out of a
turning
cloud
up.
of smoke.
Should we have some more tunes? Yeah, I think we should.
Master Lee,
Over Beats.
9:33.
Over Beats. Line something up. Is it more D&B or something different? Something different from Over Beats. But when we come back, guys, we're going in. Episode 33. When we come back, we're going in. I'm going to give you a crash course on Freemasonry. I'm really going to spill the beans on what Freemasonry is, what Freemasonry isn't. Is it a belief system? Is it this? Is it that? What does it teach? And I'm going to really enlighten everyone that might have been watching us for the last 33 episodes. I'm going to give you a surprise if you haven't already worked it out. And it's going to be very, very interesting. And once I've done that, Inner Guardians, aka Master Lee, is going to come in and he's going to go directly to the bottom of the rabbit hole full of filet de mignon, get the rabbit on the table, and he's going to tell us about what 33 is, why we keep seeing it, what that means,
and what it means to them.
What it means to them, what it means for us, and why it's okay for us to use it. Because there's some people watching right now saying, why have you got Freemasonic symbology?
For the same reason that Mark Devlin did a mass meditation.
Let's not go into that now. Let's save that. Let's
Okay,
save that.
okay.
Because I want to do my intro. Right, Omar Beats, you ready to run the track?
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above. Work it to the bone.
Live from the studio, Rise Above on a Friday night. Guardians. How you doing in the Guardians?
Salutations, everybody.
Salutations. We'll be with you in just a moment, mate.
Sure.
Woo-ha, woo-ha. Holy shit, I'm a beach. You killed it once again.
Just don't believe me?
Well.
I've just realised we've got way too much magenta going on in the DJ, in the Crucible.
Look, I can't control the lights.
Sorry,
I
I'm
can't
just
host
saying,
the show. I can't do the slideshow and everything. Damn
If
it.
Human Vibrations is tuned in, she'll be tutting and
She would be
waving
tutting.
her index finger at us.
Right, okay. Everyone is tuning in tonight because it's episode 33. So let's just do it. Episode 33. Roll. Right, let's go straight into it. Every single one of these news stories, bar one, is taken from the last 3 or 4 days. And before we go in, I searched these news stories especially with certain titles, and obviously I typed in 33. I also, after this, spent 1 hour searching world news, new headlines, geopolitical news with 33 in it, and I got practically nothing. Look what I got when I typed in COVID, you know what I typed in. Here. Christmas Miracle and Gift from the Stars spear, ineffective against the spicy variant, right? How ineffective? 33%. From the BMJ, COVID-19 single vaccine is how effective? Yep, okay, let's start with that. Andy PG, code words.
Macy's over 33% of COVID deaths. That's from the Times of India, okay? Next one, Healthline. The number of COVID-19 deaths decreased 5% to 3,969 this week.
But the big number is the actual confirmed cases in the whole of the United States.
That's
up to date,
33 million.
33 million. What a surprise. Is anyone seeing a pattern here? These are all from the last 3 or 4 days. We're building up something.
Okay, this is Nova Scotia. Okay, 33 new cases of COVID-19.
Pupils missing 33 million days of in-person education due to the COVID situation last autumn. 33 million days. Wow. Up next, British Airways offers COVID-19 tests, and they cost exactly how much, Andy PG?
£33.
All from the last 3 or 4. Oh, no, sorry. This is from March 4th. This is the only one that's not in the last week. Dominic Cummings.
33 most damning revelations of COVID incompetence that killed thousands.
In the Guardians, any thoughts, mate? How many more? How many more?
Yeah,
we can keep going.
We could keep going. We could keep going. But it's time to get down to business. It's time to address the elephant in the room, and it's time to talk about the number 33.
Just before we jump down the hole, there's also another video. I couldn't find it. It was kicking around a couple of months ago, and it was where it was all mainly in the United States. It was from all different state, not senators, mayors, and people in charge, all announcing 33 cases.
Yeah,
it was all like you had Cuomo, and you had who's the transgender person, Biden's health person, health secretary, whatever.
Look like the penguin.
Yeah, that was announcing 33 cases. There's a little montage video, and there was like 9 or 10 different states all announcing 33 cases. I showed it to my mate, and he was like, "Yeah, what the fuck is this? What's with the 33?" And I said, "Well, tune in on Friday night."
Okay, welcome in the Guardian. Salutations and elucidations. IG's not in the place to be. He'll join us soon. Right, I'm going to start my introduction. The number 33, we have all seen it, okay? We can agree. It's very prevalent, right? Now, everyone knows that there are 33 degrees of Freemasonry. But everyone also knows that Jesus died at the age of 33. There are 33 vertebrae, etc., etc., etc. This number goes throughout many things, not just Freemasonry, but I'm going to start at the start. I want to start with doing a little piece about Freemasonry. Now, I want everyone to understand, I'm not going to get the details right here. I'm going to give my gist that I've put together over the last 2 decades. Welcome back, Inner Guardians.
Salutations. Can you hear me?
That's better. Yeah. Welcome, Inner Guardians. So we're running a little bit behind schedule. I still haven't done my Freemason spiel, but I'm glad you're here for it because you were supposed to come in a little bit later. I'm running a little bit late. So in the Guardians, once I finish this, you're going to go deeper into the number 33. Are we right?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Right. Let's start. I'm just going to sort of kick back here. Like Uncle Elroy's going to tell you a story. This is what I've learned about Freemasonry over the last 20 years. So, is Freemasonry satanic? That's what some people. It's satanic. Some people think that Freemasonry is a bunch of guys sitting together, doing secret handshakes, making business deals that are mutually beneficial and being corrupt. Some people think that. Some people think the Freemasons are a network of secret societies that have infiltrated every different sphere of influence across our creator realm, whether it be law, medicine, justice, high-level corporate business. Some people think that. Some people think that 35 out of 40 whatever presidents were Freemasons, okay? Some people think that Freemasons are the revival of the ancient Egyptian mystery schools. Repackaged, bastardized, maybe. That's what some people think. Well, I'm going to tell you, right, from my gist of it, from learning about this from various different avenues, various different viewpoints, different vectors over the last 20 years, I would say all of the above. And when I say all of the above, I mean all of the above. So let's look at some of the images I've got on the screen because I'm just going to show some pictures and I'm going to freestyle, okay? And Inner Guardians, please feel free to interject any time which you think I might be getting it wrong or if I'm getting it right.
Sure.
Freemasonry draws from many different disciplines, okay? It draws from the Hermetic principle, at above, so below. You will see it covers many different aspects: geometry, sacred geometry, numerology, symbolism, morality. Okay, some people argue whether Freemasonry is a religion or not. I'm not sure I've got the answer to that question, but we're seeing here loads of different symbols. Okay, so let's look at some of them. Okay, we're seeing a pentagram with a G in the middle, with a cross compass, a compass at the top, and a set square at the bottom. Okay, we're also seeing that mirrored on the right hand side with the Hermes Trismegistus. I can't ever pronounce it. This is the as above, so below symbol. We're seeing these three pillars. Okay, that's very synonymous with Freemason symbology. Okay, I'm dancing around the subject here, guys. We're seeing an eye with beams coming off it of light. We're seeing a lamb. We're seeing lots of different symbology that's actually taken from many, many different places. So what is this? Is this a religion? Is it a secret society? We can all trace. I'm not going to do all the legwork that all of the other people have done and trace the influences and the history of Freemasonry throughout society, because many people have done a very, very good job on that. There's no point in me wasting time on it here. I want to try and give you the gist, okay?
Yeah, if you want all that, you need to read books.
Yeah, you need to read books. You need to spend a lot of time.
Old books.
33
Okay.
33 years worth of study, probably.
At least 33 years, I would say. I would say without some very powerful shortcuts, I wouldn't have been able to get the gist of it in 20 years. So here we're going a little bit deeper. We're seeing some quite occult symbology. We're seeing aspects here of astrology. We're seeing these twin pillars again, with a pyramid with an all-seeing eye. So now we're going into what people would call Illuminati symbology. Okay, are the Freemasons, are they the Illuminati?
That's a deliberate obfuscation.
Okay. Now we're seeing the checkerboard here. Now I'm going to start now and describing my interpretation of these symbols. The checkerboard, as we see here, the white and the black transposed on one another, the binary, the 1 or the 0, the on or the off, the positive or the negative, the yes or the no. This is duality. This is the reason that this, you can, again, I'm not going to repeat all of Mark Passio's work about why the police have this on their head, about why the Masonic checkerboard is on the floor of their ceremonial rooms. It represents base consciousness. Okay. I'm going to suggest that what Freemasonry is a big pastiche and a big collection of what we would actually call natural law, occult and esoteric teachings from various different sources. Hermeticism, ancient Egyptian mystery schools, ancient Greek mystery schools, ancient Rome. But the thing is, what they've done, in my opinion, and I'm going to say this and I don't give a shit, they've taken possibly the coolest thing you could ever do in your life is search out the knowledge, the wisdom, and they've made it absolutely cringe. Look at these douchebags. Look at what they've turned this into with their stupid aprons. Now I'm going to go into what this blue thing means, right? Because obviously Freemasonry is hierarchical.
I'll just jump in there.
Please do, because I'm just rambling here, right?
So like you said, what they've turned it into. So the problem with, in my opinion, my humble opinion, the problem with Freemasonry these days is the lodge system. If you've got the lodge system, it is a hierarchical system, which means you have, in theory, a peasantry and a mastership.
Yeah, and that's what the peasantry is here. There's something called the Blue Degrees. Now, when I've spoken to Freemasons, I've had Freemasons approach me.
And they're not all bad. Like,
no, not at all.
Not
not
all
at all.
bad.
And we're going to go into that. We're not saying all Freemasons
It's
are bad.
a choice. It's a choice.
But remember at the start I said, what is Freemasonry? Is it an old boys club with secret handshakes and mutually beneficial business deals and Rotary clubs? On one level
that goes on. Of
on
course.
one level, what they call the first
that
3
goes
degrees.
that goes on in a pub as well.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, for most people that you would meet in a conversation, in an after party, in a public setting, that would introduce themselves as a Freemason, the chances are they're going to be the first 3 degrees of Freemasonry, which are called the Blue Degrees. And those are your lawyers, your solicitors, your business owners that go to the meetings and understand a little bit, basically nothing. They're called porch masons. Yeah, the pillars of society. Those who think that they will tell you that Freemasonry is an honorary order for people that want to do better for society. Those are the Freemasons that will tell you that.
And they genuinely believe that.
Yes,
as well.
and they do.
Again, these people at this level, just because a few bad apples don't tarnish the whole tree. Okay.
Yeah.
So these people, they go into this Freemasonry with every good intention.
I'm just saying, it's a little bit Michael Jackson with the white gloves and the stupid blue
It's weird,
apron.
man. It's weird. I wouldn't even want to be involved. It's very cult-like. But the whole point of what I'm trying to say is that these people aren't bad initially.
My granddad
These
was
aren't
quite
bad people.
In Poole, my granddad was quite a prominent and respected businessman. He had a few businesses, very well known, very well respected. He was approached by the Freemasons. And he said, "No, I don't want to join in a club where you just help each other. I want to help everyone."
Yeah.
And he refused it. He didn't join. I've been approached by a lodge. Someone that I know, I won't name where they come from, but they watched me online, and I was talking about Zionism and stuff like that. And they said,
Of course you were.
as you did back in the day when that was allowed. And they said, "Do you know what? Everyone's bleating on about Islamic terror. You know what the real threat is." I said, "Yeah, I do." He said, "What lodge are you a member of?" I said, "I'm not a member of a lodge." They said, "Would you like to be?" I said, "No thanks."
Now that's the issue. The lodge issue is what basically all these ancient teachings. Same as Christianity. Like, what's the Ten Commandments? It's inherently good teachings, isn't it? But that's just really, you don't have to put it into a religious box. Just don't be a dick.
Yep. So here we're going to go into the structure, right? There are 33 levels of Freemasonry, hence the number 33. That's what the show is called, right? So if you look at the first 3 bottom steps, these are the blue degrees of the Masons that are in your businesses, your policemen. Yeah, these people are not—they're not even horizontalists, and they're certainly not occultists. They know nothing of the occult. I'm going to say that. People in the blue
These are
degrees,
wage earners.
I've met people in the blue degrees back when I didn't have the filter that I've got now to describe this stuff properly. Back 15 years ago, and I was at an after party off my head, and I met someone. "Oh, my husband's a Mason. He's in the other room." I said, "Oh, he's a Luciferian." I started talking about Albert Pike, and he knew nothing. He didn't know anything about any of that. He had no idea.
No, that's what I mean. These people, they go into this with every good intention, I'm sure.
Now, if you look in the back, what's that? Is that King Solomon's Temple in the back? So on the left you have the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and on the right you have the York Rite. Essentially, you could describe that as like Protestants and Catholics, the 2 different sects of Christianity. They're 2 different ways of achieving, getting to the height of Freemasonry, and where the top is apparently the 33rd degree.
And they're equally
the Master Mason stand at the top.
Equally as recognised, the Scottish Rite and the York Rite.
Yeah. Now, there's this big thing about passing through these 2 pillars, Joachim and Boaz. That's the name of the 2 pillars. I'm going to go into a little bit into what they actually mean, but these are so heavily recurring. Obviously, in a Guardian's Master Lee, I'm sure you could probably give quite a healthy, lengthy lecture on what this means.
Yeah, but we haven't got time for that. And
and people have done it before.
I mean, just as a quick penny drop, for me, this symbolises the 2 temples of the brain, the right and the left lobe of the brain.
Duality.
Yep. The duality, the positive and the negative.
And
in the middle?
The R is the balance. See the pineal gland at the top, the eye? This is what it is.
Yeah, in the middle you've got the G. Now, we talked about the G before. People think, what does the G stand for? Does it stand for God? Stand for geometry? Does it stand for gnosis? Does it stand for God Vag?
God Vag, a big Homer beats in the background.
You've ruined my joke that comes on the next slide, you dick. Does it stand... Well, we follow Mark Passio. Mark Passio says that it stands for Genesis. Now, this is very important because I'm not going to ruin Master Lee's presentation, but I will, as I start to talk about 33 and I hand it over to Inner Guardians, I'll explain from my understanding what 33 means, and it is to do with Genesis. Okay?
Or the Gene Isis.
The Gene Isis. Now here, right, this is a symbol of the blue degrees of Freemasonry. And as you'll see, it looks like a police badge. You've got the checker flags, you've got the blue degrees. This is the low-level public servant, civil servant level of Freemasonry. To them, I don't know what they think what this means. I don't know. I have an idea of what the 33rd degree level Freemasons think that this symbol means. But to these guys, this is about cooperation. It's about morality. It's about, guiding civilization in a positive way. Now, we know, like anything that we talk about on this show, as Inner Guardian says, any belief system, any book, we can't recommend any of them because they've all been corrupted. Every single one has been corrupted, and this is just like the Freemasons, and we don't need to go into it now. You can look into 1776, the Bavarian Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, when they admitted we are going to overtake Freemasonry, use it for our means, use it to control all of these different sectors of society. This is very well documented. I don't need to talk to you about
And
that.
this is exactly the same as they openly said it. They will take over the universities, will take over the medical establishment.
Everyone could document that. What I'm more
Police,
interested in is
everything.
what the Freemasons believe and what they're taught. Because we know they occult the knowledge. They occult the knowledge into such a stupid, over-complicated structure. Okay? And I'll come on to that in a minute. Now, we come to this thing of the difference between...
This is a ridiculous symbol.
Yeah, right. Now, we've seen about the eagle versus the snake symbology. We've talked about that before. We've talked about the empires of the eagle. We've talked about the left hand and the right hand path. Does anybody know what the difference is when you see the double-headed eagle like this or the eagle that just looks one way? Theoretically, this represents a neutrality. The service to self and the service to others. And in The Guardian, you spoke about this before. It's not all just about service to others. You actually have to have service to self to have your self-mastery before you can help others, right?
Yeah, and these are the subjects I'm going to cover.
Okay,
I'll go
I
into
don't want
a
to
bit
ruin
more
it.
depth.
And this is just my little gist intro about what Freemasonry is. And I haven't dropped the bomb yet, wait. Okay, so here we can see a little bit more detail into the structure. And like I said, let me just get rid of this graphic because it's actually hiding it. Bottom left here, the 3 levels here, it actually says entered apprentice. You can't see it says double L. It says fellow craft and Blue Lodge Master Mason. So even here where it says Blue Lodge Master Mason, oh yeah, I'm a Master Mason. No, you're a Master Mason of the Blue Lodge. You haven't even started
the Red Lodge
on the hierarchy going upwards. You've got Royal Arch Mason, Past Master Virtual Mason. Look at the detail and the absolute cringe, like loserness that they've put into like occulting the knowledge. The knowledge is very simple. The knowledge they've occulted is actually very simple. And I'm going to go into this. On the right-hand side, this is where we come into the interpretation that what they actually teach is Luciferian. Now, we've talked about Luciferianism, and it's much more complicated than the first glance of saying, that's satanic, yeah?
But we're Luciferians.
We're like Luciferians. We're light workers. Lucifer is the light.
We bring the light.
Right, so...
But it's what you interpret the light as.
Okay, so this is like the Luciferian Masonic hierarchy. Now, yeah, conspiracy theory level human baked potato. Who are the most famous scholars of Freemasonry? You've got Albert Pike. Now, this guy who wrote Morals and Dogma, which is a very famous Freemasonic book, born in 1809. He's actually he was an author, a poet, an orator, and a Confederate Army general, basically. Now, this guy, I would say. And Master Lee, please interject if you have an opinion on this. I would say he is more of a horizontalist, using Freemasonry as a cover, writing some books out of it. Conquest. Have you got any thoughts about this guy?
Well, he's the epitome of service to self.
Yeah, service to self.
Yeah.
But cloaked in service to others, because if you read Morals and Dogma, he says what Freemasonry is all about. Apart from he does reference to Lucifer, he actually says what Freemasonry is all about is completing the great work, guiding humanity, guiding civilization in the right path, in the path of it's laid out in the great work, which is always a little bit ambiguous. Okay, so this is the first guy, and the second guy is someone called Manly P. Hall. Oh, let's clip it a little bit. Manly P. Hall. Now this guy is actually much more, in my opinion, an occultist.
Yeah, I was gonna mention him.
Okay, so I'm literally showing the Wikipedia here. His 2 most famous books, The Secret Teachings of All Ages and The Secret Destiny of America. And you can just tell by this guy's picture, this guy's an occultist. He's not a horizontalist. He goes deep, whether he is light or dark. Maybe I'll let Inner Guardians go a little bit more into that. So these are your 2 main sort of Freemasonic scholars that you've heard of, and you can read their books. Freemasons have left their mark all over the planet. Ancient structures to this day in every different continent. The Denver International Airport, you can look at that. That's full of wow.
We'll do a whole nother show. We'll do a whole show on that.
There's pyramids in new installations outside the pyramids in Egypt. There's things in Saudi Arabia. They've got the Freemasons all over the world, all over the globe. These guys are the map makers. They are the cartographers, because that's what the square and compass also means. Yeah, that's a cartographer.
Yeah.
Now we think about the resets that have happened in the past. Whoever Inner Guardian says the map is not the terrain. Well, who wrote the map? These guys did. Okay. But I'm coming on to the subject of what they believe. And here we go. Right? This could be a 2 or 3 hour lecture in itself about what these two pillars really mean with the checkerboard floor. But I want to let anyone know, this is episode 33 of Rise Above, is it not, guys? Yeah? 33 episodes, 6 hours each. Now everyone's asking, you've given your little introduction to Freemasons, but what do they believe? When you get to the 33rd degree level, what is that secret teaching? What is the knowledge that gets drip fed to you through that hierarchical system?
It's not. I would say it's not actually. It's not like a book that it's not a secret book that when you reach this level, when some other man grants you this access to this book, it's not like that. Then you're allowed to read it.
They've made it far too complicated, mate.
It's more like once you know the information from what they call the other degrees, then it's more like an epiphany for yourself.
I'm going to let everybody in on a little secret. Some people may have already worked this out, and I hope they have. Some people may have not. But if you've been watching us since the first episode, and you've watched 33 episodes of Rise Above, and all of the information which me and Andy PG have been talking about, if you watch from episode 17 onwards, from when Inner Guardians came onto the team and started giving, first of all, quite detailed lectures.
But that's when it gets really spicy.
If you've been watching Godvaj, and you've been looking at him talking about the counter-rotational system and the two pillars, guess what? You've already been learning it, because we've been drip feeding it to you for the last 33 episodes, whether you knew that or not. We've been talking about natural law. We've been talking about the Hermetic principle. We've been talking about the metaphysical nature, about what's going on in our realm and how it relates to the manifestational play out. We've been talking about power of vibration, colours, numerology,
numbers for sure,
geometry. Guess what, guys? For the last 33 episodes, we have been de-occulting the knowledge of the Freemasons to you. Master Lee has been especially downloading it since episode 17. Am I getting it correct here?
Sure. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So congratulations, guys. If you watch this since the start, we've been working on this slowly. We've been, and it's been a conscious effort.
I'll give you my before you just hand over to Marcy. I'll give you my.
I'm not quite finished yet.
My quick gist of Freemasonry is that everyone's a builder, and whether you choose to build with blocks or the light is up to you. That's the choice everyone that's the choice everyone's free to make. So, like I said, you're a free Mason.
Yeah.
So whether you build with a block what we would say is light occultists, to stop humanity evolving in the right path, or you can build with the light, which is truly to help mankind.
What did we say in our midweek chat, Inner Guardians, right? When you used to be a professional MMA fighter, a kickboxer, etc., when you had a fight coming up, what was the first thing that you would do to prepare?
Study the enemy.
Study the enemy. You would study your opponent.
Yep.
Now, I watch all of our comments on all of the different social media, and we get some negative comments that we use far too much occult/Freemasonic symbology. Well, guess what? It's conscious. We're not doing this to try and catch people's eye. We're not doing this to try and ride off the back of something, okay? We're doing this very consciously. The reason we're doing it is because we're trying to de-occult the knowledge that has been used against us for hundreds, thousands, and allegedly even longer than that many years, okay? So let me show you how I've been doing it without you maybe even noticing. Apart from the white rabbits everywhere, apart from the rising sun in our logo, apart from the lyrics in my music,
apart from the RA,
apart from every single aspect of what we're doing. Right, okay, this is how the Freemasons do it. Let's just break it down with some Abo-Rizian Hermetic principle, okay? This is from Magix, right? This is the Magix version of what we've just been looking at. So on the left and the right, we've got the twin pillars of Joachim and Boaz. One of them is holding the Rise Above Live symbol, which is in the here and the now, and the other has just got Rise Above, which is the history. It's the heritage, okay? Now in the middle, the cross compasses are replaced with a microphone and a joint. Well, why is that? That might be funny. Well, no, it's not funny. What do we use here to reason? When we sit at the rabbit table, right, and we get the finest cuts and the fillets and we open it up and we dissect it, what do we use to reason? We use a microphone and some medical herbal marijuana to help ourselves reason, yeah? So these are the tools that we use. What's in the middle? This is the symbol for the magnetic dew, the crater that we're in, okay? This is proper Aborigine symbology. This is what Magic's come up with. I haven't finished
Got
this
the
yet.
white rabbit in the middle.
Of course.
And what's that?
And what's this
directly at the top?
I almost forgot.
Yeah.
I almost forgot. What's this at the top? It's the all-seeing vag.
The all-seeing vag.
The all-seeing vag oversees everything, okay? So this is Magic's work, and this one goes out to Ash, to Work Realist. I know you would love this, bruv. This is what I came up with in my tablet, and I'm sorry I didn't quite finish it. This is my version. Now, we're going to go a little bit deeper here.
You know Work Realist is tuned in.
Of course
from
he's watching
whatever
this.
part of the realm he's in now.
Of course he's watching this. So Work, right? So on the left-hand column, we have the globe, the globe sphere. On the right, we have the crater, right? The rabbit is roasting across these two pillars of Joachim and Boaz, and in the middle, the rising sun, as aka
Roasting from the heat of the sun.
From the heat
yeah.
of the rising sun, yeah. So
from
when
the magnetic crater.
Yeah, basically, we use the magnetic crater to burst out the energy to roast the rabbit above us, and the glistening rabbit juices drip on our head as we soak up the knowledge.
Wim, if you're watching, we love you.
Yeah, I didn't have quite enough space to get the all-seeing vag in there as well. Big up God Vag if you're watching.
We'll be playing God Vag
Yeah,
at the end of the show. The new God Vag.
In honour of Woke Realist, in honour of Ash, we will be playing the new God Vag at the end of the show. There's no way we could not do that.
Just odd continuously from episode 1, just all the way. No, I'm joking, guys.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
We'll play the new one.
So I just deconstructed Freemasonry, Queef Masonry. They're a bunch of queefs, right? They spent far too long. You don't need 33 degrees. You don't need 50 years. You only need 33 episodes of Rise Above. I just broke it down. So let's get back to 33 before I hand it over to Master Lee, right? Everyone saw me break down the Southeast Asian variants with all of these 33s. You all saw the montage at the start with all these ludicrous amount of 33s. Why are the Queef Masons using 33? Why are they putting it in there? What is the point? What is 33? Now, yeah, this is from last week. More 33. Sarah Everard, another potential George Floyd here with the 33.
See, for me, when I see it in the media, I think that's just signalling to other people, in inverted commas, in the know.
So you think it's the Queef Masons signalling to other people?
Yeah.
We're in charge. We're in control.
Yeah, they're even signalling to us, not us personally, but people who are opposing them.
So it's mockery as well.
Yeah, it's kind of mockery as well. And
Double-sided.
That's from the media's perspective anyway. That's what I think. You know, when you look at architecture and things like that, that's a whole nother level of why they do it. But for me, the media, when I see 33 cases, 33, you know, fucking footballer dies, 33 everywhere in headlines, that's for me, that's just signalling just bullshit for the peasantry.
You reckon?
And just like you say, mockery.
This is the Sly one, yeah? So here's a new one of the third spear. More than 30 million of the most vulnerable people should have the third dose. Now, most people wouldn't see that, but do you know what I see? I just see a 3-3. Doesn't matter if it's worth third.
That's what I mean. It's signalling, mate. If you know where to look, it's signaling. And don't forget other Freemasons, whether good or bad.
Now, this is where it gets...
Remember, they have to tell us, because we're in a game of consent. So
yes,
they occult the knowledge, but they have to tell us because it's all part of the rules of the game. I mean, this is something that I will go into a bit deeper, but yeah, carry on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, everyone in the Rise Above team knows that when we declared this episode 33, how long ago? 3 or 4 weeks ago? How long ago did we say we're doing this episode 33? We called it quite a while ago, yeah?
Like episode 5?
No. We officially called it maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago. Right, I'm not making this up. Weird things have started happening since we called it, didn't it? I'm not making this up, guys. They have, right? Now, as everyone knows, we're all tight in the Rise Above team. We have multiple different chat rooms where we chat to each other.
Over multiple different platforms.
Right, this is what started happening in the last couple of weeks. I'll start with this. On Wednesday, I had my weekly chat with Master Lee. 2 members of the Rise Above team on 2 different devices did a screenshot. The first person, I think, was Magic's, and he did it when there was 33 likes at the start of the stream. The next person, they screenshotted it, 33 are watching. A bit weird, maybe a coincidence. Maybe, who knows? But it gets weirder. Everyone knows that all my stuff was deleted off Facebook, off YouTube the other week, last week. Double LMC, all my famous speeches, all my videos that had all the thousands of views. I looked online to try and find the most famous speech that I did that really pissed off the Soviet Union, and I couldn't find it anywhere apart from, guess where? On David Icke's iconic Facebook page.
He's talking about the Serco speech, guys.
This is the Serco speech, the track and trace speech, right? Now I look, it's been ripped off my YouTube, not off someone's phone. Look when it was uploaded, 33 weeks ago. This has all happened this week, guys, okay? Now tell me if I'm just being a weirdo, right? Tell me if I'm looking for it.
Just another one, Lance. You may have missed this one. 3. 3.
They're all well. This is all
That's
uploaded
not-
33 weeks ago or 34 weeks ago. So yeah, okay, that's another thing. We had this one, and this happened the day after.
I haven't seen this. 322 from.
And we know that's Skull and Bones. It's not. I know it's not 33, but I'm just saying about the numerology. Okay, but do you remember when I sent a group chat?
That's what this was me. I sent you this.
Yeah. I sent a group chat to the guys about the show 33. What the format was. It just happened to be 33 seconds long. This all happened in the last couple of weeks. Were we manifesting this? Were we looking for it too much? I don't know. So who knows about the Noid report? This is the report that actually tells the truth about how many people suffer from all different diseases all around the country every week. Wow, 204 people tuned in. It's episode 33, Rise Above.
Rise above, generate, rise above.
Had that on volume level 33 then, far too loud. So I looked and I thought, what are the level of COVID-19 cases, not deaths, these are the cases in this week, the week ending. Well, it came out this week. It was the week ending 27th last week. Guess how many? There were 33 cases of COVID-19. Now, the first thing is, I heard there was like 2,000 cases just yesterday on the news. How can that possibly be true?
The other thing...
This is the legal report, 33.
They also have announced that there's 33 people globally who have contracted COVID-19 twice.
Oh, really? What a surprise.
Re-contracted.
Well, everyone saw the
33 people
montage earlier
globally.
on. I only played half of it. There was at least another 10 33s in there. Oh, that's it. So, yeah, that's, I mean... 33.
There's been loads more of that on our WhatsApp group.
I'm going to say that the
loads of,
Queef Masons are deliberately inserting 33 into the news stories, right? Now, this is where I hand it over to Inner Guardians. This is where we get juicy. What is the significance? What is the occult power of 33, and why would they be doing this? What would they be meaning to gain from inserting this number into the news sphere? IG.
Well, let me ask a question.
Go on.
What's the magic number?
The magic number is 3. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
3 is the magic number.
Yeah.
Gosh.
And number 3 is the number of manifestation.
Why?
3 points of a triangle.
Well, because it's a triad. All phenomena in creation must contain 3 forces. And this is something that I mentioned on the first presentation I did.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, so you got the positive, the negative, and the neutral. I also mentioned that we are the neutralizing force within this realm. That is our purpose. Now, I don't want to... Well, are you handing it over to me now? Cause
Yeah, mate, this is the handover because we're 1 hour behind schedule. It's 10 o'clock now.
Okay.
We're never behind schedule. It's Rise Above. Come on.
Okay, just before I start, I just want to say light and progress to Work Realist.
Yeah, man.
Okay, Ash. He's definitely watching from the other side. So.
For sure. He's been waiting for this episode for a long time.
Maybe he's on the sofa.
Probably falling asleep on the sofa. Everybody else does.
Okay. Right, so first principles. So like I just mentioned, all phenomena is or must contain the 3 forces. There's nothing that exists in this realm and other realms, as above, so below, as within, so without, that does not contain the 3 forces. So this is why the number 3 is very, very important. Now, 2 forces come for free, as in free, F-R-E-E. You need a 3rd force. So who has the 3rd force? Who controls the 3rd force? And how do you get the 3rd force? And what is the 3rd force? So I'm just going to lay out the first principles to get us started. Now, without the 3 forces, nothing can manifest in this realm. Humans cannot do anything without the 3 forces. Now, if something doesn't contain the 3 forces, it means, well, if you don't control the 3 forces, it means that it simply happens. So I'm sure most people in their lives have felt the phenomena of things happening to them, that they're not in control of their lives, or
things
even
happen in 3s.
Yeah, buses come in 3s. So we already get the gist of this, and we already understand this. So, for instance, you could be at work, you could be trying to get to work, or coming back from work, anything like that, and things are just happening. You're not in control of the situation. Okay, so
Okay.
that's how we define happening, as opposed to manifesting. So when something happens, it means that there's two forces, but you do not control the third force. Somebody else does, or something else does. Okay, so something to elucidate on. Right. So who is in control of the third force? Where do we get the third force from? What is the third force? Like I've already mentioned, we get two for free. So we get the duality. They come free of charge in creation. So your left and your right.
That's included.
Yeah. That comes free of charge.
You can just have that.
Now, whoever has the third force controls. Now, this is where we go into the realms of changing your life, revolutionizing your life, manifesting the life that you would want to live, as opposed to being a victim of somebody else's third force. Now, the third force definition would be the quality of your consciousness. Okay, so this is another very important aspect. Now, going back to the numbers 33. So we've already established the law of three, or the three forces. Now, why is there 2 3s, 33? Well, there's a number of things that could be. One of them is the left and right side, which is 2. So we understand that as humans, we have a left side and a right side. That is a natural phenomenon. So it's 2. So you got the 2 3s. Now, going back to the number 3 and the third force, that would also indicate the middle path. So I think you'll find that most religious traditions talk about or mention the middle path or the narrow path. Okay,
Yes.
so that is a clue of what the third force is. Now, the third force is also where the solution is kept. So whenever you've got a problem, like in division, it's the third force that is required to establish a solution. I use the term, three-way thinking. So when you encounter a problem, you need to look at it from the perspective of 3, as opposed to should I go this way or should I go that way? So you apply the third force, you become the third force, and that's where the solution is hidden. Now, for those that control this realm, or their aim is to control this realm, they need to hide the third force from the individual. So they know about how this works. They know the science behind manifestation and creation. Now, the problem is we're not taught this at school. This is not included in our education system, which basically means that we're kind of handicapped, because we've only got 2. The controllers have the 3, or the third force. And they'll use many mechanisms to insert the third force artificially. So then we actually end up doing what they want. So it's a mechanism of control. Do you want to?
Mate, we're writing notes. You're literally sparking us. We're like, Andy PG's like, we need to write this down. Carry on. Sorry.
Right. Okay. So
yeah, we're recording this.
Yeah. So I'm just laying down the first principles of the what, the why, and the how. Now, this needs to be absorbed. You need to eat and digest this knowledge, and it's very, very important. Now, 3s are in all and everything. You cannot escape the law of 3. Now, once you understand or get the gist of the law of 3, or the 3 forces, you'll live a tranquil life. Your quality of consciousness will increase. And this is the struggle, this is the battle between the 3s. Now, going back to the numbers 33, by displaying the numbers 33, what do you think that they're telling us?
They're telling us that they're in control of the first and the second triangle.
Yes, the 2 triads. So they understand the law of 3. They also control your law of 3. And it's as simple as that. If you can control your law
Mate,
of 3...
you just absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, so if you can control your law of 3... then you take the power back. Now, this is actually meant to be how we live. Now, somewhere along the timeline, that knowledge was hijacked, occulted, and denied us. So when they display the numbers 33, they're basically saying, we have our 3, we control our 3, we also control your 3.
Yeah. Boom. That's what 33 is.
Yeah.
Can I just interject quickly? Because from a New Age point of view and from an angel numbers point of view, this is one interpretation of 33 that I came across. Everyone knows about 1111. People have seen the 11 angel number. They conceptualize it like this. 11 is the number of thought. 22 is the number of action. But when they come together to create the synergy of the Genesis, that's 33.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that concept before?
Yeah. It's the master numbers.
The master numbers. Okay, so there's actually multiple different ways of interpreting how powerful 33 is. It works on different disciplines.
Yeah, it's the master numbers of the golden circle. So we are meant to have the golden circle. The problem is we've given it away. We've consented to give it away. And I'll just quickly throw this in. So, for instance, most people receive their third force from the media or from movies. Now, even the word movie indicates movement. That's a clue. So a movie is about movement. Yeah. So in order to manifest something, to get it moving within creation, the third force is needed. Now, if you're reliant on a third-party movie or media, that means that they're programming you to project something that they want, and it's not in your favor. And this is why we're in the mess that we're in right now. Well, for a long time, throughout.
What's the Soviet Union trying to do right now? It's trying to become the number 3 of our health system.
Yeah.
It's trying to number 3 us on the sovereignty of our own healthcare, our own immunity, our own connection to the source.
Sorry, I've got to interject. Lance, one of your Facebook posts, I don't know who said it, but it was a great line, and I said nailed it. It was addiction and dependency on.
It was Terra Slim.
Yeah. There you go.
He goes, they're addicted to the dependency of the state.
Yeah, addicted to the dependency of the state.
And I said these people are getting high off their own self-imposed victimhood.
This is what it is. This is going to be like they dependent on the medical. This is exactly.
Yeah, whether it's a financial dependency, whether it's a medical dependency, whether whatever you want to call it, with a shelter dependency. Yeah.
Tech
dependency. Becoming the top of the triangle and controlling the number 1 and 2, the number that's so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. I mean, look, I could really go. I mean, I've got much more to say, but I could really go into detail on every single point. So even like a pyramid.
Standard.
So the pyramid, we can all agree, is very symbolic, and the Freemasons use the pyramid. Now, how many points does a pyramid have? A 3D pyramid.
Oh, a 3D pyramid.
Yeah.
5.
5, yeah. 5 or phi is the number of man. We have 5 senses, 5 fingers, 5.
Or pentagram.
Well, yeah, I mean, technically, if you include the neck and the head, we've got 5 limbs. So if you was to draw a picture of a man, it would have 5 points. But actually, the neck, it would be the spine. So that's the 5th limb, the 5th element. So that's the number of man. So when they're showing you the picture of the pyramid, they're showing you man. They're also showing you the law of 3, because you've seen it from the front aspect. They're also showing you that it's decapitated.
The pyramid is. Wait a minute. They're showing you what the pyramid is decapitated.
Because it's the spine.
No, yeah, they've removed the tip.
Yeah,
the capstone.
It's just the spine. The
capstone.
Spine, the capstone. Hence the dollar bill.
Yeah.
But it's right, because I've heard Mark Passio say that the capstone is still there. It's separated, but it's not. You're not seeing
That's the whole point. They if you're a mason who chooses to build with the blocks, then you will block the capstone, as in fill in the pyramid. If you look at the dollar bill sign where the eye is disconnected from the pyramid, But that's because they're trying to connect, trying to fill it with blocks, so it stops the light illuminating from the eye, from the third eye, from the light.
Well, I'm using it in reference. I'm using it in reference with regards to man or human.
Yeah, no, surely. I'm fully. Oh, yeah. I was just using that as an example for it.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on. So I need to go over the gist, because the gist is very important to have any chance of surviving or understanding or gathering enough information and knowledge. You need to start using gistism. We call it gistism, or the techniques of the gist. So I'll just do an example of a gist. Okay, it's really good to understand this way of thinking, and this is the style of thinking that they don't really like and they don't want you to have. So, for instance, if I wanted to improve your driving, because they say your driving is a bit bumpy or something, yeah, I could spend years explaining how the clutch works with clutch control, the braking system, ABS, the steering, the hydraulics of steering, the revs of the engine, blah blah blah. I could keep going on and on and on, and that would take a long time for me to improve your driving. Yeah, but what if I was to say to you, right, drive the car, visualize that you've got somebody in the back seat drinking a cup of coffee. Do you think that would improve your driving quicker?
That'd be going straight to the gist.
Yeah,
oh, he's right though. He's right.
It would.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a different.
If you had something like a newborn baby in the back of the car, I get what you're saying. Something very delicate to transport. Yeah, I get it, Lee.
Yeah. So this is a good example of how you teach using the gist, as opposed to, you could literally strip a car down and explain to somebody how the engine works and wheels turn and velocity and stuff like that, braking mechanisms. But that probably wouldn't actually improve the driving. You'd have loads of knowledge, but you probably wouldn't improve your driving. It might make it worse because you just have too much information.
You'd be so clever, you'd be stupid.
Exactly. Yes. And this is the situation that we're in with the expertise aspect of existence. Now, going back to the driving, I could quickly improve somebody's driving just by saying a sentence and getting them to create imagination, visualization. And that would radically improve their driving within seconds. And this is the situation that we're in right now, that we need to bear in mind we're thousands of years behind in terms of our education, because we've been denied, not through any fault of our own. I would say after 2020, if anybody is not up to speed, it's probably because of their own doing. As of now,
their own choice.
Yeah. They're choosing ignorance over knowledge. Okay. Right. So, what is the third force? So, if something has to be done, and we've got the positive and the negative, and we have to become the neutralizing force, what would it be? It's something that's intangible. It's the invisible aspect that we apply, that we bring to the table. It's the metaphysical side. It's the imagination, the visualization, the aim, the intent.
The understanding that we're more than a meat sack.
Yeah. Now, these are all intangible things. And this is why it's very easy to hide these subjects. Now, if you stop somebody in the street and ask them to actually break down and explain intent, aim, visualization, imagination, they would probably think that you're crazy. And then if you then said to them, well, explain to me your capacity to co-create, they probably wouldn't understand that either.
Explain your capacity to co-create. Yeah, most people look at you like you're an absolute nutter if you said that to a random person.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I was just writing this down but in my opinion, imagination is under attack.
Yeah.
If you cannot imagine another way or any other way, then how can you put it into place?
I've encountered someone with no imagination recently.
Before anything gets invented, it has to be imagined.
Yes, but I just need to. This is a very important point.
No, go, Lee, go.
You also have the wrong use of imagination, which is actually what most people have. It's called fantasizing. Now, the problem with fantasizing is that it's almost like it's like a fake third force, and this is why entertainment is very important to the horizontalists, because if they can capture everybody's third force into dramas, films, movies,
Sports,
entertainment,
football games.
Yeah, so they capture your third force. Now, once they've done that, it renders you back into position where you need to be controlled, because everything's just happening around you. And this is what we're seeing right now. So people would happily give up their third force and then complain the next day why they can't control anything in their existence. And we'll see this on a daily basis. You know, people will be entertained one day and then complain the next day that everything's not working in their favor. Now, a student of mysticism, esoteric knowledge of the occult, they're on the path of self-mastery. Now, self-mastery is one who understands the law of three and can apply the third force. Remember, the third force is the intangible aspect. Now, the other thing you have to factor in, that there's you've got different types of triads. It becomes very complicated because everything has the law of three, but inside the law of three, you have the law of three, and the law of three, and the law of three, and it goes on. So everything in this realm is a manifestation of triads. And you'll have positive triads, negative triads, and neutral triads. Now, the real art, and this is taking it like to the other end of the spectrum, a master is somebody who can apply the correct triad to the correct situation at the correct time. For the most part, most people are using the wrong triad at the wrong moment. In fact, they don't even understand the triad. So they're using somebody else's triad to solve a problem not of their making, using the wrong triad, which creates another wrong triad, and it just goes into a downward spiral, descending spiral.
Hence the 33.
Yeah. So the number's 33, it symbolizes control and self, or the mastery of others, self and others. So three is self-mastery. The other three is mastery of others. Put the two together, it gives you total control. So real control is that somebody doesn't know that they don't know.
Yeah, they have no idea about the level of their own ignorance.
Exactly. Yes. So those on the
path. What I mean. That's what I mean. You're so intelligent. You're stupid.
Yeah. I mean, there's many ways of.
Some of the most intelligent people are like bafflingly stupid.
Hey, my dad's a certified genius on paper, academically, and he's double AstraZeneca. There you go. And he couldn't even fathom that somebody might be.
Did you see the official
doing something nefarious behind the scenes?
The official news report today, there were 4 million or 5 million doses of the glorious gift from the stars that weren't even approved by the EU, and now the people that have had it can't fly. That's official now.
Yeah,
that was a conspiracy theory a little while ago.
Last week, I think it was Alex Wright, the guest who came on.
Yeah,
unfortunately, I had to listen to what he said after the show. He made some very good points. And one point that he made, was it his father who was an accountant? And he said that he didn't understand
the fiat. Very high-level accountant, yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't understand the fiat system.
He hadn't even heard of it. He didn't just understand it, mate. He'd never heard of the term. He said, what's that?
Yeah, so that's a good example of expertise, but lacking the third force. So that would be a good example. Now, okay, so I'll use the gist. So, for instance, you've got the positive, negative. You've got the building, and you've got the destruction forces. So we understand that something goes up, something goes down. Something is built, and something is destroyed. Okay, so we understand that. So if we use a house as an example, so somebody could build a house, but somebody could also burn it down. Building a house is actually not that difficult if you're given instructions. Burning a house down is even easier. You just light a match. Now, both require a little bit of effort. Okay. What would you say is the third force of building a house or burning it down?
What was the force between building a house and burning it down?
No, so for instance, we've got building a house would be the positive force.
Yeah.
Burning it down would be the negative. What would you say is the third force? We were talking about the gist of a house. So
Third
how
force would be maintaining it. No.
no.
Just no.
So what force would contain the building of a house and the destruction of it? It would be the designing of the house. The designing is intangible. You could design a house in your own mind. Now, when you're designing a house,
I was going to say the foundation.
yeah, okay. So if we use the design as being the third force, whoever designs it would, in the design, they would figure out how to build it. They would also figure out how for it not to burn down.
Yeah.
So that's just an example of the three forces. So you got the positive, somebody building it; the negative, somebody burning it down. The third force would be in the creation, in the designing of it, which is
What's their symbol? The set square and the cross compass. That's what an architect uses.
Yeah, and that's why I use the example of the house, because it's building, building blocks.
I didn't even go into their belief system of what they call their deity. They call him the grand architect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the ultimate designer.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many of these stories that have been embedded into everything, like Adam and Eve, plus the apple. Maybe the apple was the third force. There's many different ways of looking at it. Yeah, Shakespeare. If you read Shakespeare or watch the any of the films made, even the modern adaptations, they're very good examples of the third force. I would recommend everybody to watch The Merchant of Venice. So if you've not read that or seen it, I would recommend either reading it or seeing it. It's very, very good. That is all about the law of three. So,
and as we know, the merchants of Venice were the Venetians or Phoenicians or the Pharaoh-ish, the same
Canaanites.
Them, the ones we're talking about. They were the merchants of Venice.
Yeah, I can't remember the names of the characters, but the gist of the story is that somebody borrows some money, and if he doesn't pay it back, he has to give a pound of flesh.
Yes, 3-3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you read it or seen it at all?
I only know about it. I've heard about it secondhand.
Okay.
I know it's a very pivotal novel.
This is new to me, Lee.
Right. Okay. So one character needs money. Another character lends him the money. The deal is, if he doesn't pay it back, he's allowed to take a pound of flesh. He can't pay it back, and it goes to court, so he has to give a pound of flesh. Okay, so he's in trouble. And just before he's about to cut his chest muscle out, the third force appears. The third force is another character who says, hang on a minute, in your contract, it doesn't stipulate that you're allowed to take any blood. So yes, take your flesh, but if you take a drop of blood, you're then guilty. So he's stuck. He can't do anything. So it's kind of a...
You can't take the flesh without the blood.
Yeah, and he didn't write it into the contract. He just said
the devil's in the detail.
Yeah. I actually made a note about that. Yeah, the devil's in the detail. So that's just that's just an example of how you can see the third force in action.
So the third force is actually it comes back to the design, because the design was the person that wrote the contract, the person that didn't check the detail about the ins and outs and the intrinsic details of the contract. Yeah, you can't actually cut without having the blood. So that comes back to what you were saying about the house analogy, yeah? The third force is the design.
Yeah, and what are we seeing right now? It's all in the detail. It's all in the contract. It's all in the consent. First mate Pete, he already said that quite possibly he could have just walked out and got around it, contractually or by not signing. Yeah, not signing the paperwork. And, we find this with a lot of things that's going on right now. And I think my opinion of this is that we're being shown, literally in 3D right in front of us, the third force and the law of three. It's playing out for us all to see, because we all understand about, like, you have to wear a mask unless you don't want to. Yeah, you.
It's to say no.
Yeah. So, a few years ago, let's say 5 years ago, I could have sat here and tried to explain this to everybody, and you wouldn't be able to have a direct, real experience of it. I can guarantee everybody, you can go out tomorrow, go about your business, and you'll encounter consent, contract, agreement, acquiescent, and all these.
Yeah. It's been played out in real time now. Like there's so many working examples of it in your day-to-day life. You can't get away from it.
Yeah, and this goes back to what I keep saying this about the so-called Great Awakening. Now, it sounds nice, but what is it? What would it actually look like? It would probably look like this. Also, right, and this is another thing to ponder, right? So, if you had to design something that could create consciousness, what would it look like?
Whoa.
It would probably look just like what we got now. Think about it. This is a consciousness machine.
Rise Above is not just a mental fortress, it's a consciousness factory. It provides a table full of catalyst.
Yeah. Now, I would also say that everybody tuning in, minus a couple or maybe three.
Those two, maybe it's got to be three now, because let's just give some context, right? We've said for all of these videos for a long time, we always had one dislike, very unanimously one dislike. A few weeks ago, we moved up to two, and now we've got two people that always watch and always dislike. Tonight, we're going to have the third dislike on the stream. We've never reached past two before.
No.
Apart from that video I did on the boat, that got 6 dislikes, and there was nothing controversial, just enjoying a nice time in a boat. 6 dislikes, I hate that.
2, 3.
Well, maybe that's because there was none of this.
Or maybe the algorithm allowed everyone to see it. Because what we normally talk about, the algorithm says no, most people can't see that. So only people that like it can see it. Maybe, I don't know.
Right. So I would suggest, right, that everybody that's tuned in right now and that will tune in the future are people, humans, that are craving to regain their own third force.
Yes.
Because it's very hard to find it anywhere else. You're not going to get it.
That's what Rise Above is all about, mate. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, you may be able to go to a mountain temple and study for 30 years or whatever.
We did that, so you don't have to.
However, you can't meditate your way out of a physical problem.
No, but I've sat with the monk. That's how I got this.
I'm not saying there's anything
I've sat there
negative
and
about that.
I've had that experience where, you know, I sat there
But
for
what
45
I'm saying
minutes.
is the current physical situation.
Oh no, you need a shortcut now. There's not
Yeah.
any time to do that anymore.
No.
There's not any time to go to the mountain, to go on your spiritual pilgrimage. I had a long time to go and do that. Master Lee had twice as long. Most people don't have the opportunity to travel the world that some of us have, and to have these experiences. That's why I created Rise Above. I wanted to condense everything, and I wanted to create not just a table. I wanted to create a magnetic center. I wanted to create a magnet to pull in resonant frequencies of other people that were ready to sit at this table, to come to this pinnacle that we are right here, right now in episode 33.
Yeah.
I don't care if anyone thinks that's cringe or cheesy. I really feel about it like this, because at the end of the day, like I said earlier, what we have been drip feeding you, what we've been, and we, you know, I'm not a master or a teacher. I've got my teacher here with me for me to learn as well. But we're putting things on the table to help other people to learn this third force, to understand that the third force could be with inside them. It doesn't have to be exterior.
Yeah.
That's the whole rabbit.
Yeah, you become the cause, not the effect. And for those who have listened to some of my stuff, I've meant about the cause and the effect being inverted. Now, unfortunately, most people suffer in this realm because they're just the consequence of the effects, rather than being the master, creating the cause and allowing it to manifest in this realm. Now, going to the subject of being illuminated or Illuminati and stuff like that, or light bearers or whatever. Yeah. Well, what that basically means is that we're living in a realm of darkness. So if you've only got the two forces, you're going to be in a position of darkness. The third force will bring you the light, and with the light, you'll be able to see the world as it is. And that's the most important thing that you can. That should be your greatest ambition. To see
Before
this realm.
understanding has to come vision. You have to have the vision before you can even begin to understand.
Yeah,
or understand.
and you need the light. I mean, I can go on a tangent. You know, light is about is connected to fire. Fire is connected to spirit. All these things, but I want to sort of. I don't want to go too far into things because then we'll lose the gist of it. Now, what the information I've given would potentially take 33 years to learn. Now, just because
No exaggeration either.
Yeah. Now, as an example, I'm sat here speaking, talking, sharing this knowledge. Okay. There is no credit. Nothing is for free in this realm. The third force comes from your own effort, from the self, and this is why you've got people in this realm that do not understand things. They willfully do not understand things, and they don't want to understand things. Why? Because it requires effort. Aim with action, okay? But with action comes effort. Or to have any action, you have to put effort into it. And these people are just basically lazy.
Can I just say one thing, Lee? So I'm sorry to butt you in. I totally agree with everything you just said. There is another type of person, in my opinion. I'm going to use a close family member as an example. Actually, I can use multiple close family members.
There has to be three types because everything contains three.
Of course, absolutely. There's three types, of course there is. So, from what I can say, from my own personal experiences, some people that are close to me don't want to even look at this stuff, any of it, not even one blink of it, because their life is comfortable as it is. And that's because they're on the horizontal plane.
Not necessarily. Right. Now, this is a very interesting point that you brought up, and it's something that I was thinking about a lot today. So, as an example, right?
There's a lot of middle class people who are fairly comfortable and don't want things to change.
Right. Okay. Well, how about this? Maybe they've already mastered the third force. Maybe their reality that's manifesting in front of them is fine.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so they could actually be closet three forces.
But from a spiritual point of view, from an onlooker like myself, it's satanic. Because it's just about the physical, and it's all about
yes or no,
non-transcendent spiritually, or you know, anything more than, you know, being physically comfortable yourself and your friends and loved ones around you.
Yeah. Well, this goes back to something that we've mentioned many, many times on Rise Above, that if we just focused on all the problems, we would never, ever get anywhere. At some point, you have to go back to the first person, which is yourself. And so you've got this information. What are you going to do about it? Now, whether these people have already gone through that, I don't know. Maybe they did it in previous incarnations. Now, they could, I mean, I'm not saying that they are or they're not, but it's a possibility that they could they already understand the law of three, and they've already created in their local reality the perfect world.
Sure.
We have to consider that. Now, as an example, I've met many occultists that you would never know they're occultists. Occultists
the
could
whole point of the word occultist is hidden.
Yeah, an occultist could be a millionaire driving down the road in a Rolls Royce. It's not for me to judge. I don't know.
I don't look like a light occultist.
Exactly.
From what the mainstream. I'm not going to say the word normie because I hate it, because I never use it. You've never heard me say the word, but you know, anyone who's not into occultism or the occult, they wouldn't think of the type of person physically would be me, who would be into this kind of esoteric stuff.
Yeah, and also, for instance, you could walk down the street and the homeless guy.
Or you, Lee, is somebody who can quite easily rip someone's head off, you know, who does it for money, or who has done it for money. You know, as a professional fighter, you know, they wouldn't necessarily think you were into light esoteric.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah,
Could you,
and
by the other token, could you be an occultist and not even know it, Lee?
yes and no. I mean, it's a tricky one.
Okay.
The mere fact of not knowing would probably indicate a sort of low quality consciousness.
Yeah.
I,
I'd say no.
I would say that you're just lucky that you've fallen into a positive triad.
Okay.
Is happening for you, or it could be, right? I mean, there's so many factors, right? So, as an example, you do a lot of work in this life, but you don't fully achieve like the perfect life or existence. But because of the work you've done, that may carry through to the next life. So you could be born into a far better situation. But generally speaking, right, when it comes to this question, if you're too wealthy, that indicates you're polarized in one end of the spectrum. If you're too poor, that would indicate that you're stuck in one side of the spectrum. In order to get the perfect triad, it means that you'd be somewhere in the middle. So, for instance, if you can't eat, you're going to spend all your time searching for food. Equally, if you've got too much money, you're going to be spending all your time in
trying to control others.
Well, just being in pleasure or worrying about losing all your money.
The thing is with that, when you've got unlimited money, you've got unlimited access to physical, plain, horizontal pleasure.
Yeah.
Right. You can. I mean, I wonder how quickly that wears thin. This is what I say to people all the time when they say, "Oh, why would people want to do this? Why would people want to do that?"
Yeah.
Well, when you've got all the money in the world, when you can have all the physical pleasure in the world, how quickly do you think that wears thin? And after that, what do you think you're going to want to do? You're going to try and control others or fuck with the peasants.
Yeah, that's the law of diminishing pleasure. So we all know this, like you buy a nice car, it's great, and then after a little while you start to look at it and you think, oh, I'm bored of this car now. I want to get a bigger one or faster one or smaller one or whatever. Yeah, that's lawful because remember, nothing in this realm, it goes up and then it comes down. Yeah, things degrade. It's second law of thermodynamics, entropy. So part of the work is that it has to be maintained. We have to. So same with the triads. So just because you got a triad one day doesn't mean to say that you're going to be successful the next day. It has to be maintained. This is why I mentioned it in one of the YouTube comments that for man number 7, it's no easier than a man number 1. Everybody has to work equally on whatever level that they're on. It requires effort. In order to have any action, to have any manifestation, it requires work. This is why it's called the great work.
Sure, absolutely. The thing is what you consider the great work. And this is where it comes down to, when we're talking about Freemasonry, this is when it comes down to what you choose to build with the light or with the bricks. And that's what your definition of the great work is. If you define the great work, if you're building with light, then that's to help others, self and others.
Yeah, and also we have to acknowledge that we are in this realm. So there's no point in me sitting on a mountaintop just meditating and being light. We've got a thing called housekeeping, which means that we have to keep our house in order on a 3D mundane level as well.
We're all stewards of this earth.
Yeah.
Whilst we're on it.
Yeah, and there's a responsibility. We're here for a reason. So, for instance, even the Gnostics, and they see this realm as under the demiurge, and that you need to get out of this place because it's not a good place to be. Even the Gnostics have to recognize that we're here for a reason, and this is a school. This is like a university of sorts, and you do a 3 or 4 year degree, 5-year degree. That takes a lot of effort, a lot of work.
Sure,
and at any point,
absolutely.
you could drop off. If you fall into a negative or descending triad, you'll drop out. In order to maintain an aim, it requires conscious labor and effort in order to create in.
Actual work.
Yeah, and remember, life, by its own definition, is fluid. It's movement. It's all about movement. If there's no movement, that means there's death. Life means movement.
Energy.
Yeah. and it's always in a state of flux, and it's always waxing and waning. We've got the sun and the moon. We've got the polar opposites. We've got the electro, and we've got the magnetic. And there's movement all the time, as without, so within. So, for instance, one day you wake up and you'll be in a good mood. The next day you wake up, you'll be in a bad mood. Quite often, somebody will go to sleep at night and say that they want this, and by the time they wake up in the morning, something else in them says, "No, I don't want it." That'll be the division. That will be the two forces. The duality. Yeah. Now, the only way that you can reconcile those two opposing forces is to be and bring in the third force. Now, only adults can do that. And this is why I make the reference to adult babies. And going back to what I was saying, like why some people do not understand what's happening right now is because they're receiving their third force from the BBC, from the media, from newspapers. And we can see this on a daily basis with people we work with, our family, our friends. You try and talk to them, but they just don't understand why, because their third force. Now, for instance, I can figure out...
It's corruptedly.
Yeah, I see myself as a responsible adult, and I can figure stuff out. Now, whether I'm gifted, whether it's because of all the work I've done, I don't know. But I think even as a kid, I could figure things out quite well. I've got critical thought. I have the ability to analyze something and find a solution. Some people just don't have that. And that's why. It's because they're operating on the law of two. And they've given away their capstone to the 33.
Willingly.
Willingly, yeah. To a degree.
I've just been listening from upstairs. The stream sounds absolutely mint.
Well,
big up everyone at Restreams.
When you said to a degree,
mm-hmm.
they have been tricked out of giving it away, yes.
Yeah.
But that comes down to their own... I won't say... It's not their fault. But let's be honest. If you're more concerned about the dollars going in your pocket rather than doing what's right in life...
Can I say something? If it was
then you're going to be in the ship.
If it was that easy to coerce billions of people into doing it, why have it taken them thousands of years and so much effort to master it? It is not easy.
How do we know? How do we know it's taken thousands of years? They might have done this in late 1800s.
All right, well, let's take it back to observable history. They've been doing it since...
They might do this every other generation.
Trauma-based mind control has been researched since at least the 30s, yeah? We can certainly, hopefully agree on that, I guess.
Yeah.
So... I mean, you can check how much money the CIA and these other declassified things have spent on, trauma-based mind control, psychological pre-programming. You can look into Edward Bernays and
just listen to Yuri.
And all these people. They've put a lot of effort and invested a lot of money in the last century into manufacturing consent, because that's what it's called, manufacturing consent.
Yeah.
It wasn't an easy task.
No, because firstly you have to demoralise the nation.
Yeah.
Before you can
Comrade Bezmenov told us everything we need to know.
I can put this in one sentence. Okay, right.
Go. Spill it.
People do not know what is right. Okay? But they think what is right is what the majority is doing. And we're seeing this play out right now. So they don't have a moral compass, an independent moral compass of their own. They will just go and believe what is right to what the majority is doing. So if the majority of people are wearing masks, they wear masks. And because they follow that line, more people wear masks. So the majority rule. Now, the critical thinkers, or anybody with a third force, they'll look at the situation and they'll say, I don't need to wear a mask. It's ridiculous. But they're going to be the minority. And this is why our friends and family that are still wearing masks, it's because they don't pursue what is right. They only pursue what the majority is doing.
The path of least resistance.
Yeah, and those behind the 33, they know this, and that's what they're doing.
This.
Yeah,
but what I'm trying to get at is they haven't come to this understanding easily. From my knowledge, from my research, from my learning, my gnosis, it's taken quite a long time to get this right because, like we've said before. Only 1 or 2 generations ago, if you wanted to pull something like the Soviet Union off, you had to use tanks and horses and 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches.
I'm not so sure.
Well, look what happened in the Third Reich. Look what happened in the Soviet Union. They had to use strong men.
I think that's a different type.
Look. Right, I can explain this. Right.
Go on.
Remember I said this is the final frontier, okay? They've conquered everything. Yeah, they can put a gun to your head. But you know what? When you do that, you don't always get the result you want.
Yeah.
By doing it this way, they get a far better quality of control, because you can only point a gun to somebody's head for so long, and it takes a lot of manpower to keep a gun pointed to the head. Whereas if you can get
create
people to
rebels
point,
and freedom fighters by shooting people in the head.
if you can get people to have their own gun and point it to their own head, then this is total control, and this is what they're going for. This is the final frontier. Now, for instance, you could look at history and you could say, well, they conquered this force, they conquered that force. Now this is the final force. They're going for the Holy Trinity of control.
It's like my lyric. Let me make one thing clear. Inside the mind is the final frontier. Our demise has been engineered, so seek the truth or succumb to the fear.
Yep.
The final frontier, that's what you said, isn't it?
Yeah.
2016, that lyric. Gosh.
So,
gosh.
I'm just going to jump in here, chime in. So, I'm not so sure this is... I'm just putting this out there. This is just...
I'm saying at least a century they've been perfecting the technique.
Yeah. This is... Yeah,
I don't think they would have been able to pull this off
I'm just
in the 40s or the 50s to convince all of those men back then that were oozing with testosterone, men that could build a house, men that could chop down a tree, men that could start a fire, dig a well by default.
So globally,
them type of men.
Definitely globally, no. However,
well, let's list a name. Yeah, go ahead.
From a nation, right? Let's just take America, okay? So America, there's no radio, there is radio, but there's no TV or no social media, no internet, blah blah. So if you announce on the radio, or whatever, I'm talking about the Spanish flu, because there's no coincidence that this was in I've just looked it up. It's 1918 to 1920, literally 100 years ago. I'm saying that them making the peasantry put masks on and stand 2 meters apart, 6.6 feet apart, and doing all this is a giant satanic ritual that they do annually on a 100-year basis.
I've heard this today. I was actually having a debate with an admitted
Satanist
However, on Facebook. He was saying
they've never done it globally, and now they've got the technology to do it globally. That's what I think they're doing.
Because in Spanish flu, most of the deaths didn't just come from the bacterial pneumonial infection from the mask wearing. It also came from the overprescription of aspirin.
Yeah. That's it.
So they actually overprescribed basic drugs and just euthanized people.
And at that time, those were the drugs
like
they had
Ivor medicine.
But at that time, those were the up-to-date, most modern drugs. So what are they doing these days, 100 years later, with the most up-to-date modern drugs? They're doing the same thing.
Yeah, so it's not Ivor medicine. What's the one that Hancock overprescribed the euthanasia drug?
Oh, the
Medilazepam or something.
Yeah, something.
The one that puts everyone to sleep, especially if you've got breathing problems.
But again, I'm saying that this is a 100-year ritual, around about a 100-year cycle that they're doing, and it's just some weird, satanic, opposing ritual. But anyway, continue, Master Lee.
Right,
Sorry,
no, that's okay. So you just reminded me of a couple of things. Something else that Alex Wright mentioned last week. Now, I must say I agree with literally 99.9% of what he said. Although there is one point that that I did think about, or I have thought about it for quite a while. That, he's fully right in terms of that the tipping point. We're years away from the tipping point, if there is a tipping point, and that basically humanity is snookered in a slave position. And because if you look at history, it says for itself, okay? But this is one of the only times, or the first time, that it's been a global or crater or realm,
Crater-wide,
where it's every country is in agreement for the most part, bar 2 or 3 countries. Okay, so we've had world wars, we've had communism, we've had socialism, the Nazis, capitalism, blah 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 blah. Now this is the first time where you've got one agenda.
Yeah, because communism didn't complete it last time. You could argue that all of those totalitarian regimes were always trying to complete what they're trying to do now, to have the one empire.
Yeah,
and I would agree with what you're saying in agreement with Alex. Is his name Alex? Right, Alex. Right. That we're years off it, because let's look. How long did it take for the Berlin Wall to physically come down? Decades.
But the point I'm trying to make is this, right? So, for instance, you've got communism. So they did communism, but because you had capitalism and you had many other systems, it would actually take longer to come down because they're only using one part of the triad. What we're seeing right now, and this is why it depends how you look at it, we're very lucky to be living in this time where, unlike any other time in history, we're seeing the complete triad being placed or unfolding in front of us. So, as an example, those who suffered communism, they probably didn't understand a lot of other things. Those that suffered capitalism didn't understand a lot of things. Those that suffered colonialism didn't understand a lot of things. But with technology and information and the internet and science and so on and so forth, this is probably the first time in history where we have the chance to see everything, and we're seeing the hands and the agenda rolling out by the one horizontalist at one time, all at the same time.
The final
Now,
move.
yeah. Now that should be enough to evoke, to trigger, to provoke the third force within us. Because if it doesn't, then nothing will.
Because that's it. That's
This
it.
is the
Yeah.
final, ultimate, universal, omnipotent catalyst.
Yeah.
The ultimate test.
Yeah,
This
if
is
we
the final test.
if we fail this, that's it. That is it. It's over. That means, so for instance, throughout history, two-thirds have been controlled. Two-thirds have been controlled. Two-thirds control. Now we're witnessing 3 of 3 control.
They're trying to
But
pull off
3.
the final 33.
Yeah.
We won't let that happen.
Fucking hell. And what would that look like?
That would look like, well, what did King David, whatever you think about him, he said, it looks like a jackboot stamping on a human face for the rest of eternity.
Oh, it was Orwell.
Oh, did he take that from Orwell, did he?
I think that was one of his last quotes.
I wouldn't be
believe.
surprised.
His
Wow,
last
that's been deep.
interview.
Right, guys, we have to have a break because Omar Beats can't stay all night and we want to hear some more sick tunes. Inner Guardians, please don't go anywhere because I know you're not finished yet. But wow, we have gone deep on 33. Omar Beats, what's up next on the menu? Is it D&B, breaks, hip-hop? Hard drum and bass. All right, guys, we'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Rise above.
Get you some
getting darker. Your day's getting dark, night's getting darker. Your day's getting dark, night's getting darker, 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 darker.
There is nowhere to evacuate you to.
Big up everyone tuned in, it's Friday night, Rise Above. R.I.P. World 3 of this. R.I.P. to the Ash. Sound of Boma Beast, live on the attack. Gosh. Big up everyone in the chat room, Cody and Defector, Deansy, Rob. Big up Francis Leader. Big up Andy Pandy. Big up Deb Allen. Concept Self. Big up The Sooty. Steve Cole. Big up Shop the Dog. Larry Gallagher, Sam Carno. Big up Gary Elliott. Rise Above Crater Massive. Thanks like Caroline. Big up Virus Man 2021. Bad boy sound of Oma Beats right now. Gosh. Episode 33, we're going deep. We're going to be back in just in a minute with Inner Guardians, explaining the nature of the crater, the nature of our realm. level 33 in the Aborizian Mystery School. YouTube's coolest mystery school. Let's go. The nuts, he spilled the pistachios all over the gas. It wouldn't be Rise Above if Andy PD didn't get nuts everywhere. Get out to work, realist. R.I.P. Ash. Rise in peace, brother. This one's for you, Nick Longsworth. By the way, the next music special's in 2 weeks' time. Rise Above Pirate Radio 2 weeks time, yeah? We need to get a guest DJ, we need to sort that out. Double gosh, holy shit. Last one from Moment Beats.
Narrow mind, just respect the teacher. I dissect the plan. I don't have no leader, propaganda, but this don't fall propping up the speaker. Not a leg to stand on, hand on heart. Break away from the pack with my back to the march. Walking in the wilderness, head back to the car. In fact, the tracks has got me sleeping, falling back to the past.
That's nice. Who just bust the air freshener in it? Oh, it's Pete with a joystick.
Wow, yes.
Where's that smell of... Sorry, Andy.
Straight from India.
Yeah.
Indian joystick from Delhi.
Delhi stick. Right, Omar, come on. Yeah, we got some new viewers tonight.
I mean, it is a great tune.
It is a great tune, I can't lie. Big up Mark Williston, Resistance Birmingham, yeah. All the new viewers, all the new listeners, please like and subscribe. We are heavily censored.
If you've been sent here by the badge,
yeah.
Good evening.
What was that, Pete?
Big up everyone in the prison watching.
Yeah, big up everyone in Coviot prison that's watching.
Big up all the Coviot Heath.
Big up everyone in the Heathrow concentration camp. Big up yourself.
Why are your eyes like that?
Hi. I'm a beat, so cheeky. We've been ready to roll for 10 minutes. Gosh.
I actually feel a bit sorry for him, Beats. We always go on at him. And the tunes are great.
Isn't it him that always goes on? If the tunes weren't so great, we would have physically stopped him.
Yeah.
Rise above. Let's welcome back the full team. Welcome back Inner Guardians and Spoken Word Nerd.
Salutations.
Salutations and elucidations, as we now say. Wow, that's a good spread, isn't it? Look at that. 5 screens on the go. No more echo. So where were we? Let's get a screen on the go as well. Talk about 33.
Do you know what I'd say if I was an outsider and looked at our show the first time? I'd be like, oh, they look very well funded.
Well,
they look very well funded.
Well funded, we sold a few T-shirts.
It's a few lights in the studio, guys.
I paid for most of this myself. Yeah, it was quite expensive, but pardon me, I wanted to have the sickest show on YouTube until we get taken down, then we'll go somewhere else. But hey, I've always said from the start, the first bite is with the eye. It's not about just having good information. It's not just about sort of offering the table to elevate people to share ideas. It's about making it entertaining. It's about making it look good, about making it sound good, about providing
all lubrication.
Experience. Yeah, the whole lubrication to slide your way through this abrasive crater realm. Isn't that right, Inner Guardians?
It sure is, yeah.
Word Nerd, are you in bed?
Oh, wait, let's just have we muted Word Nerd? No, it shouldn't be.
Am I muted?
No,
I'm
not anymore.
in bed, yeah.
All right.
Chilling.
Okay, mate. Yeah, no. I was just asking.
Yeah, I am tonight.
So, where have we got to? I like this 6 screens. It looks really good. 33, the 33rd episode. I had a breakdown of Freemasonry, the secret society aspect, what they teach, why they keep going on about 33.
There was a lot to digest from all there.
Yeah, we really went in, and then the Guardians came in and started talking about this law of 3 a little bit deeper, about the third force, which is past the duality, as you conceptualised it, Lee.
Yeah, it's the third option that unifies the two, which creates a triad. Now, remember what I said, that nothing can be manifested, nothing can exist unless it's within the law of 3. Without understanding the law of 3, or in fact all of the laws, you're not going to find peace or tranquility. You can only find real peace and tranquility once you understand the basic laws. And this is what they don't want you to know. And this is why it's occulted. But at the same time, they have to tell you, and you have to decide to look the other way or remain in ignorance, willfully.
Willful ignorance, and I think that's something that is quite poignant, bringing it back to our current situation right now in the Soviet Union. 3 weeks past what we called potentially the tipping point. We're now 3 weeks past that. Yeah.
One of my points, I think maybe it didn't come across quite right, so I'd like to go over it again. So
Absolutely.
When I was talking about what is right, now humanity doesn't fully grasp what is right. Now, as an example, I've experienced it a few times where I've not worn a mask and somebody has said to me, well, you're the only person that's not wearing a mask, expecting me to then put a mask on just so that I can conform with the majority. So it's not because whether wearing a mask is right or wrong, it's about conforming to the majority. So that is the new right.
It's fair.
It's the new right. So they can more or less justify anything by saying, well, the majority do it. It's majority rule. You're the odd one out.
Everyone else is doing. We've
You're
all
the
done
outsider.
Hence the inverted commas
Hold on.
democratic vote.
Wait a minute.
I
remember growing up and always being taught, don't give in to peer pressure. If someone's trying to coerce you into doing something,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
the worst reason is we've all done it. You remember at school?
Yeah.
Well, you pussy. We've all done it.
Especially when it comes to drugs.
Have a toke of this. Go and do that. Go and nick that. We've all done it. Well, it's fine. We've all done it. Well, look at where we are now. We're not in the playground anymore. We're not in first, second, or primary school.
And look how many people succumb to the peer pressure. Of anything, of the mask wearing, of the jab, of the social, of
playground politics,
of whatever they're told or whatever they see everyone else doing. It's pathetic. Pussies.
Yeah. Adult babies.
Adult babies. Walking sacks of moon fertilizer.
Is it not? Is it
displaying the dysfunctional limitations of humanity?
A walking manifestation of the dysfunctional displays of humanity, wrapped up inside a moon fertilizer sack, with a mask on. With a mask on it.
That's a meme. We've got to make physically magic.
Virus Man.
Virus
Did you
Man.
take notes there? Right, should we go over that again? Get your bullet points out. We want this meme by next week. Big up Virus Man. So good to have you back, mate.
Just another thing. Now, we often hear the 33 degree, yeah, or 33 degrees. Now, that could actually be in connection with 33 degrees from the horizontal to the vertical. That's the bandwidth of control, or the opportunity for control. And it's kind of 1/3. 33 is 1/3, yeah.
Isn't it also the shape out of the Star Trek thing? And it's also the bit of the slice of the crater. To go back to God Vaggie in theory. We always come back to the all-seeing
33 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I take that to mean it's the bandwidth of opportunity to either be controlled or to self-control.
What's pi? Pi is
3.14 recurring.
So it's not quite...
Sorry, not recurring.
So obviously it would be 3.333. It's very interesting that pi isn't... I've always thought this. Why isn't pi 3.333 recurring?
Didn't Human Vibration mentioned about pi?
Yeah, she did. I mean, because pi is the curvature of the circle, right? Sorry, the curvature of the... what's the word? It's like the curvature of something in a spiral of the shell. That's what
circumference.
The circumference, but what it governs is that natural spiral. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always thought, why is it that 3.14? For me, it always made more sense if it was 30.
What's the Fibonacci?
I'm not sure, mate.
I'm not familiar.
Language is my thing. Math was never my thing.
Can anybody Google it?
Live chat team. Yeah. What's Fibonacci sequence?
But
I know it's got 3s in it.
Right. So on a positive, right, there are small groups that are creating amazing forces of influence for humanity, and this is what the mystery schools, this is what the occult groups are doing right now. Now, like people often say, well, what are the solutions? How do we get our way out of this problem? Well, I said many times that everybody can do something. And this is the opportunity to start applying your own, or bring in your own third force.
Yeah.
If you want to help, if you want to make a contribution to the recovery, and going back to what Alex Wright was saying about, maybe there is no solution, or we're a long way off from a solution. Well, we've got to remember that this realm, it's not a utopia. It was never designed to be a utopia.
Not in this cycle.
Yeah, it's designed so that we can experience and dance and swim and
Lee, one of the earliest things
full spectrum of experience
of the force, three forces.
One of the earliest things that I took note of what you were talking about in earlier shows was that we need the denying force.
Yeah,
we have to have that. So it can't be utopia ever.
Without chaos, nothing evolves. Without order, nothing exists.
Yeah. Now, what I would suggest is that throughout the timeline of this realm, we've experienced extremes of the denying force, but also there's been like the Renaissance, the golden years, or whatever you want to call it, where things have been in our favor, or humanity's favor. What we need to be doing is trying to find the balance between the two. Unfortunately, at the moment, the denying force has gone on rampage, yeah.
The horizontal freight train.
A craterist rampage, global, whatever you...
The parasite seems to possibly, according to Godvag, maybe even expanded out of this crater.
But
that's how horizontal they've gone.
Yeah, but once again, I mean, I'm sorry to keep going on about it, but the Great Awakening. People keep going on about the Great Awakening. You cannot have the Great Awakening without the Great Denying Force. The greater the Great Awakening means the greater the denying force.
Yeah. This is, mate, I've come back to this so many times. If the denying force wasn't there, the Great Awakening would never, first of all, have the precursor and the prerequisites for its needing to come to manifestation, let alone the catalyst for it to actually happen. There would be no need for even the concept of a Great Awakening if the denying force hadn't imposed mass-scale transgenerational ignorance.
Without that, there can be no light.
Through occulting the knowledge. It's like, I keep coming back to it. I said to it, like, look at what we sat around now. None of this would be here right now. Rise Above would not exist if the Denying Force hadn't played its MasterCard back 16 months ago. I would still be going out every weekend doing my combat sports MC and making loads of money, and this would have never happened. This has all happened because of the catalyst that the Denying Force presented to me. The Soviet Union gave me lemons, and here's my bespoke lemonade stand. Have a drink.
The Great Awakening
as well.
the Great Awakening can never happen in comfort.
No.
Unfortunately, you know,
the comfort zone will never produce the catalyst for progression. Never.
No, that's why there's so many deniers, because they refuse to come out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and this is where the conscious shock. You've heard me mention the conscious shock. In order to improve your quality of consciousness, you have to receive repeated conscious shocks. Yeah. Now, the difference, the main difference would be is that whether you're creating your own conscious shocks or whether it's a conscious shock being forced on you. Now, unfortunately, we're in such a dire situation of low-level consciousness that you could almost say, in some way, that the horizontalists and the Denying Force are doing us a favour.
Well, I
would agree.
I hate to come back to this, but I've read this interview with the Hidden Hand, which is apparently a top occultist that believed he was a Venetian Luciferian bloodline, and he actually said in the interview, whether you guys believe it or not, but everything that we're doing, and he described himself as our family bloodline is basically the Denying Force. Everything that we've done throughout history and transgeneration is actually to help you. It's actually to raise your level of consciousness, to provide the catalyst, the problematic situation for you to solve the problem. You know, no one learns anything in the Garden of Eden where you just wear a leaf over your cock and you have all your food for free. That is no way for learning.
Yeah, so as an example, you're wandering around the realm, you go into a shop and you encounter the Denying Force in manifested as a shopkeeper that's giving you a hard time about not wearing a mask. At that precise moment, if you understand the law of three and you can identify that person as being the Denying Force, you can then transform the situation. You then have choice. So rather than just reacting and getting into a fight or an argument or getting upset because of the Denying Force, you can actually rise above. And that would be the third force, because you're maintaining and taking control of the situation because you understand the laws that are at play. That shopkeeper is just a shopkeeper. It just happens to be channeling the Denying Force at that particular moment.
Can we give a working example of how you could actually do that when you're presented with that exact scenario? Let's tell, because you've given a really good example there. So you walk into a shop.
This exact same thing happened to me.
This could happen to
not
anyone
yesterday,
any
the day
day.
before. I went into the shop.
You are not wearing a badge.
I
right?
went into Sainsbury's because they had Moretti beers, which I like to drink, on offer for £10 a case.
Yeah.
And I went in there with a trolley, and there was a girl on the door. She was inside. So as soon as I walked in, I had no mask, and she said, "Oh, have you got a face mask?" I said no, and continued walking. That was the end of it.
Okay, but what about if they continue to challenge you? Here is how I would attempt to rise above that situation. I would say, they say, "Have you got a mask?" I say no. Would you like a mask? I'd say no, thank you, but thank you for asking. After that, if they continued, I would say something along these lines. I'd say, right, I'm just going to let you know that I have full knowledge of the Coronavirus Act. I've read all the statutes and the guidelines and the criteria for exemption, and I fit that criteria.
Yeah,
for sure.
And inside those guidelines and within the Equality Act of 2010, if you wanted to go into more detail, any questioning that you partake in me past this point, i.e. asking about why I've got an exemption, could actually put you at risk. And let's face it, right? You don't want to incur a fine.
Sure.
You are doing your job, and you've just been asked to do your job. So please don't put yourself at further risk by asking any further questions.
Absolutely.
And if that's not enough, usually that's enough, because no one wants to do this.
No, they don't.
And and I would have.
But normally it doesn't go that far. Now I've found.
No. But the thing is, what you can actually do, you're not like adversarially putting someone in their place. You're actually sort of informing them that they're putting themselves at risk, massive financial risk of a fine of up to £7,000. Because if you discriminate against somebody that is medically exempt, that is disability discrimination. If you could personally be fined, it's happened before, £7,000.
Yeah, so we're looking at two things. We're looking at a response versus a reaction. So a reaction would be somebody that's only operating on two forces. So they become very reactionary to division or conflict. Somebody with a response is somebody that has the level of maturity that can actually inject the third force, which would be reason and rationality and law. It's lawful.
You said there's a certain amount of design comes into it, i.e., like,
Yeah.
I mean, myself, I have envisaged, it's never actually happened to me because like no one got to that stage, but I've envisaged this conversation many times. I've played it through in my head many times, and I've thought in my head, how can I do this in the most informative and non-confrontational way that's not going to evoke the response of an adversary, right? Because that's not rising above. That is not applying the third force. That's getting trapped down in force 1 and 2 in the binary. In my opinion,
Right.
am I interpreting this correctly?
Yeah, so as an example, yeah, that's perfect. So what we need to start doing is we need to start re-educating ourselves, reprogramming ourselves, and incorporating the right sort of language. This is where in the trivium language is a part of that, or rhetoric. Now, we need to start inserting words like awareness, action, aim, intent. And we need to rehearse these in our thinking, in our subconscious, even if it means writing it down and just rehearsing certain words to be used in certain situations, with the correct response. Now, it's not just a case of words; it's also a case of the frequency of your energy.
But, your body language, your eye contact, everything about
aura.
it. Yeah.
So there's always a solution to every single problem. Now, it's just a case of having the correct mechanisms and workings internally to be able to manifest them. So if somebody comes at you with a complete denying force triad, let's say it contains fear, hesitation, and doubt. So they're trying to put you in a position of fear, hesitation, and doubt, which is a pretty nasty triad, because those three things are definitely toxic. You would then use something within something like awareness, action, aim, even abandonment. Now, the word abandon is actually a very useful word because you can abandon fear. Abandon isn't a negative. Abandon can be very useful. So if somebody's trying to insert fear into your psyche, you can abandon that fear.
Extinguish fear.
Yeah. Yeah, so we generally think the word abandon is a negative. Actually, it's very useful. I mean, I insert that into my psyche on a daily basis. So, for instance,
They've done that with so many words. They've done that with so many words. They've taken away some really useful words out of our vocabulary and demonized them.
Well, let's start with the letter A. Abandon, awareness, action, aim. They're very useful words. That's just starting with
Aura.
one. Yeah. Write down the list of 3 words beginning with A, 3 words beginning with B, 3 words beginning with C.
Articulate.
Andy.
Yeah, so these are exercises. Now, you could also construct mantras. Now, they don't need to be Om Vajramantaya Swaha or something like that. Excuse me.
Is that one of your hounds?
Yeah. There's foxes around, so...
Good protection. Good personal protection, as always.
Yeah. So it doesn't need to be like in Sanskrit. Just write practical mantras, and as you're walking down the street, wandering around this realm in the pursuit of happiness, you can be, repeating those mantras to yourself that are practical, that are useful, that are used for directly in a realistic situation.
That's
now,
what your fire system is, basically, isn't it? Is a mantra.
Yeah. So, for instance, we use the word aim. So if I go into a shop to buy something, that's my aim. If somebody's the denying force that's trying to prevent me from obtaining my aim, then I have to create a triad that's going to get me the aim. And it's simple as that. Now, for instance, if you blow up and react and have a big argument and get arrested, you didn't get your bottle of vodka or your pistachios or whatever, yeah? So you didn't achieve your aim. You've got to be smart about this. And now, I'm not suggesting, for instance, that you just put a mask on, for instance, if that's what the problem is. There's many different ways around this. And you could eventually actually get to the point where you see this as a game. You drop the importance of it, and you literally play around with the forces, and maybe you start to enjoy it.
I've almost got to that point, I think, now. I had to start getting over my anger and my disgust and my disappointment and my despair when I was seeing people still wearing a mask.
That's just a spiral of decline.
Yeah, because
mentally.
I have to get past that because, you know, I should have got past that last year. What happened in the last couple of weeks now, I've got to the point where I sort of, I can't despise or hate people that I see still wearing a mask like idiots. I just sort of have to treat them a bit like a lost child. And you know, and maybe drop a couple of hints down there. I went into Asda the other day. You know the Asda where I did the viral video.
Oh, yeah, they love you in there.
Yeah, they love me in there. I was walking in there and I actually saw my brother and my sister-in-law across the checkouts. I was in the supermarket, they're on the other side of the checkouts, and they obviously didn't wear masks either. And I was like, Bernie, you're not wearing a mask. You're going to kill my granny. And well, you just saw the look on everyone's faces. You know, I was just having fun with it.
Yeah.
And then maybe everyone else didn't think it was funny. I did. But you've got to try and lighten the mood. Yeah, have fun with it. Poke
you
the
add the
business a little bit.
lubrication.
Yeah. No, honestly, that lubricated the rest of my journey through Asda. They hate me there.
But you can see, right? You can see as an example. I mean, for anybody that's had an interaction with law enforcement or the police or whatever you want to call them, quite often, if they can't get you on something, they'll get you into a position where you start reacting, and then they'll get you on something that you've reacted to, not what the actual problem was. Yeah, in some ways, or you gotta stay calm, calculated, and it really helps if you've got a mantra. And like I use the word mantra in this situation where we're in psychological warfare. The mantra needs to be words and sentences that are going to get you out of trouble and actually get you towards your aim. Now, you could actually use Sanskrit and start saying that, but you'd probably get arrested. Maybe.
The three C's are good: cool, calm, collective. That'd be a good thing to recite over and over in your head.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, I'm not trying to. I'm not being a school teacher or anything like that, but we've literally got to go back to day one, back to our schooling and education.
I'd argue it's worse than that. I'd argue it's worsely. You've got to firstly unlearn before you start to learn. This is even worse than going back to school.
A type of
you've got to unlearn. You've got two jobs.
De-indoctrination.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, that's a good point. And I mean, we're suffering with limitations. You know, we're very dysfunctional. For many reasons, because we haven't received the correct information at the correct time when we needed it. And who controls the education system?
The double R mafia. They have for 150 years. They wrote all the tech, well, at least in the US.
Is it fair to say the denying force controls our education?
Yes. It controls. It controls our food. It controls our finance. It controls our education. It controls our media.
Yeah.
So basically, all of our impressions within the five senses density are controlled by the denying force. That's why, you know, a Christian would say that, you know, Lucifer or Satan is the Lord of the earth. Well, what is the earth? What is the realm? It's the realm of the five senses vibration. And this is going to go sound like King David or whatever. But he talks about the five senses prison. You know, most people that we could say are normies or the NPCs or people that are completely ignorant to all of this, that are the lazy thinkers like you were describing them earlier on, they're going for the easy option. For them, there are only five senses. There are only things that you can touch. You can taste, you can smell, you can hear, and you can see. Outside of that he calls it the five sense prison, the five sense eggshell, there is nothing that exists outside of that.
And that's why they've had the recent medical procedure involving a needle.
Yeah. Now, me personally, I spent a lot of time outside of the five senses prison, so I am quite au fait with the landscape and the architecture of the realms outside of the five senses prison. Not many people have had insights through spiritual practices, through martial arts, through meditation, through whatever you want to call it, entheogens, teacher plants, amateur urban shamanism, which is what I guess I used to practice quite prolifically. You know, those are disciplines that can help you to see outside of this five senses prison. But until you have, that's all there is.
Something I found very helpful for me, and I think others might find helpful. So one thing I found was it's a lot more simpler. This is a lot more simpler method than anything you just mentioned there. For what I found was the best thing for me was literally spending time in the forest on my own.
That could be classed as
That was it.
meditation.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But not
Regrounding,
sitting down,
recentering.
just literally just walking around and just because that I'll tell you what, when you spend a lot of time in nature, when you get back to the city, it's fucking hideous.
Well, this is what
When
I
you-
talked about the
there's
other
just
week when I
straight
used to
lines
come back
and-
from Southeast Asia, and I thought that I was looking at everything for a set of grey Venetian blinds.
Yeah.
Everything was grey, fuzzy, like the
Straight lines,
straight
and-
lines,
yeah,
straight
yeah, yeah,
lines.
yeah,
Yeah,
and smog.
It's like I was looking through. It's horrible.
And the noise, and one thing for me is like the traffic, right? I know it's not possible for some people if they live in the cities, but take the time to get out of the city.
Look at all the people in London. They lie in a small park with just a little bit of
If you
grass,
can-
and everyone's
if you
lying there.
can-
Yeah, nature.
If you don't hear any traffic anywhere, no traffic, right? It's quite hard to find in some areas of the country, especially internationally. But it makes a difference because you might not even know that the traffic's there. It might be like a dull hum, but it's there. Your subconscious picks
Look,
your
we're lucky
psyche.
here. We're in the middle of a town.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, of
There's
course,
houses
yeah,
around,
yeah.
but this is actually not a quiet road. There is no noises outside.
No.
But
like-
when you go out to the country, then you hear the absolute
yeah, that's it.
Nothingness.
No, apart from the the birds or whatever wildlife's there. But honestly, try it, and that's as a little catalyst to kickstart.
Yeah, it's all, whatever the catalyst is, it's quite actually irrelevant. They're
Yeah,
amazing.
you don't have to like study loads of books and studying esoteric teachings and stuff like that just to have an appreciation for an organic, anything that's organic. Do you know what I mean? That's just not touched by man in any way and fucked with and manipulated and whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, another thing to consider is that we have our own atmosphere. So it doesn't necessarily matter where you are. You have the capability to control your own atmosphere. Let's say the atmosphere is 1.5 to 2 meters, like a sphere around you. Now, you have the ability to affect your own atmosphere. Now, I got asked to go into a group which was about finding solutions to problems, to the problem that we're facing now. And I haven't had a chance to actually put any solutions down on that. But we should never underestimate our small aims and participation in this psychological war or war of the psyche. So, as an example, I was always taught that you should create aims that are big enough to put in your pocket. Now, I can't do anything about the royal family. I can't do anything about the double R's. I can't have a meeting with Bill Gates. But what can I do? And I would suggest that everybody adopt this position that say tomorrow when you go out wandering around this realm, see what you can affect. So when you go into the corner shop or the supermarket, see how you can change the dynamic, the energy, the frequency, the vibration of your interactions. And you'll be surprised at what difference you can make based on the position that you take in terms of understanding the law of three.
Do you know what, Lee? I got a direct example of this.
Go on.
I said earlier, I went, I made some elderflower champagne. I've got some elderflower champagne brewing that I picked from the forest and got going earlier. So I had to go and buy like a fermentation barrel thing, and I went into our local store in town to get it after I finished work. And there was one cashier, and then all the 6 Coviat AI checkouts. And literally, there was a guy like conducting it, saying, "Anyone paying on card can use the self-checkout." And literally, no, it's in a fairly poor area, and there's a lot of people paying cash. But like, there was a huge queue. Anyway, I was paying cash, and a dude said to me, he was like, "Why'd you queue?" Sorry, I was paying card. He said, "Well, why'd you queue up in the queue for the thing?" I said, "Because I prefer the human interaction." And I got chatting to the woman behind the thing.
My brother
and I
did
said-
exactly the same thing. Yeah.
And I said, "I'm really sorry for you guys, like, because there was a huge queue." And I said to the woman behind the till, not the dude who was conducting it, pointing which way to go to everyone. I said to the woman behind the till, who was obviously under stress, there's a huge queue behind her of people, like everyone watching her. She felt really pressured. And I said to her, I was like, I feel really sorry for you. I was like, I know it's not your fault. Like, this is just the corporations just penny pinching, trying to save money. She's like, tell me about it. I get it all the time, every day. There's a huge queue of people. And she said, the worst thing is I have to deal with the angry people that are pissed off about the huge queue. And I was like, I totally get it. I'm really sorry.
Yep.
So that's how, and everyone in the queue was real sympathetic for this woman then, and that was just me. Like, everyone was silent in their masks. I was the only one there, like, chatting without a mask on or whatever, and I spoke to this woman, and then the whole queue were, like, pretty sympathetic. Everyone was really nice to this woman. That was it. So you're rightly, like, you'd be surprised
be
at how
that
much...
person. Like you were saying the other week in the Guardians, be that person. Be that one person that maybe stands up for someone that
can change
there's breathing difficulty, and someone's telling them to put a mask back on. Actually inform them. Say, do you know what? You're actually just playing a symptom that is listed in the criteria of being mask exempt. You shouldn't be wearing a mask. And just inform that person. And do you know what? Say to them, you don't have to pay £2.50 for a sunflower badge. You only need to say 2 words, I'm exempt. You can get your phone out. You can screenshot it from the UK Equality Act.
Yeah. Well, if you really want to do damage to the denying force that's at play right now, because they hate this. They hate this direct realism, direct interaction with
contact.
Yeah. They hate this. Now, what they've done, right? They've been able to convince humanity that from an early age that you have to receive authority. So when you go to school, they say, you know, this research and that scientist and has said that this is fact, blah blah blah, and it goes on and on and on. If you watch the news or the mainstream media, they're always reporting on things like the WHO has stated this, this organization has stated this,
the experts.
Yeah, this. So we become disempowered when in actual fact, you know, in our if we were left alone to live naturally, your parents would teach you. Your
elders would be the experts. Your ancestors would be the history.
Yeah, and it would be passed to you, this information. You would actually know the trivium. You'd actually know the law of 3. You'd actually understand language. You'd actually understand rhetoric. You'd actually understand or understand all of these qualities of interaction. And you would, well, we wouldn't have half the problems that we've got right now. Now, rather than focusing on how we're going to take down the WHO, how we're going to change Bill Gates' mind or whatever, well, look, if somebody can do that,
good luck with that.
Yeah, but if you can't, like most of us can't, and for the most part, I don't think anybody can at this moment in time. I mean, those in those positions, they can work on that. You've got to look at where you are in this game or this situation and work on what you can do, and stop allowing things to just happen, and stop being reactive, be responsive, and take any situation, the most mundane, like going to the corner shop, and see if you can transform that experience for yourself and other.
Yeah, take it as an opportunity to provide you with potential interactions of people that may just be looking for that one example.
Make people laugh.
That one ambassador, that one person that they've been waiting. Are there other people that are seeing the contradictions that I'm seeing?
Yeah,
are there other people that are noticing this?
And never underestimate the effect that has, that small act, that small action, that small aim. Don't ever underestimate the power and influence that has on the greater realm, because it doesn't go away, it doesn't dissipate, it recreates in another place and time, or space and time, that small action.
Because you could be the person you could be the one that person was waiting for. You could be that catalyst. And we were saying this the other week. You know, I had that experience in the bank with the East European girl that was just waiting to see someone maskless, and then I dropped the bomb.
She took hers. I remember you saying. Yeah.
You know, in the Guardians, Lee, you had the experience that you were talking about with Mrs. in the Guardians the other week, where you went to the park and you came across those 2 ladies. They had literally gone out with the sole intention of sitting down and speaking to people. You know, I do it as well. You know, people say you shouldn't go to the supermarket. I know, and I do support local shops. But the reason I go to the supermarket is because I want to walk around and smile at everyone. And when I see someone shuffling and looking weird at me, I want to look in the eyes and smile at them and just like, it's okay. I want to do that.
Hell, you have to go to the supermarket for some stuff.
Yeah, you have to. You can't buy everything from the corner shop, mate.
Is it fair to say, right, that this realm was created by a creator? Okay.
I believe in intelligent design.
Right. So we kind of agree on there's an intelligent design in this creation by a creator. Now, do you not think, right, if it's that intelligent or it's that intelligent to create such a complex, sophisticated system as this, that they didn't factor in that they would give you the capabilities to actually be able to do something.
Exactly, right? When people say to me, like, who do you think you are? Acting like you can actually make a difference, posting all this stuff, it's like you're just on a massive ego trip. I was like, no, you're wrong. I know I've got a big ego, but I'm using it because I know that I can make a change.
Yeah.
I've seen it with my own eyes. I know that it is possible to think about something, to focus your intent, to remember everything that you've learned, and then to execute it out in the manifestational world, create a ripple, drop that brick into the pond, and when you see the ripple go out and it hits other stationary things in the pond, that creates a double wave. And guess what? That's how you create a hologram.
Yeah.
That's how you create something 3D and manifestational from something that's two-dimensional or thought-formed. That's how you create matter from thought. That is the 11, the 22, and the 33 in the what you call it, the triad synergy.
Yeah.
That's focus, your intent, and remember, execute, manifesta, inner guardian, inner protector.
Yeah, and that takes us all the way back round to the Great Awakening. Now, what would the Great Awakening actually look like? Do you know what? The Great Awakening might actually look like normal people going about normal business.
Yeah.
But interacting with a higher quality of consciousness.
To me, it would look like everybody remembering the innate gifts, abilities, and access to the wisdom, whatever you want to call it, the Akashic records, that everyone forgot in the first place. That's what the Great Awakening would be. It would be simply everyone awakening to their already naturally given full potential.
And we've already spoke about what the majority do. The majority follow the majority.
Mate, some people you offer to give them some advice to raise their consciousness, and they say, "I'm going to beat you up." One of my good friends, Mickey, and I hope Mickey's watching. One of my good friends from Asia. He went back to up northeast where he's from. He'd been in Asia for years, and I'd be going out there meeting with him, spending all night sessions, rabbit holing for like 20 hours at a time. You know, we were talking about what's happening now 4 or 5 years ago. But he said when he went back home, and he tried to tell people, and he said, you know, you want to make some money? Let's invest in crypto before the Great Reset comes. And he's trying to help his friends and his family. Half of his family went with it. The other half of his family threatened to beat him up or disown him. And he's like, I was trying to help them. I was trying to save them from this oncoming psychological war and the physical war of poverty, theft, whatever. And it's like, yeah, you want to try and help someone? If they don't want to be helped, they'll treat you like you're attacking them.
Right.
Literally.
Would it be fair to say, right, that on an average day, everybody has at least 33 interactions?
At least.
Okay, so that's 33 opportunities that you've got to transform your reality. Forget about the global elite. Forget about Parliament. Okay, because to alter anything there, you're going to have to go to university for 5 years, study law, become an MP,
learn to lie.
Yeah, lick everybody's boots, blah 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 blah, and whatever. Yeah, by the time you get to anywhere close to it, you're going to be corrupted or coerced or blackmailed. So going down that route is probably not the way to go. If we're looking for solutions, I think we have to look at our immediate surroundings and the tools that we've already got and the opportunities and the interactions that we have already on a day-to-day basis. You don't need to look too far to see if you can alter reality. In fact, I would suggest keeping it as local as possible, and even creating small groups. Because small groups create amazing forces of influence for humanity. Trying to convince the whole world to do something is quite difficult, but it wouldn't be such a task to get maybe 3 people, 4 people, 8 people to work together.
Well, I've always said if you can help one other person to be in gnosis of the full situation and to use the power of 3 or to apply the trivium or whatever, however you want to call it, you've already doubled your influence and you've already doubled the amount of consciousness which you're already experiencing, because other self is now, and I'm quoting Law of One stuff here, which I haven't even talked about yet. Self and other self, There's nothing else but self. When you open up someone else's third eye or you expand their knowledge, all you're doing is helping other self.
And what do you think the universe is going to do for you then? When you're
Ra says, if you help one other person to experience the law of one, then you've literally
there you go.
Well, like in Islam, they say like, if you take one life, in the eyes of Allah, that's like you've killed the whole of humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it works the other way as well. So
Rastafari says I and I. There's only the eternal I. There's no you and me, just the eternal I. All aspects of the same I.
Yeah, so the ascending directions of ray of creation, that would implicate that. So remember, the ray of creation goes from the law of one all the way down through all the laws. And by the time it hits us, we're on around about law 46 or whatever. There's a scale. Now, if we can do what we can do within our own limitations, if we can make one slight effect, that has a ripple effect that goes all the way back up to the law of one, up the ray of creation. So you can affect the larger reality.
Absolutely. What was my post on Facebook the other day? What's the biggest criticism of people like us on social media? Keyboard warriors. You're so deluded. You think posting things on social media about your stupid conspiracy theories would ever make a difference in the slightest? Well, here was my post. If it doesn't make a difference, why does big tech, why do governments, and why do the biggest entities on the planet spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year policing the internet with fact checkers, deplatforming people like me, like Andy? Why?
Yep.
Because it does make a difference. And even some naysayers came on the post. Rah, some people do it because of this. You're not answering the question. I didn't say why people post off on the internet. I didn't say the validity or the authenticity of the content. I said, does it make a difference? I hope you can agree it does. And they're like, yeah, it does make a difference. I said, thank you.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be censored.
Yeah, and otherwise we wouldn't do it.
And fuck me, look at the censorship. This is like, I've never seen anything. I'm 35. I've never seen anything like this in my lifetime.
Mate, like Jay said, our East German ex-citizen, he said,
yeah, we need to get him back on.
He's already reached out. He said he wants to come back on. And plus, the first interview got deleted. He said, yeah, your metaphor of the Soviet Union, he said, like, people might take the piss. It's not going far enough. He said, the Soviet Union makes the Soviet Union look like nothing.
Yeah.
It's an insult to compare what's happening now to the Soviet Union. Well, that's really something.
That's literally straight from the horse's mouth. This guy lived it. He was there.
Yeah.
You weren't. He was there.
Yeah. So it's like so many people now online. It's like you talk about comparisons to the Soviet Union or to what happened in 1940s Germany with the rise of the Third Reich. They say, how could you make such a crazy comparison?
Hey, this is way
and then,
worse.
How many actual Holocaust survivors are left? There's not many. Literally, you can count on two hands.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen 3 of them in interviews saying this is exactly how it started. People say we're not on the first step towards the concentration camps. We're on the 3rd or 4th step.
Yeah.
Yep. And I've seen 3 literal Holocaust survivors say that on camera. There can't be that many of them left.
Yeah.
Because of the age.
And that's what I mean. This is this may just be some annual on some pagan calendar date that some small group of entities, fulfill each generational period. We don't know. Like we've seen the pictures. There's pictures of the peasants wearing masks in 1918 for the Spanish flu, and in the background, I'll get the picture because
we
send
got
you the picture now.
I'll tell you what. Can we
it.
just have a little break, because I found a music video of this rapper called Comprehend, and he's made a tune called Colonialism.
Can I just
we'll come back in a minute.
Yeah, go Lee. So,
sorry, Lee.
What
Yeah.
the
Just
rest of
in
the picture,
case.
yeah, you've got the peasants in the foreground wearing masks working, and then in the background you've got the 4 masters
I've seen it.
with a hand behind their back with the hats on, top hats on, with no masks on. So it's like the peasants wearing masks, the masters aren't. This isn't anything new. The same, exactly what Lance was saying about the Holocaust survivors. This isn't anything new. They've seen this shit before. Go on, Lee. Yeah, sorry.
Right.
I just wanted
So
to make that point.
just in case anything happens to me in the break and I don't get back on, I promised that I would enable people to revolutionize or transform their existence in this realm. Now,
Oh shit! I thought you'd already done that. Go on.
no, I'm going to sort of put it in a couple of lines or whatever. So, for instance, as of tomorrow, when you go about this realm, you'll start to see the appearance of those who are operating in the world using two forces. And you'll also be able to see those that are operating or moving about this realm using three forces. Now, those that are operating on two forces, they will always be creating the divide. Okay, and their third force will only be what they've borrowed from the mainstream media or any narrative or psychological operation that's been done to them. Now, if you can wander around this realm using the three forces, then that is the divine. So you've got the divide or division, and you've got the divine. So when you operate with the three forces under your jurisdiction that you control and that you understand and understand, then you will become of the divine frequency, or you'll resonate the divine. Those that are operating on the two forces will be operating on the frequency of division. And it will become more and more clearer, more apparent as time goes on, as long as you can remember this knowledge, this information. And from tomorrow, when you go out and wandering around this realm, you'll start to see the difference. And the more you see it, then the more you'll be able to embody the knowledge, the information.
Something that can almost be trained like a muscle.
Oh yeah, definitely. Be a new way of existing.
Time to get flexing, people. This is episode 33. The power of three. The power of the double three. Why the dark occultists and their horizontalist peasant slaves use this against us. What it really means. How you can recapitulate and re-energize yourself with this knowledge. That's why Master Lee's part of the team. Gosh. Wow. So yeah, let's have a little break before the final section of the show, which is always the deepest part. How's your battery doing in the Guardians?
It's around about 33%.
Take a break. I'll play a music video. When we come back, me and Andy and PG will interact with people in the comment section for a little while, and then we'll wrap up everything we talked about tonight. We need to sort of really ponder on what you've just said for a little bit.
Sure.
Right, okay. We'll come back in a minute. This guy is called Comprehend, and this tune is called Coronialism, and I came across it the other day. I thought it would be pretty good for Rise Above.
How long will the break be, roughly?
Oh, it's only like 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
It's quick.
I'll hop back in. Okay.
Okay. I just need to bump you two out so I make sure that I don't get that echo with the share screen. Stop sharing screen, then share it. Yeah. Right. Let's have a little bit changed because our DJs have gone home now. So check this one out. Comprehend.
Yeah. Fuck the government, man. Fuck the media. Fuck the control tactics. It's comprehend. Yeah. If you're new to this world, I feel bad for you. Rest of us thought it was mad when we catch the flu. Watch what the cameras do, they use the news for programming you. Yeah, you're angry at me, you can't stand my view. Cause they make you choose a side, it's the wet dream. You won't see him do it like the suicide of Epstein. You need to fight like Amber when Johnny Depp leaves. If you go against the herd, then you're dead meat. If women attacking their men, then it's fine. But if men started slapping their women, it's crime. There's always been tears, I ain't talking about crying. Cause they're keeping our fears at the front, now we hide. This pandemic is used for control, abusing our souls till we choose to revolt. Me, I'm refusing to do what I'm told. I guess that's nothing new, I refute what is false. Come along with me, and we can all be free. I need you all to see the lies they try and teach. We cry inside, we're weak. Inside our minds they reach. We hide behind our screens. We hide behind our screens. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls, forge it to cowards. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls, forge it to cowards. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls, forge it to cowards. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls, forge it to cowards. We're fools, but our phones are smart, and I ain't following the rules like I'm Rosa Parks. Yeah, I'm here to expose the farce. I'm an angry little man, Bonaparte. The vibrations we take in are filled up with nothing but violence and hating. I'm tired as fuck, there's fires and floods. We try rise above, so it's drugs that we're taking. America's still making their plans to take all the banks, and they won't hesitate with the tanks. They're making a stand. The final ones to take is Iran's, at stake is their land. But you just want your face on the gram, you're chasing the fans. Yeah, that's the kind of phase that we're living through. Posting every day what we did and we didn't do. If you focus on the lies that they're giving you, you will realise they're disguising this killer flu. Come along with me, and we can all be free. I need you all to see the lies they try and teach. We cry inside, we're weak. Inside our minds they reach. We hide behind our screens. We hide behind our screens.
Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls and force you to cower. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls and force you to cower. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls and force you to cower. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls and force you to cower.
Feels like we're slaves in a mad dream. And I ain't taking your vaccine. I ain't letting them invade me with bad genes. So they're gonna make me feel I'm crazy and have been. I'll keep saying it for years though, let's revolt. And I think it's very clear that the tests are false. These people surprised that we're freedom of speech. I can say what I like if it's nice or it's mean. Oh wow, now the truth can't be handled. If you got the wrong view, you'll be cancelled. Soon you're gonna need a pass for your freedom. I'm saying fuck the government, you're trapped if you need them. Still I want us all safe and sound. And I'm praying it don't take us down while they rape the pound. I watch the media, it makes you frown. Cause they're delivering the news like a paper round.
Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls and force you to cower. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls and force you to cower. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls and force you to cower. Soul for control, soul for the power. Torture your souls and force you to cower.
Wow, that is that dude's actually pretty powerful for what looks like a little gyp rat. But yeah, I actually quite enjoyed that. I don't know where you found that, Lance. What was the dude's name?
Good, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was very powerful for such a little gyp rat looking dude.
Mate, that's why I played it. How old is he? Like 18,
I
19?
don't know, mate. He looks like, you know, like he's that's very good, very powerful, good lyrics, good tune.
Yeah, mate, it's actually quite encouraging to see someone of his age, of his demeanour, who would usually be rapping about things,
stabbing people in the youth club and
slightly less constructive. Yeah. What's going on there? We've just lost a load of screens. Oh, they're back. They're back again.
I'm normally the one that fucks up the tech.
Yeah, we've got too much shit going on. Right, let's get Inner Guardians back in. Inner Guardians, you still there?
Salutations.
Salutations. Yeah, I just wanted to have a little break there and just sort of remind everyone that some kids do know what's going on, because he clearly knows what's going on by those lyrics. Did you catch that?
No, unfortunately, I missed.
Oh well, yeah, he was sort of a young Aggie-ish lad who normally wouldn't be rapping about vibrations and them projecting things into your head.
Yeah.
But he was clearly quite knowledgeable about the situation, which gives me a bit of positivity, because there's a lot of young kids walking around that don't seem to be knowing what's going on.
Is he American? Or?
No, English kiddie.
Oh, UK. Okay.
Yeah, UK kid. Young white kid, looks about 18, 19, ginger hair. He's got his tracksuit on with his little man bag. Wouldn't normally be rapping about stuff like this. So I was quite impressed by that.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Good to know that some of the youth are asking the extra questions, going a little bit deeper into what's going on. So big up everyone in the comment section. Andy Pandy, how is everyone enjoying the 33rd episode? Have we gone where you expected us to go? Has it answered the questions that you didn't know about the number 33? Have we covered old ground? Let us know. Let's have some feedback in the comment section. Who's...
You got a phone in?
Oh, no, yeah, but we are... Are we having call-ins at the moment? One sec. Oh, it's not linked up. Sorry, sorry, Clint. One sec. No, no, we're not having call-ins tonight. We can't.
Not one?
Clint. Yeah, okay, let's do one. Clint, call back, mate. Call back. Clint Eckhart wanted to call in from the United States. Clint's cool. I do like
your boy Clint.
My boy Clint. Clint, call back, mate.
It's important to be spontaneous.
Yeah, it is important to be spontaneous. Do you know what I mean? We shouldn't be too formulaic. Roadcaster Pro. Accept. Hello, Clint. Hello.
Clint, are you there? You're live and Rise Above.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Please don't say the C or the V word. You were a repeat offender last time you were on, if I remember, mate.
No, I'm making the notes.
So, what do you think so far of the 33rd episode, mate?
I just need to turn off the.
Yeah, you must always turn off the stream in the background and just treat it like a phone call. That's what happens when you call Rise Above, remember? Each and every time.
Yes, sir. Thanks very much. I had a chance to review the message streams. I want to give a shout out to Georgie Golden. And anyways, what I wanted to say was I also had a chance to review Master Lee's material.
Oh, on the Inner
And I
Guardians
really-
channel, yeah?
Yep. I really enjoyed that. When I was a youth, I actually got in touch with a gentleman named Colin Wilson. Now I don't know if Lee knows Colin Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
I've
wrote
got one of his
the
books.
Occult and the Criminal History of Mankind. The reason I'm calling in is I'm inspired by what you said is kind of to live in the moment, and I wanted to ask you gentlemen about a specific subject as well.
Sure.
Is about in America there's a lot of people that are looking at there's a specific group that is controlling the media. And
Is it
you know,
the
when you look
the
at
Z
all-
group?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hinted to those earlier on. Yeah, carry on, mate.
Yeah, and it's what is
What's their role? Why them? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, what's their role?
Right.
And
I think I have an answer to the question, and obviously we have to be careful what we say here. And I'm going to firstly point out, right, because obviously when you talk about this subject, the first attack is the anti-Semite thing, right?
Have we got any Guardians on the line here?
Yeah, Inner Guardian's still here. I just like to point out these people that we're speaking about are not really Semites or Jews. I just like to point that out. These
This
these
is
radicals,
a whole new level of.
These people are sabotaging Frankists.
They're hiding behind that
They're
label.
secular atheists that hide behind a perceived ethnicity of Judaism, which isn't actually true, and that's a whole other rabbit hole. But what I'm going to say, the reason that they seem to fall into the banking sector and the media is because, well, throughout history, that is the place in society, in the feudal society, which they always held. Throughout Europe, before we entered into the Enlightenment, into capitalism, into the free world and that kind of stuff, in the feudal world, they were called court Jews. Now, whether they were practicing actual practitioners of the Torah or the Talmud or the Zohar or the Kabbalah, that's another story. But they were called court Jews because their role was to be the bankers and the courtmeisters and they were like the administrative priest class, one class below the Indo-Aryan nobility. This was always their role. So throughout the years, if you look at these groups that aren't actually religiously Jewish,
Chosenite,
they are actually a spin-off. No, I can't really go into that. But what I'm going to say is that these group of people have always assumed the role of a priest class.
And that's why, if we, I'll just expand on what you just said.
Yeah.
The reason we see the 33 so much in the media, like me and Lance are looking at this. Have you still got the triangles on your phone, Lance?
You what? The notes that we were drawing at the start of Master Lee's talk.
I made this. I made this. You see this to the camera. So you see the.
There is nothing Jewish about this symbol. There's nothing. This is not to
So
do
you've
with
got the
Judaism
two triangles.
whatsoever.
Exactly what Master Lee's talking about. The two triangles. And you got one on top of the other. And don't forget. So we all know the up point in triangle. The point, the capstone, if you will. That's the spirit. And then the one pointing down, which is placed on top of the other one, pointing downwards, is to point to the physical and to cancel out the spirit. So that makes up the symbol, the star, which these people use.
This is a Solomon star. It goes back to Solomon's temple. It's a symbol of magic.
And that's
it's not a religious symbol.
it
It's a
is.
symbol of magic. It's a symbol of as above, so below. What Inner Guardians was talking about earlier on, the law of three. Well, that's the 3 points of the triangle. So that's 1, 2, 3 points, an upward triangle. You take a second flipward down triangle, put it on the top of each other.
But it has
That's
to be
33.
But it has to be put on top. The reason it's put on top is because it's placed on top, cancelling out the spirit one, pointing upwards, and the physical pointing
We're
down.
talking
It's placed on
about
top.
a dark occult priest class.
Yeah.
There's
And-
occultist
and-
knowledge, the number of the knowledge of the power of 3 and the power of the double 33 for at least centuries.
And I'll elaborate on what we just said. So, Clint, in the States, you have DPD, right?
The DP.
DPD,
I'm
the
sure
delivery service, DPD. The couriers.
Sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
they've got
yeah.
in the UK here, they've got two colours of vans, right? They've got a blue and a red. Okay, so which is what we just put up on the screen, the two triangles. And if you look at the DPD logo, Lance, could you Jamie that and get that? Actually, I've got it here on my my phone. The DPD vans with the symbols on, carrying around. Yeah, look, Lance has got it up there. There we go. That's their cubes. Yeah, you get red and blue ones. So, and this is what I've said before on the show about talisman magic. They're basically moving, these symbols being moved around constantly on the planet, internationally, globally, creatily, whatever you want to call it. That's giving this entity
and they're using the same,
energy.
exactly the same knowledge which we've been trying to de-occult tonight.
Yeah, and
the power of three, the power of geomancy, the power of geometry, numerology, gematria, the Kabbalists, which are that sect.
Anyone where you see the cube symbology, the Star of David, any of that's all the same entities. And like Lance said, that's an ancient priest class who have always been in charge of the media
since
and the banking industry.
Back to Solomon's temple. They in the Old Testament, and I'm not a Christian, but I quote the Bible because it's a document. Jesus spoke about the Pharisees, and these were like a Kabbalistic priest class who were sort of magi, dark magicians. The Pharisees, links with Pharaoh. These guys were around at the time of the Pharaohs. They interacted with in between the Pharaohs and the Roman Empire. They were the ones that apparently put Jesus on the cross. The Pharisees, a dark priesthood. It's Babylonian. We're basically talking about Babylonian money, blood, and sex magic. That's what they are.
And so, and I'd argue, sorry, I wouldn't argue. I'd say that the reason we're seeing the 33 in the media is because that's their little thing. But who's
that's
telling
their tag? It's like
that's
a graffiti.
Their little tag.
It's a graffiti tag. That's the easiest way to conceptualize it for a person on the street.
But then
each graffiti artist has his tag. He puts his tag as a mark of dominance. To tag gangs will tag their area with their tag. Bloods and Crips do it. Well, this is how the Freemasons do it. That, in my opinion, in my discernment, that's how they use 33. It's like a gang sign.
Yeah, and but don't forget. So I'll ask a question to everyone here and Inner Guardians. Do you think that the same people we're talking about who own the media are the same people who are perpetrating the current situation involving the global illness and global spearing? Do you think that's the same people, or do you think that the people who are perpetrating the global spearing and current illness globally, creatively, are in charge of the Whoish class and telling them what to put out in the media? Or is it the same people?
I don't mean to. I'm going to get the first in. I'm sorry, Master Lee. I guess
okay.
Do you mind?
It's your minute, mate. Go on.
That is, I would say that is correct. The spin here in America is that the top truth guys were all about, hey, did you notice all the major CEOs of Disney, NBC, ABC, CBS, they're all the same type of person. Yep, all the same.
Yeah,
and then, so that's spin. But then, is it deeper? Is it deeper than that? And another thing I just want to quickly mention is with the moon thing, with
Godvag. We call it Godvag. It's easier.
Godvag. With Godvag, he puts another spin. Like, okay, is it fake? Looks, come to your own conclusions. But Godvag does another spin on it. It's not quite fake. There's something there. And that's the same thing that's what after I watched Godvag's video, just after I tuned into your podcast, and then he's spinning like a very new, or it's not exactly new, but
that's the thing. There's nothing new about it, but the spin that he's put on it is new. The way he's conceptualizing it, the way he's bringing it to life, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, and that's a third spin. It's like you accept it or you don't accept it. Okay, obviously they control the media, so you're either in one camp or the other camp. But what's the third spin? Is there another level that's controlling them? Does that make sense?
No,
yeah, that's what I'm asking.
This is the way I put it, right? A CEO and a double R mafia member, They've got their picture on Wikipedia. They had to form a whole transgenerational clan of robber barons to do what they've done. They actually had to do things. They had to work. They are employees of the owners.
Yeah.
They're the Master Lee says them as horizontalists. They're the one that have to do the horizontal work on the
CEO
plane.
stand for?
Chief
Executive Officer.
Chief Executive Officer.
Yeah, you got law 3. You got the chief, you got the executive, and you got the
And
officer.
the officer, yeah.
So yeah, but those are all
And we all
titles of
know-
an occupation. That means you have to work.
Work for, and we all know who they're working for. At the very top, they're eugenists. They're eugenists, and they're the ones that
the farmers,
and they want to inject every motherfucker with their little serum.
So I think that these Z people, like you put it, in my opinion, from my discernment, for the last couple of 100 years at least, their job has been to be the priest class, to be, because what is a priest class now? Religion is in many ways is defunct for many people.
No,
the
they've
media,
swapped.
the media is
swapped.
the priest class now.
Religion used to be the thing. Now they're swapped. Now, to the
Well, Christianity was the Bible was allegedly written by these Kabbalistic Pharisees that were working for the Roman Empire.
Sure,
they
sure.
wrote the Bible
Yeah, yeah.
allegedly. Yeah. So that was the way of control then. Now it's the media. So the new priest class moves into the media, and and they also control money because that's where it comes from Babylon, usury. That's why usury, lending money and charging interest, is haram in Islam, because that is, in their opinion, that's the bankers of Babylon. That's the root of all evil.
Root of all evil.
You loan money and you charge interest on it. That's haram.
Do you think it's a coincidence that farmer? Do you think it's a coincidence that you've got the word farmer, like farm, and big pharma?
Pharmaceutical farmer, yeah.
Big Pharma. That was our show, wasn't it? Big Pharma
Big
Gates.
Pharma Gates.
Yeah.
And the vegan movement exposed.
Well, it's all about impressions, like you put it.
Yeah, and that was a very. I had a chance to review the material and take notes from last night's show, and there was a very profound statement. I've always heard the 13 families, the 13 banking families, but when it's defined as the 13 farming families, and then with the eugenicist aspect, with the aspect of the cows, the cattle, that takes on a different implication. The 13 farming
That's the
families.
be all and end all. Because don't forget, the money's nothing to them. It's just they created money. It's that thin air.
Let me put
What
it like
they
this.
can't do is create themselves, right? So what they have to do is corrupt the created, i.e. us. Look, I've said this on the show before, and here's my fucking Andy PT rant coming. What do you think is going to happen if you're born into a bloodline where you have to literally work for nothing into your entire life? You can go travel where you want, you can buy what you want, you can fuck who you want, you can literally do anything you want because you've got that much fucking money. What do you think you're going to do? How quickly do you think that's going to wear thin? Pretty quick.
The only thing left will be psychopathy.
What are you going to do? You're going to want to control other people, or the peasantry or the cattle as you see them, because that's all you've got left because you're fucking bored.
So let me put it like this. Do you think that these 13 farmer families, do you reckon? Because I still see them as horizontalists. I think maybe they believe they're farming the physical human cattle, but they're working for the big farmer, and the big farmer isn't farming anything physical.
That's the essence.
They're farming the essence, the loosh. I'm getting shivers. Just talking about
that's
this.
it, mate. This is it.
This is it. Because these horizontalists, like the 13 families, like your Gates, like your Soros, like your Zabriskie, and all these people, they're horizontal farmers. They only farm on the physical plane.
Let me give you a clue. I suggest everybody look into the word liquefaction.
Liquefaction.
Yeah. Trying to think how you spell it now. Liquefaction. Liquefaction.
Andy Pandy is saying farmers for what? Humans. This is a human arrow. We're suggesting that this realm, this crater, whatever it is, this vibrational dome is a farm, is a human arrow, and these 13 bloodlines are farming us physically, and there might be something above them farming us energetically.
Right. What does a farmer use? He uses fertilizer.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do they get fertilizer from? The organic realm.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's particular particles that humans contain, which is essence, which is the magic. Yeah. So, I don't really want to go too far into this, but if you're going to go down the realm, and I think Godvaj, we could have a very good conversation.
We've got to speak to him at some point.
That the projection from the black hole sun using the goo and the liquefaction, this explains a lot of the phenomena of the realm that we see, and it can only be done if it's fueled with a certain type of fertilizer, which is the food for the moon.
Are you talking about the black goo?
Well,
or whatever this.
I'm being very, very careful because once I open a rabbit hole, we could do a whole show on it.
We're trying we're trying to say gistical and whole rabbit rather than being down a rabbit hole. So are you talking about like the parasite energy or the physical manifestation of it, something like that came into this realm when you say the black goo?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the sun and the moon being projections and reflections. I did make a post on Facebook about reflections being the map. Yeah. It's a reversal of our realm.
Don't forget water in the
as above, so below.
In the moonlight looks like black goo.
As above, so below. What is below?
The water, and above is the reflection.
I mean, look, right. When I was at school, they taught me that at the center of the earth is a sun. They told me that it's what do they call it? What do they call the core of the earth?
Magma. Well,
the Earth's core. They say it's like a volcano, like a
it's a ball of hot liquid metal and rock.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a sun is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So, and they talk about like
isn't a sun gases?
The black sun.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm just giving clues.
What, the black sun that could be the inner sun?
Yeah, that could be the projector.
I don't follow, Lee. You've lost me there. Come on, please. No. Expand.
Well, do you know the symbol of the black sun?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now,
I try to defeat it every day.
People talk about the black sun and or the second sun or whatever. Yeah. Where is it? Is it out there somewhere? Some people say it's below us. Some people say it's the center of the earth. It depends on what your model of this realm is. It could actually quite simply be the center of the earth where the projector is that actually projects onto the
firmament.
The firmament, which then reflects the sun and the moon.
Back to us. Yeah.
The black light at the center.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael.
Projecting a light. Projecting a white light.
Yeah. So for instance, if I say food for the moon, well, there's people that have said food for the moon. It's not my quotation. How would that actually happen?
As far as we're concerned on Rise Above, Master Lee, that's your quotation.
That's a Master Lee creation.
Just
around these parts
that here. Literally, that's the next thing someone's going to get tattooed on themselves.
Food for the moon.
Yeah, I mean, it's more. Yeah, it's in terms of the ray of creation, and so how would it be food for the moon? Do we get transported up to the moon? But what if the moon's not actually up there? What if the moon is actually down below?
And we're looking at the bat symbol in the sky when we should be looking at the projector.
Yeah. So you're following the sort of chain of thought, yeah?
Mm.
Remember, everything we've been taught is a lie. Everything's been inverted. Everything's been...
And they want to keep it that way.
We should guess it's the opposite by default, really.
Yeah, the map is not the territory. As above, so below. We already know.
We already understand. We just have to remember Rise Above.
And that's why Godvaj and his creator theory
just helps you remember.
But as above, so below. Like, that's the reflection, the moon. Otherwise, someone...
It's Plato's cave all over again.
First principles. If every other planet and moon spins, why doesn't this moon? Why doesn't our moon spin? Someone explain that, and then
what's our nearest celestial body? Is it the only celestial body in the whole of existence that doesn't rotate?
If we're going by their narrative. So until some expert...
Yeah, why has no one solved that problem?
We can't go any further as far as I'm concerned. Why does the moon not
spin on its axis?
Yeah, that's it. As far as until that for me is answered, we can't go any further with the astral. That's as far as we can go. We're not going to Mars, Elon Musk. We need to sort the moon out. Why doesn't it spin? We need to make it spin. Like if it's clearly broken, if everything else spins but the moon doesn't, it's clearly broken. We need to make that spin rather than trying to go to Mars.
The reason why I brought this up was because I think Clint was trying to say about you know, are they telling us or not telling us, or what part of it is real, not real? What do we believe? Are they telling us without telling us? 1 second. Yeah, I'm getting a low battery.
Oh shit.
Now, they kind of have told us, and this is why I made the reference about me being taught at school that actually the core of the Earth is the sun.
You went to a Steiner school though.
No. I stayed in a Steiner school. I didn't. I went to.
This was at a regular school.
Yeah,
yeah. Because that's what essentially everyone's taught, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
a ball of red hot glowing power and energy.
And people accept that, even though we've only ever drilled down 9. I think it's 9 miles is the deepest anybody's ever.
Because it got too hot.
Yeah,
that's what they claim. They couldn't go any deeper because it got too hot.
But we
That's the official story.
readily accept that, but people would completely not accept anything that Godvag or even myself would say. But what they told us or taught us at school is far more unbelievable than what anything Godvag or myself would present.
Well, yeah, it's at least on an equal playing field of sort of conceptuality. It's like, okay, that's an idea. You can't really prove it.
Yeah.
If you're an ultimate skeptic, you can at least start with that.
Right, we're spinning on a ball, through an infinite universe for no apparent reason, being surrounded by all these planetary bodies in a galaxy that's flat, but we live on a spinning ball and we only see one side of the moon. And then what they do is they create all these kind of theories to back that up.
Obfuscation.
Now, I would suggest to anybody, what do you directly experience? Do you experience the Earth spin? Do you experience water bending round shapes? As far as I'm concerned, water always finds its own level. Yeah. What I was taught at school completely defies the science that I was also taught. We use water to define a level. Yeah, and yet we're told 75% of the Earth is water, and yet it sticks to a clinging ball. Well, can anybody replicate that in the laboratory?
No.
May I add something, Master Lee?
Oh shit, Clint, you're still there. Hello, mate.
He's listening.
Sure.
And according to www.space.com, we're spinning at 666,000 miles per hour.
Absolutely, yeah. And that is our big up Wolfie, the executioner. We had him on the show, and he got into this a little bit.
Yeah, he gave us a breakdown of all the 369 numbers that are in the diameter of the Earth, the rotational spin, the relationship with Saturn, and it's all 369s and 666s.
It's all bollocks.
It's all that. Wow.
And as the discussion earlier was talking about how we're going to solve this problem, like moving forward, because we need the truth. Like, we need to figure out what's going on. And, and maybe the Great Reset is very apropos. Maybe it's not going to work out the way they think it's going to be. Maybe it is as above, so below.
Well, we've said this.
Right.
We've said this before. Go on, Lee. No, you take this, Master Lee.
It's a very, very good point. As without, so within. They want to create a great reset. We have to create our own reset from within. And this is what I'm trying to communicate tonight, that you need to reset the law of three. You need the three forces. You need to reset that, because at the moment, for the most part, most people are operating on two forces, and the third force is being injected by the media.
Yeah, from an outside exterior stimuli.
Yeah. We need a reset, a micro reset.
Okay,
if everybody has a micro reset, that will create the larger reset.
Okay, Master Lee, on that note, that's a great point. People would ask you, how would they go about this? And I would say, like you said earlier, keep it local.
Yeah.
So how would we start to do that locally as communities to not be so dependent on mummy, daddy, state?
Create a group of 8.
You need farmers, for one, because everyone's got to eat. So that's the key is land. And what do we see being taken off everyone? Look at Clint. Look what's going on in the States with Bill Gates taking land.
Yep.
Look at that motherfucker. He's taking it all. That he's taken it all, and you've got councils in the UK. Okay, the UK is a lot smaller than the States. You've got councils in the UK now because they've got housing issues. They're building on greenbelt land, which is, for those of you who don't know, internationally, greenbelt land in the UK is like, you can't, you're not allowed to build on greenbelt land. It's like for nature reserves or
Yeah.
but things like that. You're not allowed to build on that. But they're given the go-ahead to do it because they've got the capacity problem with housing because there's too many fucking people here. And
and I've got an answer for you, and you gave the answer earlier in their broadcast. You say you went to the store and you made personal connections on a local level, and that's more important than any consumable asset that you have. It's your deep personal connections. And I know that sounds like, everybody wants their own piece of land. I'm going to run out there, I got my shotgun, and, I'll invite people on. But, maybe there is a deep truth to what you're saying, is that it's your connections. You're going to have 3 people. You're going to have 8 people in your group that are super loyal, that understand the truth. And when you understand the truth, then you have something. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah,
I mean,
100%. 100%.
You've got a strong foundation.
Nail on the head, Clint.
That's why we talk about small groups.
That's
my post earlier on about.
This is what Chris Guy. If guys, everyone knows Chris Guy here. He's been on the show before. Big up Chris Guy if you watching this Rise Above. So what he's saying is about the protesting. It's great to protest. It's great to see a physical number of people against opposing the Covia operation. However, we've done that now for 16 months. It's now time to work locally, start setting up local communities.
Put thought into action.
We've done the whole thing now, and now it's time to say, no, fuck you, state. Now let's set up our own communities. But that's so much work, and obviously, what are people restricted with is time, because they're so dependent on paying the bills and all of that. So this is a really big issue to even start off. This is a huge monumental task to get going, but once it's going, I'm sure it will gain traction.
A ripple effect.
Yeah, 100%. But the initial thing is, each local community, whether it's internationally, everywhere, needs a strong voice, and it's simply not there in every community, is it?
Can I just ask, is first
not in every community.
Is first mate Pete still there?
Yeah, he's here. He's in the background.
First mate Pete's still here.
Okay,
Pete.
yeah, I nearly forgot. He made a very good point when he went through his presentation about how because of the poverty and etc. in India, that they tend to have a different kind of welfare system, and their welfare system is that they look after each other.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, people look after each other rather than relying on the nanny state. Yeah.
What they're going to try and do, they're going to try and industrialize that and weave it out of normal society, so that people become dependent on the industrial mechanism of the state. That's a very good example of how the denying force of poverty can actually become its own opposite. It actually will assist the interactions of people and the care. I mean, of course, there's a negative aspect
because it wouldn't have been there before. I've said this, that they've gone too far. What they had control as they were. They had control. They were getting all the money. They had control over everyone's lives. But they've gone too far now. And like you said, Lee, this is actually probably going to go against their favour now, because it's triggered.
What could have pushed their hand though? Why has the hand been pushed? They've clearly been in control of the money system.
Ego.
I'm not so sure. I think there could be something else. And I've talked about this in my speeches before, and it's a good thing to probably speak about to end on a positive note. I've said this many times. They have all throughout the Dark Ages. If official history is true, these group of horizontalists and their bloodlines have been in control of us and farming us for a very long time, and it's blatantly been pretty easy for them for ages. But what is this sudden rush? What's the sudden rush to come with the final solution, to come with the
because they have to feed an external source, something external to this realm.
Yes, they're working for a higher master.
They're working for 33.
Well, how about they're afraid? How about they're afraid?
Well, they live in fear. That's their poison.
That's the other option, is that there is coming. What should we call it? A consurgence, a crescendo of consciousness that maybe they know that can't be bypassed, that would maybe render them useless. And people have spoke about switching from the age of Aquarius, the end of the Mayan calendar, the ascending dark part of the Kali Yuga to go into the transitional period. There's loads of ideas about this. And yeah, we definitely live in grand processional cycles. And maybe...
I remember the...
Go on.
I mean, I spoke with E. Michael Jones, and who's an American scholar and writes about this Z group. And he actually said he thought that this whole V thing was just about censorship. And he said that it was exploding on the internet, and they needed to just step up their plans. Their plans was, I mean, these are just theories. I understand that. And I spoke to Brendan O'Connell from Australia, and Brendan O'Connell's, he was in prison for 3 years for speaking out against the Z group, and he's much into the technological sphere. I don't want to get too much into this stuff, but he agreed, and yeah, I mean,
there was a sense of desperation in this control group, this priest class, that maybe they might be losing their grip.
To who?
I mean,
losing it to who?
To an awakening awareness of what they're doing,
or another control group,
because
maybe.
Yeah, and the internet has brought this massive informational awareness, and now you see they shut down. You cannot talk about these certain groups. If you talk about certain subjects, you're just labeled as crazy. And this is their agenda. This is their internet police agenda. So just like the other caller that lived in Eastern Germany, on the internet, this is happening. So, what's happening?
Master Lee?
What's happening? What's happening? We're seeing full disclosure of the three forces. If you want to see it. If you don't want to see it, then just bury your head in the sand and carry on, and live your life on your knees. This is a great opportunity for it to be in your face and to stand.
There's no getting away from it at the moment, is there?
To understand everything.
Yeah. I mean, this is it. This is the three forces on display.
So, Master Lee. Do you, sorry, Clint, do you want to say something, mate?
One thing I wanted to say to Master Lee, because I reviewed his stuff, is I really like the ascension of the levels of human consciousness. Because for myself, when I was younger, I read a lot of Colin Wilson. Okay, Colin Wilson, I don't know if anybody, Master Lee knows Colin Wilson. And he wrote books on Gurdjieff, the war against sleep, P.D. Ouspensky, mentioned Madame Blavatsky. He wrote a 700-page opus on the occult.
Yeah.
This was a guy that grew up 16 years old and not educated at all, and wrote over 200 books.
Yeah.
So and he had something to say. I really believe that. I stand up for him. I know that he passed away. He never got into certain subjects, but he was always centered on the occult. He wrote The Criminal History of Mankind.
Yeah.
And I don't get, So I really appreciate the first three levels. To my understanding, Colin Wilson said the first three levels are either the physical, it's the physical, the emotional, and the intellectual.
That's right.
And if I understand, your fourth level is a combination of those. So you have this kind of superhuman person. He's good at martial arts. He's good at his emotions. He likes good music. He can make good music. He's intellectual. Yeah, he understands he reads books. He can write.
It's polymath. Mastery of self.
A polymath.
Mastery of self. So then you have level 4, and then there's significant improvements upon those levels.
Yeah, it just means that it's more stable. There's a crystallization of the three.
So let's bring it back. You've talked about the 7 levels of man, and today we've talked about the power of 3. And what you're saying is once you've got getting level 3 is basically self mastery. It's understanding the duality, and then looking at the design and the thought process. And
a person number 4 is somebody that has got the gist of the triads, the 3 forces, the law of 3, which is the intellect, emotions, and the physical or the moving. And you can use it all at the same time. Once you move to level 4, that means that you're in tune with, you have a greater use of the senses that you've got, and it's more stable, it's more crystallized. So, for instance, a man number 1, 2, or 3, they're very unstable. They'll fluctuate between. I mean, just because a man is number 1 doesn't mean to say that they haven't got emotions or a mind. It just means that they get polarized in one aspect or another. So they're very dysfunctional.
We're talking about quality of consciousness, basically, aren't we?
Yeah. So when you get to number 4, that means you're able to use the triad of the 3. So 3 begets 4. And then after 4, you start to crystallize and make progress, real progress. But they generally say, right, that if you encounter this work or this teaching, then you're at least a number 3. Sorry, you're approaching number 4.
Well, I would be happy to say that anyone that has sat through 33 episodes of this show should be at that stage now. Is that a fair assumption?
If they've been paying attention.
If you've been paying attention and you've been applying the trivium.
Hey, I have to go back and listen to a lot of what Master Lee says, even 2, 3, 4 times sometimes.
Absolutely.
But I must just add, it's not.
Lee, you spit it in a way everyone can understand, but to really get the gist, you have to digest it fully.
Because I've studied the law of 1 and the raw transcript of those channelings, and whoa, if that's really what it says it is, and you're listening to the download of the consciousness
ether.
Called Ra,
the ether.
Well, look. Let me just say this. It's not.
Master Lee's easier to understand for sure.
It's not limited to this man number 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth, or this particular type of teaching. This is a generic teaching. This is an objective form of teaching. You've got other teachings that, I mean, they all say it. You've got the Holy Trinity. You've got the Shiva, Shakti, Vishnu. All these paths, they communicate the law of 3.
This is the archetypal blueprint that actually sort of holds all of them up. It's always the law of 3.
Yeah. Now, we're in a time when we need to learn quickly. Okay, we don't have much time left because they're actually using time against us. Part of the aspect of a triad is time. The third force is what time is. Without the third force, there is no time. That's a slightly different subject. Now, for me to study under a guru and understand the nature of Shiva, Shakti, and Vishnu, it might take me a long, long time. But for me to quicken that, then all I need to do is learn the 3 forces. Equally, I could go into a Christian school and understand the meaning of the Holy Trinity. That might be a little bit quicker. But to speed things up, remember I said about the gist. If I wanted to teach somebody how to drive better, I can give them the gist, or I can break down into the mechanisms of every single aspect.
Yeah.
It's far quicker to learn this type of thing. And remember, we're in a self-defense position, and it's lawful, and it's under universal and cosmic and natural law to have a defense mechanism. Well, we're in a self-defense situation. This is the terror of the situation, and we need to learn quickly. So it's far quicker for us to learn the forces of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, and that's
positive,
what the gist
negative,
is all about.
And neutral. Yeah.
This is why I keep relating it back to my idea of the whole rabbit, right? Because, like I've said, if you spend too long diving to the bottom of one rabbit hole, looking at the fine molecular detail, first of all, you're going to go neurotic. Secondly, you're going to be obsessed with one topic. And thirdly, you're not going to get the whole picture. The law of 3 still applies.
Yeah.
So for me, the whole rabbit, when you come at the rabbit hole and you put the whole rabbit on this table right here, when you dissect it, get the juice out of it, put that in a blender, make a milkshake. that's when you get the gist.
The problem
That's
is
how you extract the gist.
100%. But the problem is with people, you don't have to go right the way in, but you have to go far enough.
Well, I hope that's what we're trying to do here.
You can't skim the surface with any topic because the surface is deliberately fucking misleading.
It's full of like chuff and fat, and you can't see through it.
You have to go far enough, but
not
again,
too deep to lose someone.
Again, there's all this kind of research. Anything that we look into on this show, like when you go and do your own research on it, after a time you start to depict in your own mind very quickly when you're reading an article or watching a video or seeing some footage of something. Whether
you've got to remember that we have the years of
of
training
course,
there, right?
But that's what I mean.
And what Inner Guardians talk about now, because time is of the essence, literally, and back to essence again. Time is of the essence.
Yeah.
If you haven't had the 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years.
It's time to take some shortcuts.
Going around the world, searching out mystery schools, going to libraries, scouring the internet, going have mystical experiences, meditating, going to shamans, etc. If you haven't done all that, you need a shortcut now, and that's what I keep coming back to it. That's what we're trying to do right here.
Yeah,
Provide a
and
platform
this is in
for
no
the
way.
shortcut.
This is in no way to discredit any other path, whether it's Hindu, Islam, Christianity. All of this information is in all of those paths. What I would say is that you need to look at the esoteric and not the exoteric of those religions. So if you've grown up or you're very familiar with, say, Hinduism, then go with it. But go into the esoteric aspects of Hinduism, not the exoteric.
Yeah,
because we all know what the exoteric is.
I know some very knowledgeable esoteric Christians and Muslims.
Go on, Lee. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean this particular type of communication is aimed at those that need to learn quickly, and maybe they didn't have. It's more aimed at the Western mind, if I'm honest.
Sure.
Because even Christianity is kind of Eastern, for the most part. But for those who
it was all in the East.
for those who've been brought up in a scientific education system, like people in the UK and probably America,
this is the problem.
We've got a problem because we can't grasp the deeper meanings of existence. Anything that's essential, we can't grasp, because let's face it, the stuff that the science has given us, or the scientists have given us in terms of our education, it's taken us way off the mark.
It is. It's all
obviously obfuscated the source of the matter for sure.
Yeah.
Let's put a veil over it.
We need to move away from. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against technology. We're streaming with technology here. Technology is good to an extent, but in my opinion, we're going way too far with everything. With everything, the way we farm, the way we fucking want to go to Mars, the way we
a good
do
expression.
everything, the medical side of things. We're going way too far with everything, technology-wise.
A good couple of words is spiritual science. Everything I've spoken tonight is the science of spirituality, and those two are always given as enemies. Science and spirituality, they're the opposing forces. They're the two parts of a triad. What I've done tonight is I've brought the two together and created a triad. Now, remember, things can only manifest in terms of being a phenomena if it's a triad. For as long as it's opposing and it's divided, it can never be useful for anything.
This is why you talk about option 3 so much.
Sorry?
This is why you talk about option 3 so much when people are saying,
third option.
Is Q a psyop? Is it not? For one, you said, what about the third option? Is this what about the third option?
Yeah,
you always come with that. That's something I'd sort of noticed, even if I didn't fully understand what the third option you were suggesting was at the time. It made me consider the fact there was a third option.
Well, the third option is what's called the reconciling force.
Oh, you've just introduced a new force that we didn't hear about before.
Yeah, that's the neutralizing. That's the reconciling. It's just another way of saying neutralizing. It's the way of bringing the two opposing forces into some kind of unification, which is what, for the most part, something like yoga. That's all you're doing with yoga. you're reconciling the opposing forces. You know, that the Holy Trinity, it's, you know, it's all in the three forces and the ability to reconcile. Sorry, it's all about the two forces, the left and the right, and the positive and negative. And remember, I said this in my first presentation, our purpose in this realm, in terms of existence, is to be the reconciling, neutralizing force within creation.
The balance.
There's a saying, something like to have a dove. Is it a dove and a wolf or something? No, a lamb and a wolf. So, you know, to have them side by side. So one on your left, one on your right, and you become the reconciling force between the lamb and the wolf. I think there's another one, a dove and a snake or something. This is just like a symbolism.
Sort of goes back to between the left and the right hemisphere of the brain.
Yeah.
If someone is too... Sorry, go on, Clint.
May I interject something, Master Lee and Rise Above? And
Sure.
What I wanted to kind of interject on the same conversation is that one of the most profound things that was said in last week's broadcast was, you know, Lee said it. Lee was like, "Hey, if religion was real," and I know these are not his exact words, but if religion was real. I mean, and what I mean is religion is real is the top leaders of the major religions really representing the people. Are they really holy?
Yeah.
And, you know, to paraphrase, Lee, if you don't mind,
Sure.
You said this would have been over in 2 weeks. If these were truly, and I'm not discounting any religion. I'm not discounting the Hindus. I'm not discounting the Muslims, the Christians. I think everything has something to bring to the table. But if the top leaders were truly religious, then they would have, like, Lee, you know, Master Lee, you said it. Like, this is clown game. This is clown world, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, moving forward, where do we go? We're gonna, you know, are we gonna find the best in everything? Are we gonna find the truth? And maybe we'll have our own one world religion, a truthful one world religion for us, for the real people. So
I think,
I think that's a brilliant idea.
I think what we said earlier about keeping it local. Who was the caller we had on? Who was keeping it local, going into schools? Do you remember the dude? He looked like a badass in the States. Do you remember on our first call-in show? He was keeping it local, going into schools.
Oh, do you mean Jim?
Yeah, was it Jim?
From Canada?
Yeah, Canada. Sorry, not from the States. Apologise. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about keeping it local. Like, it's time now to really start thinking about.
Well, him and his crew were just basically going out to every local business and just asking them, have you been persecuted by the COVID wardens or the COVID union? Have you had, you know, are you losing money? Can we help you build a structure so your customers can sit out here? They were just literally just going around and just helping wherever they could.
We know now. We all know what everyone's read Agenda 2030 by now. We all know what their plan is. Right, it's time now for the people to move out of the city that don't want to be a part of this.
They've told us everything they're going to do.
The people who have got businesses in the city who don't want to be a part of this and who are, quote unquote, awake, if you want to put it like that, need to move out of this, because that's this is where it's going to get bad. And don't get me wrong, right? I don't want any of this to happen, but it's going to happen somewhere. Some cities, some places. Where we got in China, there's already smart cities infrastructure where you can't use cash and stuff like that.
You can't do anything without the QR
There's
code.
obviously other cities in the world. First Mate Pete said that they're building the infrastructure for India, all over the place. So everyone who doesn't want to be a part of this, who is in a city, who's going to be subjected to what their plan is, you need to get the fuck out of there and start moving into a community where they're opposed to all this kind of stuff, and to start working with that community to keep it that way. Because we all know once the smart cities are up and running to, you know, how they want it, what they're going to do then? They're going to expand. They're going to try and expand. So what you need to do is, in my opinion, Master Lee, this is self-protection 101. You need to protect your own community.
Yeah, and
Surely.
we need to bring it. We need to bring it even closer, even more local. And this is why I say, right, as of tomorrow, when you go out into the realm and do your daily things, don't do nothing special. Just go about your business as you normally would, and be aware of like the first interaction that you have. Let's say, I mean, you could set it from the moment you leave your bed. You could set the intention from you leave your front door. So the first interaction that you have, it will be an opportunity that the realm is offering to you to see how you can manage that, and to see what outcome and how you can change or rise the frequency.
A lot of what I hear, right, is okay. I'm in a good position financially. I've managed to move out into a nice house in the forest, yeah, without much help. But there's other people who aren't in that position financially. But all you need to do is to get, like Clint said, in a small community of 4, 6, 8, you then can afford a place in the country, a place in the forest that's not in the smart city, and you can run it like your
Terrace
own.
Slim
Yeah.
moved out of London, then to Bristol. Now he lives out in the country. You see his video? He just farm,
planting his
vegetables.
kale and all that.
Property is cheaper out in the country.
Yeah, of course.
Right. This is a very important point. Right?
Rent's cheaper.
'Cause we haven't.
But you
factored
have to bound together.
We haven't factored in magnetism. Now, this is something I mentioned way back, probably shows 18, 19 or something. Magnetism. Now, once you start operating with 3 forces, using the triads in the correct way, you then attract the law of magnetism. So when you set the intention, and this is why I want people to start off small with small things as of tomorrow, the same way that all of a sudden now we're seeing 33. That's a form of magnetism.
Everyone in the comment section's been seeing it too, Master Lee. It's not just us. I saw people in the comment section who said the last couple of weeks we see it everywhere. 33, manifesting.
Yeah, but look, we're all connected. This is proof positive of how it works, how magnetism works. So the number's 33. We're gonna, and it's not a bad thing. It's an observation. This is actually a good thing because we get to observe the manifestation in the realm.
In real time.
Now, right, once you've got the gist and you start to practice using the triads on your day-to-day basis, I mean, you're not going to succeed every single time. You might fall flat on your face. You might get a parking ticket as soon as you walk out your door and punch the officer in the face. I mean, look, but we've got to start somewhere.
Yep.
Now, once you get the gist of it and once you get the hang of it, you'll then start to attract the law of magnetism. So when you set the intention, so for instance, right, if I said, right, I want to live in a community with loads of wonderful people, that's a big aim at this moment in time. But if I start creating small triads with that aim in mind, so if I can't make friends with my next door neighbor, if I can't make friends with a shopkeeper, what chance have I got of making a community?
Yeah.
Now, once I start to get the gist, let me just finish this. Once I get the gist of making friends with the first person I meet tomorrow, I will then start to attract the law of magnetism. The law of magnetism will then draw situations, scenarios. We're living in a magical magnetic realm. And for the most part, we're just not using it in the correct way. So at the moment, it seems really difficult to create a community. But actually, with the law of magnetism and the creation, the creator, and as co-creators, it's actually very easy.
Right.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
Master B.
Sure.
So I was just blown away by that.
Mm.
Go ahead, Clint.
You mind if it's Clint? Am I still on the line? Can I
Yeah. I was just saying. I said, go ahead, Clint. Go for it, mate.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and it is very profound what you said, and I'm glad this is being recorded, and I'm very happy that this is going to be available for many, many other people. So
Sure.
that's one thing I have to say.
Yep.
Going back, I'm going to go back to last week with, actually, let me go to this week in what you said, 33 interactions. So you have a normal person has an average of 33 interactions. So this is my thoughts, is that, okay, can you imagine being fully conscious being fully aware, being positive, just, I know the truth. I'm going to talk to people. And then you have to react to 33 people. I'm guessing that you have to be level 4 or what level do you have to be to get that? Because what I'm saying is you have to be physically strong, confident. You have to be healthy to have that many interactions. You have to be smart and you have to be calm and in control of your emotions.
Yeah, but
So
but also you're not going to be successful with every single interaction. But it's only it's only failed or a failure if you don't recognize that you failed. As long as you don't bring in
guys, we're all forgetting. All you have to do is to make someone think,
plant the
ask
seed.
a question. That's all you have to do. You don't have to make them fully awake and believe in God Vaj's creator theory or, Bill Gates' microchipping, any of that. All you've got to do is make them think, hold up, yeah, this guy's right. Something's not right here. Maybe I'll just
I
have
don't
a look
even think
into
that
that.
matters. I don't even think that matters because then we just become like trying to indoctrinate. I actually don't think it matters. I actually think it's more local than what we're talking about right now. We've got to create the triad within before we can try and manifest it without. So there's no point in me manifesting somebody else's triad if I can't do it myself.
Yeah, okay, yeah. They
So-
have to want to look.
Well, look, the other thing. I mean, I didn't want to bring this up, but like for instance, the 33. You can actually use this in terms of the numerology and geometry with regards to the 2 meters distance because you got 2 meters plus 2 meters, and you got one. So that's 2. You got 2 meters, and then you've got the interaction, which would be 1 meter within each other's 2 meters, which will give you your third. So it actually gives you the 2 threes. It's probably a bit tricky to get your head around. But the 33 can also represent interactions with other sentient beings. That's using the 33 and transforming it into something very, very useful.
Yeah, I can relate to it. It can happen. It can work. And like you say, they're not all going to be successful. But each one of those, well, that's an experience and that's an impression for you to improve the next one.
Yeah,
I'm
given
neurotic
an
about this. I've
exercise.
done exactly what you're talking about right now. I've gone out in the world on a Saturday afternoon in a busy town centre and tried to have literally as many, not confrontational, but catalytic interactions with people while this is going on as I possibly could. I've done 20 or something a day. I'm not sure I've got to 33 in one day. That would be pretty good going.
Let me tell you something, right? One of the initiations in a mystery school, and I use the word initiation. Some people will have the wrong picture in their mind, but a simple initiation in a mystery school will be to spend a day observing all of the mistakes that you make. Because you're not going to be perfect. Wow. You're going to make mistakes, but observing that you've made a mistake is the third force.
It's no longer the key to self-mastery, mate. You've hit the nail on the head. The key to self-mastery is the ability to self-analyze in real time and to improve upon the conclusions.
Yes, and you'll hear me talk.
It's not to hide from the self-analyzation. It's to like, shit, I fucked up there. I handled that so badly. My inability to control my aggression, my emotion, my reactor. My inability to control that created this reaction, which manifested in this, and the end situation was we didn't get the result we wanted.
The problem is with that. 100% agree with everything you just said. The problem with that, whoever's in these when this gets really bad, and it will. When it gets really bad in these smart cities, when these are constructed and people are in there, and it's really fucking nasty place to live. They're going to be bombarded so much with the negative denying force. It's going to be even harder than it is now to get out of that mindset.
Let me tell you,
you're going to be trapped.
In my opinion, if
once you're in,
you find yourself in one of those places, you have your Coviot biometric juice patch.
That's it.
Which will
You'll
regulate
be eating your Monsanto.
It will regulate your levels of compliance and happiness the same as a diabetic regulates their.
I've got to break
yeah.
in it. Joseph Magro in the chat. I'm going to have to warn you, mate. If you don't keep posting the same
someone
thing,
keeps
mate,
posting-
sensory deprivation tax.
Yeah, we
mate,
know sensory deprivation tax are great. We don't need.
We're
this
going to have
comment.
to kick you out the
yeah,
chat,
but he's
mate.
going to get kicked. He just
No, we'll give him a chance.
Yeah.
He's had a warning. We'll give
There's
him a
your
chance.
warning. We don't
We've
kick
only
you out
had to
straight
kick
away.
a couple of people, and that was for being negative to others. He's not being negative. So, Joseph, mate, I know you might be into him. We've advertised what you're saying.
We've put him on a
Sensory deprivation
timeout.
tax. You want a timeout, mate? All right.
I've got there's a timeout option on Restream.
Excellent. So,
Put in the
Lance,
naughty corner.
Lance, carry on with what you were saying.
What was I saying?
We're getting to a point where, like, once you're in these smart cities,
Mate,
that's it.
listen. If any of these horizontalists are to be trusted,
You
people like
won't be
Musk,
able to-
people like Curzon, once you go into that smart city, whether it's your luciferase nano patch, whether it's your neural lace, your consent will be manufactured before you've even had a chance to think. You could remember what it was like to have an opinion when your parents had an opinion.
That's
I
what I mean,
literally
so-
think that's what it would be like, because we'll be talking about a level of humanity which probably can't be conceptualized. Oh, Inner Guardians has lost the
Think that's
battery.
the battery.
Goodbye, Inner Guardians. Do you remember last week when he was telling that amazing story?
Yeah.
And the battery went right at the punchline of the story. It's like, oh, fucking hell,
Inner
IG.
Guardians, if you can get back on, mate. Mrs. Inner Guardians, if you're there, if you can.
I think, is he on Grey Ops? I think he's away from the dojo.
I think he is.
Yeah, he is. He's on
maybe.
Grey Ops.
Anyway, Lance, so basically, yeah, guys, get out the smart cities.
Yeah, don't.
If you're in
Listen,
a job that
I think the smart cities are 10 years away. But listen, what's happening now? This is a precursor to start.
Hey, takes a long time to save up for a house.
It does.
Yeah, 10
The
years
smart
away.
ci-
You've
yeah,
been
but
warned,
your
guys.
shipping container in the smart city will be heavily subsidised.
It's already. It's 9 years away to 2030.
In fact, that you won't have to buy it. Nothing in the smart city will be purchasable.
We won't be shipping anything by then. We'll be living in them.
Speaking to the microphone,
kiss that mic,
please.
Pete. Kiss it like it was your wife.
We won't be shipping anything by then. We'll be living in the containers.
Exactly. There will be no
Eating the
worldwide
bugs.
shipping. It will be in a container eating bugs, but getting called a bigot for complaining about the bugs. But you won't complain because your neural lace will say, I love bugs. That's what Elon Musk says. These horizontalists.
Can I interject?
Absolutely.
And one thing like that, I don't want what I feel the discussion I don't want to stray towards is that the goal is just land, or the goal is just your possessions.
No.
And it's about
No.
because they'll come for you.
The
They'll come
final
for you.
the final
You want
frontier is inside the mind. They want what's inside of us taken away. In my opinion, our personal possessions and our right to private property. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have the right to private property, you don't have the right even to yourself. Because believe it or not, your body. This is my private property. I own this body. I am not this body. This is my fucking property. I own this biotech. This is my meat suit.
You're borrowing
I'm
it from
not
the
the-
universe. It granted you it for this time that your consciousness is.
If I own anything in this realm, this is the one thing that belongs to me. I can at least claim this. Give me something.
Of course.
Right? I've got a piece of paper that says I might own this house one day when I pay the Rothschilds
just bricks
off.
and mortar, mate.
Yeah, I know, but I need someone to keep the rain off my head. But yeah, when you take your ability to own, that's your little sphere of protection from the denying force and the parasite. Once you don't own anything and the parasite owns everything and the parasite is loaning everything to you and you have to complete your chores.
Via drone.
Yeah, you have to complete your chores to get your rent from the parasite. It's like
Clint, what were you going to say, mate?
Sorry, I'm ranting.
Those are so deep comments to think about, so I'm not sure how to exactly respond, but I wanted to make the analogy to boxing is what all of us know. Like, I actually am a regional champion boxer, like 100% real. Like, and so, I mean, it doesn't have to do with being a champion of boxing or whatever, but I wanted to make the analogy of boxing is that in terms of the relationships that we meet out, it's like, this is how I feel, gents, is like, sometimes I'm so low. Like I go to work, the first persons I hear, I just put my guard up. I can knock them out with my thoughts. The problem is the referee is biased.
What do you do for a
Does
living,
that make
Clint? Can I ask you, what do you do for a living?
I'm in a sensitive area that, I probably shouldn't.
Do you work in an
say
office,
it.
a workshop, or a retail area? You could be very unspecific. What kind of
Let's say I work
environment?
in an office.
You work in an office.
Okay,
yeah.
So, you meet many different levels of people in an office. You meet the people that you go to the front door, you meet the guards, and
Sure,
then you
sure.
meet the different echelon of people throughout the building.
Yeah.
And there's so much. Again, it's like, okay, so I'm armed with knowledge. I'm super good at knowledge. I can knock anybody out. So first person I meet, you know, do you get my analogy? Are you following?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm like, okay, I'm super good. I could jab you. I can knock you out I can knock this person out with the jab. But I'm like, no, I have to put my guard up. And actually, I don't even put my guard up sometimes. I'm just like, yeah, try to hit me because you're not going to hit me. So I'm getting cocky, right?
Yeah.
So then, you know, and throughout the levels, you know, these are the frustrations that I feel is that the referee, in terms of not the grand referee, not, of course, but what I'm saying is that
The societal
social
referee.
pressure,
Yeah.
societal referee that basically inhibits me from freeing people, because that's all we want to do is
Mate,
free people.
Can I give you a
'Cause-
suggestion using your own metaphor?
Yep.
This is
Yep.
what, because I used to work in a large office atmosphere with in a big call center with 300 or 400 people when I first started getting into this stuff, and I made the mistakes. I went around jabbing everyone in the face with these little truth bombs of this crazy information that I just learned, and some people the jab knocked them out, and when they got up, they asked some questions. Most people just put up their defenses. If I was you, this is what I would do. Next time you go into that kind of situation, right? It's like Uncle Lance. Don't put your guard up. Instead, stand very firm in the fact that you know that you have the authentic knowledge to move through this realm. Don't feel like you need to jab anyone. Instead, go up and have a little body shot on everyone and keep softening them up. Because what does a championship boxer do? They don't go for the knockout punch straight away.
No, they test the water.
They soften up their opponent with body shots. And this is this is kind of what I wish I had done when I was in that work environment 10, 15 years ago when I had that visceral audience, because I think I could have done it better. Work them with body shots, drop little anecdotes that they can relate with, using the knowledge you've got, and soften them up. And then, when the denying force, like in a Guardian says, presents you, and in the Guardian's is back, boom. When the denying force presents you with the example right in front of your face, that then you can show to them, and then you can give them the right hook and say, look, all these little body shots that I've been, the little nuggets, the little breadcrumbs that you've been dropping of information, whatever. That's, if using your boxing analogy, that's what I would say.
It's like I did with a woman in the shop. I said to her, I feel really sorry for you. I said, it's not, there's only one of you on the checkout. I know it's not you. I know you're moving as quick as you can.
Your
It's
fault.
the corporation telling you. And I said, really? Do they have to do this? The head of a big corporation? They're just penny pinching, really, aren't they? And she was like, oh, tell me about it.
Yeah.
Like you said, when you
Relate.
did your report in Asda,
Yeah.
and
The
the woman
lady-
said
the lady
they
at the
know.
check- the
Oh,
lady-
we know they're taking our jobs.
Yeah, the
about
lady at the
self-checkouts.
checkouts, just before I did the video, and I spoke to them, they're like, yeah, I know, it's sick. But like the woman that kicked off at me,
Relate.
No, when the woman kicked off at me, she was the supervisor that was training those people how to operate the machines before they got sacked.
Well,
She
she's
wasn't-
indoctrinated.
Yeah, well, she was the last one to get sacked. And she's
course.
still there. I still see her there. Now there's only 4 of them. There used to be like 25 checkout ladies.
Can you hear me?
6 months.
Yes,
yeah,
in the
of course,
Guardian's
Guardian
back.
Salutations.
Okay.
sir.
Yeah, no, I excuse me, the battery went on the phone and I've just charged it up a bit. Now, I heard Clint mention that he does boxing, yeah?
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So you'll understand the 3 forces in terms of boxing. So you've got your offense, defense, and then you've got your neutralizing.
What's my neutralizing? Is that a neutral position where I'm away from the opponent and I can't be hit?
Yeah, you could be away. You could also be so close that they can't hit you.
Like a clench.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but you understand the dynamic of the 3 forces within a boxing match: offense, defense, and neutralizing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is,
understand.
what I'm trying to say is that whatever vocation, whatever hobby, whatever activity, whatever specialization that anybody has, they should also seek the 3 forces in that, because it could be quite difficult for somebody who's never done, say, boxing, or who's worked in an office, or who understands IT, to understand, say, the 3 forces within something that they don't know anything about. So I would suggest to everybody to look at the things they already do.
It applies to everything.
It applies to. Remember what I said in the beginning. The first principles. Nothing materializes. There's no phenomena that does not contain the three forces.
Can I ask a question to Master Lee
Sure.
concerning boxing?
Yeah.
So one of the things for me is that I learned is to control my inner thoughts.
Yeah.
Is that if I, and I find that I need to rely on that some type of higher source for me. And then at that point, where am I conscious? I know that I've drilled these combinations for so long. I know this.
Yeah.
So, but now I'm in a match. Master Lee, I'm literally in my mind, I'm praying. I'm praying to a higher source. I say, please assist me to win.
Yeah.
I know that I need to do this in certain circumstances. So where am I, and what's the usefulness of the subconscious mind?
Well, you'll be entering into some kind of flow state. Well, that's the ideal. And like I say, we can all experience this in whatever our hobbies or occupation, vocation is, where it's. So I'm sure you've had a boxing match where everything just seemed to work, but you don't really know how. You went into some kind of flow state. Yeah, sure. It doesn't mean to say the fight was easy. It doesn't mean to say you didn't get punched or beat up, but something, you reached a point within the fight where it's almost like something took over. Well, that would be the balance between the three forces. So you're not being hyper aggressive, you're not being hyper defensive, you're not being hyper kind of indifferent. It would be the balancing of the three forces. Now, for instance, you may be losing a round because you're being too aggressive or too defensive. And then in the second or third round or whatever, you balance out the forces, or you figure out that you need to shift to be more defensive, more offensive, or more neutral. So that would be, I'm trying to think of the word. This is a very good point. The third force that you can apply would be the craft. So whenever you hear the word craft, that is identifying the third force.
The Craft.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Yeah. So anytime you hear that word, well, in the correct sense, that's indicating the third force. So, for instance, you could be a boxer, but you don't have the craft. You could just be a tough guy with lots of aggression and do relatively well. But the true, complete and holistic boxer, or the greats, will be one that has the craft. The craft indicates that they're using three forces or have the ability to move around the triad.
The synergy of the triangle, the three points unite.
Yeah.
The power of three.
Yeah.
Is that not the usefulness of ascending to level 4? Is higher physical state, control of your emotions, higher emotional state, and then a higher intellectual state, reaching level 4.
Sorry, I hate it. Andy PG just said this is so deep, I'm breaking out into a sweat. We're going to be watching this back for the rest of the week. Clint, thank you so much for calling in, man. Like Master Lee said, be spontaneous.
Honestly,
it's not the calling show, but answer Clint's call.
You can verify.
Yeah. Andy PG is actually sweating.
I have broken out into a sweat here in the studio. This is quite a lot to take in.
It's episode 33, guys. Rise above. Big up Master Pete in the background. Master Pete. First mate Pete. First mate Pete in the background. You are being very quiet back there. Are you taking in this deep esoteric conversation? We're dropping some bombs over here, mate.
I'm just listening.
Master Lee, mate. Master Lee, he's done a number on me this evening. This is quite a lot.
No, I'm going to be watching this for the rest of the week and like chopping it up. We need to put this out in little chunks for people to be able to digest it because we've put so much on the table tonight.
Bite-sized Rise Above.
Yeah, but we need some more bite-sized Rise Above. Big up Millie.
Like I keep saying, I never get invited to parties.
Mate,
It's called Master
I
League.
invite you to the coolest party on
Oh,
YouTube
yeah.
every week, the big 6-hour long party.
Master Lee. So before
You've been writing some notes.
no, just one closing point I'd like Master Lee to kind of round
God
up
badge
with.
time soon.
Yeah, of course. Before we hit the God badge, I think the best thing, I think any of the viewers who who are currently watching this or are going to watch this would like as a round off point would be, what is the best way that you would be able to let people know how to apply the third force within themselves in a positive way?
To start small. Like I say, I was always taught to have an aim big enough to fit inside your pocket. Take baby steps. I mean, this could be very, very. This could be a very new concept for a lot of people.
That's what I mean. So
yeah, so start off really small.
Let's have some examples.
Here we go.
Once you've got up and you've meditated and you've grounded yourself in the day, you've cut off your negative contracts with any archons, you've set your positive intentions for the day, and you go out into the realm. What's the first thing you're going to do? Well, it's going to be an interaction with someone. We've talked about this. We've given the examples.
Bearing in mind, you might get things thrown at you. Hence, things like traffic on the way to work, or a queue in the line at the bank, or the gas station doesn't have your fuel, or something. Something.
I would actually suggest leaving your house without any grounding, without any meditation.
Oh, okay.
But have an objective eye on yourself to see how much you fail. At least do that for the first day or half a day.
Oh, to set a control measure.
Well, no, I mean, because
to see it with no grounding, with no preparation, with no intent, just go out on a normal day into the denying forces realm.
Right. Do you want to know what the first principle is of real mysticism or occulted practice? Okay, or esoteric practice, and people, the general public, hate this, and this is why it's generally not popular, right? Man or human cannot do. Okay, we don't like to be told that we cannot do. Unfortunately, well, for as long as you're operating on two forces, you cannot do. Everything is done to you. Everything happens to you. You're not doing anything. You just happen to be almost in a victim state. Now, if you're lucky, good things will happen to you. But you could equally be unlucky and bad things happen to you. Both indicate that you've got no control.
Mm.
In order to do, you have to own the third force. The only way you can own the third force is to have a level of self-awareness and objective reason to be able to see yourself in different situations, different interactions. Now, an interaction can be with your own thinking.
Yeah. Can I give an example? This is what, sure. and I'm fully aware of what you're saying here, and this is something I've practiced for a very long time. This is what I used to say to myself in the morning. I'd get up in the morning, and whether you want to call it a mantra or whatever, I say, today is a journey. Here is my starting point. When I go to bed tonight, it's going to be my destination. The journey that's ahead of me is going to be my choice. On this journey, I'm the driver. I am not a passenger on this journey.
Hmm.
I sit in the front seat. I hold the wheel. I have my foot on the gas. I have my foot on the brake. Now, things might come at me on the road.
Control.
Things might come on me on the road. A massive bus could come into the road and swipe me off the road. A tree could fall on top of my car and kill me. That can still happen. I'm not in control of everything. I'm not God, but I'm driving this car. I'm not sat in the passenger seat, and I'm certainly not sat in the back seat. Yeah. So wherever I get to this evening before I go to bed, and that might sound very basic, but that was my little thing. That's what I would say to myself. I'm driving.
And that's healthy. That's healthy.
On this journey, I'm the driver. I'm not the passenger.
And hell, if that works for you, and I'll tell you what's the harm? If it doesn't work, what's the harm in trying it?
Power of manifestation.
What is the harm in giving it a go?
Yeah, and you have to remember, right, for instance, anybody that's watching this program or would even have an inclination to watch this program, they must be at least at some level of self-inquiry.
Yeah, for sure. Otherwise,
because there's plenty of other things
on it in the first place.
There's plenty of other things to entertain yourself with.
Yeah, especially if they're still watching it this time at like 5 hours and 59 minutes.
Think of all the other options you've got to entertain yourself, to receive a third force from. There's plenty of things. Now,
yep.
In order to come to this platform, you must have an interest. So that's a very good indication.
You're here for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's people that will click on this, watch it, and then they'll after about 30 seconds or 33 minutes, they'll switch off.
Do you know what the average watch time is?
Go on.
1
6
hour,
hours.
6 minutes.
Is it actually?
That's high, believe it or not. I know we do 6-hour streams.
Yeah.
1 hour, 6 minutes for the last 3 months has been the aggregated average watch time.
Realistically, though, I wonder how. What
Many people tell me that they will watch. They cannot spend 6 hours on a Friday night.
No, of
they
course,
have
of
many
course.
different reasons. But they will watch this over a week, 1 hour a night.
Yeah. Okay.
Why
That's
not?
fine. The I wonder what the viewings are like, Lance, on your previous videos, i.e., your obviously the ones some have been
What, all the
taken
ones that
down.
have been deleted?
No, some haven't been taken down. Some of the Kofi at 1984 series, or
No, the whole thing. They're all gone.
seriously, all
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it?
The whole channel's gone, mate.
No, oh
the only
shit!
thing that's,
Yes,
yeah,
it has.
the whole
Yes, it
channel's
has.
gone.
Beg your pardon, I
So,
forgot. Yeah.
Rise Above Live starts on episode 12.
It's on BitChute though. We got on BitChute.
Basically, a lot of it is backed up on Odyssey. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go through all of those videos, and I'm going to edit them so they're totally COVID compliant, and I'm going to put them back on YouTube.
Okay.
Because I think that's the right thing to do. Because right now, this platform is still the platform that makes the biggest impact, and we're not here to preach to the choir.
No.
We want to reach the most amount of people, and we want to get the most amount of fence sitters, and we want new people to sit at this table. I'd love to feed my friends and my family at the table, and they're always going to be welcome, but I want new people at the table. And that's the reason I'm going to put all of that work back up on YouTube. I will bleep out and I will cover everything that will get algorithm listening.
For sure. Big up Clara Warren in the chat. She
Yes.
rang in last week.
Yeah, big up Clara, everyone. Right, I'm just going to say a few things about what's going to happen with this station going forward. Next week, we're going to take a semi-break. Not a big break, but we're not going to have a big Rise Above next week with all you guys coming. Because I've got to be respectful to Mrs.
Of
Rise
course,
Above the
of
Empress, have a bit more time with her and everything. But I'll have maybe a 2-hour stream. Maybe I'll just have a chat with Master Lee and we'll miss the midweek next week.
Maybe I'll call in for my vegetable patch.
Yeah. Do that.
Maybe
We'll
I'll
have a
call in
remote
for
one.
my vegetable
Because what you
patch.
got to remember, having all you guys around the DJs, 4 guys in there, it's quite disruptive.
Of course.
For
And the
us.
cats.
and the boys,
Yeah.
Hermes and Apollo, my 2 little spiritual guardians. They get scared when too many people come around. So we'll have a little a Rise Above Light. That's what we'll call it. Rise Above Light next week on a Friday. Week after that, we'll have a music special. We need to get DJs for that. So going forward, in 1 month, we're going to have one call-in show every single month. The call-in show has got the most amount of positive feedback.
Yeah,
People love the call-in
I really
show.
enjoy that as well.
It's great. So once a month, we'll have a call-in show. Once a month, we're going to have a music special, which is going to be like our pirate radio show. DJs, MCs, spitting, partying.
Because otherwise, guys, we're gonna how many? We're on 33 episodes. Fuck, we're losing topics. We're running out of topics.
Yeah, we can't cane topics
Otherwise,
every week.
it's going to end up
We're
shit.
not even going to have topics once a month. We're going to once every month. We're either going to have a topic or a guest. We'll have
Or just catch up on COVID news.
Right. This is it. 4 weeks in a month. One call-in, one music show, one guest or topic, and one news roundup. How does that sound?
There you go, guys. Heard it here first.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Because also, I'm getting married in a month's time.
Sam Carno, big up in the chat. Big up the Empress.
Do you really think this realm is going to stop giving?
No, it's not. It's not going to stop giving. But do you know what? Everyone is really enjoying the midweek chats in a Guardians. And
I'm
we can
really
do that.
enjoying the midweek chats.
I'm really enjoying it. They're getting better every week. We can do that really off the cuff. Because I've got to be honest with you guys, this is going great. But I am spending a lot of time preparing for these shows every week.
Of course.
So we need to move to a place going forward where
As
we're
Wim says,
going to
driving force Lance.
driving force Lance with the memes. Big up Wim and God Vag and everyone.
Yeah,
going
we'll
forward,
get to Wim in a minute.
Yeah, going forward, it's going to be a
God
place
Vag
where
is
more-
taking a break, isn't he?
Yeah, he is taking a break. Yeah, but fair play. Imagine how much effort he has to put into
Yeah,
one of
it's a
those
lot.
30-minute shows. He creates the graphics
Yeah.
from scratch. He creates the idea.
And how he's got to feed himself. He's got to go to work, and maybe he's got some
What you got to
family and
remember is
friends.
that when Godfax makes one of these videos, he's like, "Where'd you get the inspiration for this video?" Literally from the deepest, darkest part of my inner
He has
sphere.
to dig.
There's a saying.
That's-
There's a saying, and it's who painted the first picture. It always reminds me of when I watch God Vag's stuff, because it's almost like
the first ever picture.
Yeah, it's almost like where was the starting point? Because Because most knowledge and information.
Well, hold
is
up. He
taken
probably
in bits and
looked up at
pieces.
the moon. He'd probably looked up at the moon and had thought something shady about this.
Discount creator theory. I think discount that. Look at the way he conceptualizes the parasite.
But this
the
is different. That's a
sun
different story.
No, but that is his best work. Right, creator theory. I've looked at some things that past that. The moon's a reflection. I don't care. But look at the metaphor that he's using. The way that he has conceptualized the parasite, and like history serving the parasite with like and the Freemasonry.
Master Lee, what do you think? What do you think about Godvaj's work in the whole? All of it.
He's what he said. He's got the gist of it.
He's got
Well,
the gist
I
of it,
think I'm predicting in October when he comes back, he's probably going to have some slight differences or changes. I think there's going to have some quite radical changes to the model. I'm actually wondering.
Do you think he might be recapitulating? You think
I think he's.
Let me recapitulate.
I'm not sure where he gets his downloads from, or information, or sources, or whatever, or elucidations, as it's known. But he could have had. I don't know. I mean, I can't really speak on behalf of him, but I'm kind of guessing that he might have had a major download on some information. Because remember, every time he makes content, every time he creates content, there's going to be a pushback from that content that he's putting out. The ripple effect.
I noticed in his video he said it's always that when he started doing a 3D imaging modeling of comparing something to the map of the current narrative of the global map, he said it's always dangerous to do this, which he wasn't in the first place. He was like,
what does he mean from like the flat? Does he mean from like the flat Earth mafia?
He didn't say flat Earth, but what I'm saying is, Master Lee's right. He's getting a kickback.
Yeah,
from whoever it is.
It's like, look at the kickback that we've had. We talk
oh
about.
God, they call me Ponytail Guy. Don't they? With that.
No, it could also be a
Mark Devlin comments.
It could also be
Ponytail Guy.
It could also be a kickback of information
I've got
and
a
data.
I've got a stallion tail, son.
What were you saying, Master Lee?
It could also be a kickback of information and data. I don't mean it necessarily in a negative sense. It could also be that because when you create things, right? So, like when you create stuff, you're creating triads, and when you create triads, they create other triads, and then they create other triads. Remember, it doesn't. Nothing ever evaporates. It just dissipates.
Right. You see, when you say triads, that means obviously like the triangle. Have you ever looked? Do you know what the smallest particle they've ever found is? It's way smaller than an atom. It's smaller than a quark. I can't remember what it's called. But do you know what shape it is?
Oh God!
It's obviously a three-dimensional pyramid. They reckon they call it like the single. You know, like when you play a computer game, one single what was it called? A polygon or one single pixel. That's it. Right. Yeah. I watched this thing 2 years ago. They found the smallest thing ever. Basically, the single molecular holographic pixel that makes the universe, and obviously, it's the shape of a triad. It's a triad.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it. It's 1,000 times smaller than an atom. It's a fucking triad, mate.
Nano.
But how?
It's literally the pixel of the holographic universe.
This information, right? This information about the law of three and triads and stuff, right? You know, this was taught in pre-Egyptian times. So how did they know? How did they know, like that? Everything.
Building blocks.
What do you think? Why did they build a pyramid? They build a triad.
Yeah,
it is.
Ultra nano.
As within, so without. As above, so below. The smallest thing. Build the biggest thing you can imagine. Build a fuck off massive pyramid.
Oh yeah, come on, yeah, it is, isn't it? That's
what
it
exactly.
is.
That's
Yeah,
exactly what it is.
fuck's sake.
I'm going to show this video. Maybe I'll do that on the stream
that's
next
what
week.
it is.
I will get the video about this.
Send that
it's
to
the
Wim.
Right. There's a thing called the 8th dimensional hypersphere, and they reckon they've found this trans-dimensional shape that pervades matter. And one single pixel of this is this tiny little triad. Maybe I'll get a video. Maybe that's what the stream next week. I'll do a 2-hour stream, let's say 9 to 11, and I'm going to get videos that I can play and watch, and I'll stop and I will critique them. And we'll look at ideas. No topics. How does everyone like that idea? Let me know in the comment section. Maybe we could watch a Godvaj video and literally just have a watch party where we stop and pause, say, let's have some thoughts on that. We'll just talk about it. People can call up. Yeah, no, we'll just have a freestyle show. You can call in.
Yeah.
But
I'll
we
call in
won't have
from
like a
work.
massive smoke out in the studio and like contaminate my house. Honestly, the waste product of one Rise Above episode takes 1.5 weeks of bin cycles to get rid of.
Really?
Yeah, because right around here, I've got a 5-bedroom house here, and we get 2 bin cycles a week, one recycling, one normal. For a normal output, my bins get full. This show every week. Look, where's the camera? Look at his. Can you see the beer? The empty beer bottles down there, right? Just this waste output. It takes me like a week cycle just to get rid of all the rubbish that we create in one of these streams.
Well, we need to sell some more t-shirts.
Yeah, sell some more t-shirts. I need Michael Blythe to make some more t-shirts. We're totally sold out. Look at the shelf; it's empty.
Yeah, we need to get on.
Digital Sun's got to happen. BH Clothing, make some t-shirts.
Should we? Should we wind it up? And
Yeah,
then,
we need to
move it on to Wim's work.
Right.
latest work.
Inner Guardians, you really did it tonight.
Yeah, literally, you
mate.
actually made me sweat. Lance can attest to that in the studio. I broke out into a sweat.
Right, Word Nerd, if you're watching, your task is to make some amazing edits of this final section tonight, and let's make it into like 5-10 minute sections so we can pump it out on all social media.
Where is Word Nerd?
Solutions. Word Nerd was
He went to bed a couple of
he
hours
went to bed
ago.
earlier on, but he's on the editing duties now. He's got his laptop and he's actually made some very good edits. So
And many bite sized. We're expecting something good from you.
Yeah. I'm going to upload this onto the Dropbox and I'll get the whole team working on it. We need to pump this information out because we're trying to bring solutions. We're trying to bring some positivity to this this shitty conundrum that's going on. Right, episode 33.
Big up.
Big up. It was big. Thank you very much, First Mate
First
Pete.
Mate Pete.
Rise Above,
Any
India
last
correspondent.
words from First Mate Pete?
Famous last words from First Mate
Yeah.
Pete.
I'd just like to thank everyone I met.
Kiss the mic, mate.
Kiss the mic. Kiss the
I'd
mic.
like to thank all my family in India, all my new family I've met in the prison.
In the gulag, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, big up
Prison
everyone.
in the
Big up
Heathrow
all the
gulag.
prison guards that are watching right now. Everyone
Absolutely.
is watching from the
There is
Heathrow
some good
concentration
guards.
camp.
There's not actually many bad
Hey,
ones.
we're all just humans doing our jobs.
That is the
Just
thing.
everyone's just trying to get paid,
Everyone's
but
just
you
trying to
know,
get paid.
At the same time, stop filling your fucking satanic pockets.
Right, Inner Guardians, thank you very much. So next week, no Wednesday night chat.
Sure.
Are you still around on Friday? Save it for Friday, yeah?
Yeah.
We'll have a chat for 2 hours instead of half an hour.
Yeah.
Right, big up everyone. Episode
Thank you.
33 has been an absolute stonker. Inner Guardians, hold it down and I'll see you next week.
Right. Thank you.
Rise above.
Rise above.
Rise above.
Okay, right, so in memory of our fallen soldier, woke realist, Ash, he was the biggest fan of Godvad's Going. There is a new, I haven't even seen this yet. It's my first time.
Enjoy.
So we're going to share the screen, and we'll end by watching the latest offering from Godvad's together. Stop sharing screen. Share the screen with audio.
Big up, Ash.
Yeah,
Woke
big
realist.
up, Ash. Woke realist. I know you're watching, brother. Make that full screen, everyone.
He's already transcended.
He's already risen above. Let's go.
Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, will slowly climb up the southeastern sky hour after hour, and at midnight will reach its highest point, almost on the meridian.
Think of it. The brightest star visible from our planet reaches its highest point above the horizon at midnight every New Year's Eve.
Let's take a look at the hieroglyph of Sirius. The triangle, the dome, and the pentagram. Remember, the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 energy gives you the energetic center of our crater. The pentagram is the shortcut. So I think the pentagram is a reference to the energetic center of our crater. One of my viewers saw Anubis in the brain. Strange, a few hours after publishing my video, I had seen the same, but in another brain. Is this the reason Sirius is called the Dog Star? One of my viewers commented, I recently had a cataract removed and was literally blind in my right eye for about 2 years until the surgery. Now that I have both eyes again, my balance is off, reminding me of how Odin sacrificed his right eye for wisdom. So what did I learn, Mr. Oculus? I don't know, but when I go outside, the crows follow me around, making a racket.
Silence! 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 I said silence!
These Moon Masters, silence!
Yeah, shut up! Silence! Silence!
You're crazy. You're crazy.
Let's take a look at the alien abduction and the flying saucer stories.
Well, first beginning, we were watching television and...
Well, as I say, it started first with a very decided tingling all over my body. The tingling finally extended to the mind area, and there was a clarification of mind, such as, it's hard to believe. I seem to become one with the entire universe.
I know I saw it, but, and I mean, I know myself I saw it, but I believe I saw it, but I can't fathom it because it seems so unreal.
Where were you then? What time of day or night was it?
It was 2 o'clock in the morning and approximately a full moon, which is like daylight on the desert. And I asked him what he wanted, and he said, my name is Solganda, and I would be pleased to show you our craft.
Solganda?
Solganda.
Was the craft visible to you at this time?
It was when he stated this. I saw beyond him the ship, which I hadn't seen before.
What did you see?
A bell-shaped type of anti-gravity ship that they operate as a scout ship out of the big carriers.
Well, it struck me that the first alien encounters were always with saucer-shaped spaceships. What could be the reason? It might have something to do with the development of television. Television started off with a mechanical device. It was a disc with holes in a spiral shape, the Nipkow disc. At a certain speed, images became visible. Thanks, Bill. And it seems to me that 33 is an important number, probably the code to get inside of our brain. The Nipkow disk almost has the same shape of our crater, put over the continents with the 33 segments. It's almost like the flying saucers have the shape of our crater. And at the same time, our brain, of course. Is it a coincidence that all the information is put on a spinning disk? Probably not. Let's take a Nipkow disk. Take a record. If you put certain sounds at certain places on your record in reverse, would you manifest drink Coca-Cola in your brain?
In 1923, an American of Russian extraction, Vladimir Zworykin, used Brown's invention to develop the iconoscope camera tube, a forerunner of the modern television camera. With it, Zworykin achieved the breakthrough to modern, fully electronic television technology. 12 months later, he obtained a patent for a tube for image reproduction. In the picture tube, electromagnets guide a beam of electrons over a screen horizontally and vertically. Lots of individual spots of light appear on the phosphor-coated screen. The brightness of each spot of light depends on the strength of the electron beam. The original picture is formed from the spots line by line.
When I saw this moving line on a screen, I automatically had to think about the lunar wave. Remember, I made a video about how I thought the pyramids were responsible for the image of moon and sun. Let's compare the electrical windings of CERN with an electron gun on an old television. The predecessor of CERN was the cyclotron. The first one was made in 1934. Remember, Hitler came in power in 1933. Notice the resemblance with the Nipkow disk. Maybe a side effect of the Nipkow disk was contact with aliens. Another question would be, could you project an image on the brain firmament and maybe use the pineal gland as electron gun? Imagine the power you would have. That would give the lowest form of life a godly status. So what happened to the old firmament? Let's say you want to shoot some rockets in space, but the old firmament is preventing you from doing that. Well, first you create a war and you destroy the old firmament with some nuclear devices. Then you replace the old firmament with a new one, en klaar is Kees.
Small fraction of an inch, maybe an eighth of an inch, but I can see the footprints of my boots and the treads and the fine sandy particles.
But Houston, we have a problem. We need a screen to project on.
Now, you talked about a crater on the moon. Now, I thought all the moon stuff had been debunked and that nobody ever really knows what goes on the moon. What's this?
Well, this is the Gassendi crater. This is 55 miles long and oval-shaped. It's in the Mare Humorum Sea, or on the edge of it. Since 35 years ago, they wondered why this particular crater had these lines in it. And with a magnification which you can get with a larger telescope, this is what they found. These lines are tubes laying on the surface of this crater and running under some of the mountain ridges. There are three large dome-shaped structures in here. These tubes run clear outside of the crater, and we know they are tubes laying on the surface because the sun is shining from this angle, and this mountain peak causes this shadow.
What does it all mean? Does it mean that this is a rocket launching or a flying saucer base on the moon?
This has been a base on the moon for perhaps many thousands of years, used by these people in the spaceships to resupply their ships or whatever is required.
Not even Life magazine has accepted this as genuine, though, has it?
Well, the Palomar Observatory people that took the picture won't even comment on it.
In my view, that doesn't look like the Gassendi crater. But there was one little detail that drew my attention. Remember this image from the Galactic Liars? In my view, they are showing Epcot, the center point of it. Let's compare it. I know it's always very dangerous to do that, but let's do it anyway.
since 35 years ago, they wondered why this particular crater had these lines in it. And with the magnification which you can get with a larger telescope, this is what they found.
So this guy is telling us that in the 20s they are taking high resolution pictures of Epcot. Well, they had some very good telescopes in these days. Another possibility, of course, could be they were flying outside our crater in the 20s. This, of course, is a very strange story. On the one hand, he is talking about aliens, and on the other hand, he shows us a real photograph of Epcot. Why are they showing us pictures of Epcot, knowing very well no one would recognize them?
Meanwhile, a packed stadium and flag-draped cheering streets greet Chancellor Hitler on his way to perform the opening ceremony.
Ich verkünde die Spiele von Berlin zur Feier der 11. Olympiade neuer Zeitrechnung als eröffnet. Feier der 11. Olympiade neuer Zeitrechnung als eröffnet.
You have a time machine plan. You have done experiments which show you can bring the past to life. Where did this formula come from?
I love that Scotch accent. Jack, the formula came from a ship that landed at my airport in 1953 on August the 24th, which had 4 people aboard it that came from another planet.
And what form did the formula take? Did he implant it in your mind by telepathy, or did he give you something written in English?
He spoke it to me verbally.
And you remembered this?
There's nothing to it to remember.
Will you tell me now? The
Yeah.
formula for a time machine.
F equals 1 over T, F being frequency and T being time.
And this enables me to go back to the time of Caesar's armies conquering Britain.
Well, it would enable a mathematician to work this out, yes.
Can you clean it up anymore in that fish?
I'm working on it.
Try zooming out. All right, freeze.
Reverse values.
Try zooming out again. Rotate 90 degrees counterclock.
My God. Okay.
Wouldn't it be lovely to make contact with another civilization that has arisen and evolved independently? And so what we did was to devise a complicated message, which you can see here, of zeros and ones. Now the key to this is that the total number of zeros and ones is 31 times 31 times 31, 31 cubed. And it suggests that it's a pictorial message in 3 dimensions.
It was not necessarily a three-dimensional model at first. It could have been a movie. And it was only when we had drawn them out and looked at them that it became very uncertain whether it was anything like that.
Since it was a dull movie, you figured it was really a three-dimensional.
That was about the size of it.
So here is, in 3 dimensions, what the resulting model is like. Now let's see what the graduate students have to say about their interpretation of this funny-looking message.
And although we know that you have a sense of humor, Mickey Mouse was not our idea of a joke, so it had to be something else.
The only thing it really looked like was a molecular orbital type drawing of a molecule. And the first one that came to my mind was formaldehyde.
And Kathy is in fact right. This was intended to be a formaldehyde molecule, although it does look a little bit like Mickey Mouse, in which there's a carbon atom, 2 hydrogens, and an oxygen. Now, what could the significance of that be? Why go to all this trouble to simply say formaldehyde? And the answer is that formaldehyde has a radio frequency attached to it. And what all of this trouble is about is the message is saying, don't listen on this station. This isn't the station that's interesting. Listen on the formaldehyde station, and that's where the Encyclopedia Galactica will be. Notice that if we made a serious such search and succeeded, the results would be inestimable. We will have ended the isolation of mankind from the rest of the universe forever.
Let me tell you the story of the master race, the Aryans, refugees of Atlantis, descendants of Noah, descendants of Ashkenaz. Let's call them the Salamonsters, stuck in the crater of the apes. Let's tell the story of a brilliant agent. Let's call him 006. Brilliant actor, psychopath, probably an MK Ultra victim with multiple personalities. Trained in Great Britain, was sent to Germany to take power. Sponsored by his fellow Salamonsters, the Rothschilds. A new invention was made, the cyclotron, and the purpose was to look if this device was able to mind control an entire population. The answer was yes. In no time, 006 had seized power and installed a 1,000-year empire, worshipped like a god. But the Salamonster Council decided that Europe was not big enough. They wanted the whole world. So they aborted the 1,000-year empire. Hitler was defeated, Germany destroyed, and 006 was sent to the US, where he had a bigger military-industrial complex at his disposal. A new personality was created. Uncle Walt. But in order to make the new personality work, the old personality had to be vilified. But Uncle Walt was a bit homesick, so he was reunited with some old German friends. Very soon, Uncle Walt was pulling off his old tricks, and he was mind-controlling the complete Western world, with a little bit of help of his friends, of course. Filling the world with cyclotrons and mind-control TVs, landing on the moon, colonizing the bigger Earth in search of Papa and Mama. Sending messages in space. Help! We are stuck on the planet of the apes. Please help us. Look for formaldehyde. Well, a lot of people will say, well, Hitler being Walt Disney, that's ridiculous. Well, it really doesn't matter if it is one person or two persons. One of my favorites is Morgan Freeman being Jimi Hendrix. You know, I love this one. Being a fan of Jimi Hendrix, I was watching a live recording of him. And suddenly, I started seeing Morgan Freeman playing the guitar. Or was it just another trick of the brain? Let's say you invent a cyclotron. How could we use this to help people? But not the Solomonsters, of course, being the master race. You stupid apes! You should be thankful they want to rule you. So the only purpose of this tool will be world dominance. No better place to start, of course, than the military. Build an underground base, put a cyclotron in it and start mind-controlling soldiers. Create the super soldier, the SS. Take a look at the symbology of the Nazi military. SS, is it Schutzstaffel or is it Schwarze Sonne? ISIS, all black and white. The insectoid messiah with the rotating wheel, throwing off all human empathy and become part of the insectoid hive mind. That is the wet dream, of course, of every psychopathic maniac. Then you have the super soldier stories, of course, and it's always the same story. It's underground bases, aliens and interplanetary battles. All confirming the heliocentric model, of course. They tell you the wildest stories. But Flat Earth is a CIA psyop. So you have the story of Montauk, Area 51, Dulce, Fort Detrick. Another place to put a cyclotron might be a university, create some fake scientists, a psychiatric clinic. Maybe you could do some experiments on some psychiatric patients, completely voluntary, of course. Let's say that the cyclotron is punching holes in your aura. That would make you vulnerable for external infections. Now, behind the veil, you start perceiving another reality. You start seeing aliens everywhere. Let's take a look again at TV. So you have the electron gun on the back of the TV, shooting electrons on the screen. But because you are facing your screen, this electron gun is also shooting electrons straight into your brain. So they are not just shooting holes in our brain, they are also shooting holes in the dome. So the dome might still be there. Let's say we are safe in our dome, protected by our aura. But a predatory race is waiting for us. Do you want to meet the aliens? Do you want disclosure? Do you want to live on Mars? Sure. So you are put on a rocket to Mars. That's what you think. Well, for all you know, you might end up in Epcot. Or Sirius B. As a food source of some predatory race.
Do that for? Maybe they don't like him, the human being.
Well, people, I'm going to stop for a few months and take some vacation. I will post a new video on October 1, so don't worry, I'll be back. I want to thank all you people for your nice comments and your support. So I wish you all the best and see ya!
Yo, everyone, see everyone next week for Rise Above Light, 9 till 11, with myself, in the Guardians, maybe Andy PG, and we will we'll do an open chat, anything goes. See you guys next week. Rise Above.